Into the black, jump back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. Afreeca Freecs. SKTelecom T1. ESC Ever. MVP. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome back to another day of LCK Summer. I'm Achilles, with me is Papa Smithy, and we are bringing you the games tonight. It's Afreeca Freecs versus SKTelecom T1 to kick things off, followed by ESC Ever versus MVP. Our two challenger squads that made it into LCK will be facing off yet again. But first and foremost, we have to get through this matchup of Afreeca Freecs versus Telecom T1, because right now, this year, Afreeca Freecs have the upper hand over Telecom with a 2-1 match score.
And it's just crazy how things work with Telecom, Achilles, because they've got the easy matches out of the way. They've beaten the Rocks Tigers. They've beaten KT. They always beat the top teams. It's these tricky matchups against teams like Afreeca, where SKT traditionally have fallen down. You look at the first round, Robin. They went 6-3. They beat these top teams. They lost to Afreeca Freecs, who we're seeing them against today, 2-0. Remember, they were one Drake short of being perfect game. They picked up a single Ocean Drake, no turrets, no kills in Game 1. That was against Linderung and Songwon, who won't be playing at least in Game 1. They also lost to ESC Ever, who they are still yet to play, and Jin Air Green Wings. Now, it's a different Jin Air, so maybe that one you can pencil in as a victory, but this is a difficult task for SKTelecom, which is crazy to say for the current reigning world champions, IEM champions. They've won everything except Kesper Cup, let's be real at this point. And the other thing to think about, Achilles, is that in the history of the Anarchy organization, of course, Afreeca, originally known as Rebels Anarchy, they're actually, SKT, 7-6 against this team. Even though Rocks Tigers have a 20% lifetime win rate against SKT, Afreeca are close to 50%.
Yeah, that's a really good stat to have. And, I mean, they've just been looking really good so far. I mean, they've had their ups and downs, but they've kind of gotten back on it. They started off strong, had a little bit of a dip in the middle of the split, but now kind of gotten back on the horse. And you can see resting in that 5th place spot right now. The 0 score line, not the greatest, but still looking better than, 6 through 10. MVP's kind of coming up on their heels at the moment. They need to win out the rest of their games if they want to make it into the playoff spot. But we can basically say that our top 4 are pretty settled with Rocks Tigers, SKT, Samsung, and KT Rolster. Rocks is technically the only one locked in there at the moment, but you have to think it's going to be those 4 squads, and then that 5th place spot being fought over by Afreeca Freecs and MVP.
I mean, Afreeca definitely have the upper hand. They're 1 match clear with 1 match less played. So if they can get a win today, honestly, the top 5 might be set.
It very well could be. MVP, of course, in that 2nd match of the day, will have to try to find a victory over ESC, their counterparts. But first, we'll take a look here at Afreeca Freecs. As mentioned, we'll not be seeing Linderung and Songwon starting yet, which was very confusing when we saw them take on SKTelecom. We thought, Mike, what are they doing? This is probably going to cost them this game, and they came out swinging, and they found success. I thought maybe we would see Linderung in the top lane with Lyra in the jungle, but Ixu back in, going to be going off against Duke in that top lane matchup.
I mean, the last time these two teams met, that perfect game or near perfect game wasn't the Unsung one, but they did also play Ixu and Lyra in game 2 and pick up a confident victory there. The man in the middle of your screen, Mickey, right now, in that particular series against Faker, Mickey went off, and he's had an up and down season, but in 2 games, he went 11-0 and 15 against Faker, notably in game 2, breaking out the LeBlanc and showing Faker how it was done. There's so much rivalry, there's so much flair between these two mid laners, Mickey and Faker, that I just love seeing them face off against each other on the Rift.
Yeah, we'll see what Mickey wants to bring out today. His champion pool in the last couple wins that Freecs have found, it's been rather limited to the Vladimir, Lissandra, and the Azir of all champions, which we know is going to be one contested by SKTelecom if it's not banned. But there they are on your screen. Blank will be starting in the jungle. Haven't seen Bengi for quite some time now, and the question kind of comes up at this point, will we see Bengi again before the end of the split? My guess is probably not. Either way, he's still here in the studio supporting his team from the back row.
I mean, they have so much experience. Both Bengi and, of course, Pumandu is one of the coaching staff, so plenty of OGs with OGN championship experience bring up the rear for this team. Blank's been good recently, he hasn't been great. His last series was probably his most impressive.
Yeah.
He's got a pretty limited champion pool though. He's only played 3 junglers this season, Rek'Sai, Gragas, and of course the Elise. I think Gragas is going to be a big contested pick between these 2 junglers.
For sure.
I mean, Lyra could pick up the Nidalee as well.
It's seeming that way in pretty much all of these matchups. Gragas has really just surged to the top of contention as far as that jungle matchup goes. Nidalee, of course, whenever it gets through, pretty much has to be picked up. We've only seen it fall through the draft completely a couple of times, but very much going to be contested. We'll see if Blank is going to be able to get his hands on that one, or if it's going to get snatched up by Lyra.
And what I want to see SKTelecom do in this series, I mean, win would be a good start, but what I want to see from them is some strategic diversity, because you look at the Rocks Tigers, their handle on the meta on 6-13, moving into 6-14 next week. I feel like SKT, they haven't shown a lot of Tahm Kench. They've had one Tahm Kench support game that Wolf got MVP on, no Tahm Kench top. I feel like champions like Tahm Kench, you know, prioritizing globals and initiation, Ashe Tahm Kench seems to be the gold standard for a red side first round draft. SKT, it was last season when they showed the zillion, when they showed that they had the strategies that have been working from the top teams, that they look best. And SKTelecom as an organization, at least in recent history, have seemed to watch other people innovate the meta and then perfect it. So we've seen the Rocks Tigers show us some great stuff on this patch, and I want to see SKTelecom swing on some of these big meta champions.
Well, there's certainly a chance that we could see those come out. I mean, SKTelecom were on a 10-day break, have only played 1 game against Samsung since they came back off of that. It was a very convincing 2-0, so there's still plenty of opportunities to see these interesting picks that could come out from this squad, because they have a hell of a lot of games coming up in the next 6 days.
The mind games are real as you get closer and closer to the end of the season, guys. We only have 2 more weeks of regular season matches before we hit it to the gauntlet, and SKTelecom could be fighting in the gauntlet. Right now, as it stands, if they win every match, they will be first place just because they have a superior game score to the Rocks Tigers. But
yeah, they're +1 with 2 less games played.
But they have these 3 trap matches, Jin Air, Afreeca, and ESC Ever still to play. They have lost to all 3 teams this season. They're going to need to start with a win today.
Yeah. Well, they'll certainly be looking for that one as we get ready to go into the pick and ban here. And we'll see what exactly is going to be prioritized by both of these squads. Afreeca on the blue will take us away with that first ban. You can see they're already thinking about it, not sure where they want to go. Is the Gragas something that they want to try to pick for themselves first? Do they ban it out so SKTelecom can't get it in the first round? We're going to have to wait and find out, because they are just letting that clock tick down.
What about Bang? Of course, there's been plenty of AD carry bans towards Bang, such to the point that we saw 4 AD carry bans and a misfortune pick from Bang in his game 2 against Samsung. Nidalee's going to be banned against Lyra. Hecarim's a big pick to talk about. Ixu in particular has always been a noted Hecarim player. Back when they had 2 top laners in 2015, CV Max, their other top laner, was a Hecarim only in solo queue. So they've always been known for the Hecarim top, and we've seen so much success in both the top lane and the jungle recently in LCK that I have to think SKT will heavily consider a red side Hecarim ban.
Yeah. I think Ixu was the first person to bring out the Hecarim tops in the summer split.
Yeah, We saw it from the jungle, from the likes of Peanut and stuff.
Well, we're not going to see it today.
No, and this was one of the picks actually that Ixu actually played it against SKT in the previous matchup between these two. So SKT will not forget. They'll ban away the Hecarim, which has risen in priority as that flex pick.
It was against Duke's Aurelia, I'm pretty sure, which is a pick that has really fallen out of contention completely in Korea.
The interesting thing about SKT's rise is they've made a big digression. On 6-13, we saw Duke playing the top lane carries and like, okay, they're going to set up around Duke. Even though Duke's still playing Gangplank, they've shown less priority around setting up Duke. And in general, Duke's been on either Gangplank or tanks. So they've reined back on the Aurelias, they've reined back on most of the carry tops, just looking for the Gangplank. And it's been just about looking for the more reliable Trundle picks, and in general, looking for less of setting up the 4-1 split push for SKTelecom. So final bans come through. There will be just a single AD carry ban in the Ashe. Lissandra banned away, and that means Gragas available and first picked by Afreeca.
All right, so they do go for that one for their first pick. And now with that Ashe gone, you can only think that it's either going to be the Ezreal or this Sivir that's hovered right now for Bang, which if the Sivir's picked up, Songyun probably more than happy to grab Kalista for himself.
And that's the fun thing about Songyun is, and one thing that I thought about coming into this pick and ban is that Afreeca are one of the few teams to have a negative win rate on both Sivir and the Ashe. The utility carries haven't worked for them, whereas Songyun's always been an excellent Kalista player, one of the few people still playing it this season. 3-1 on the Kalista. And there is the outside chance that we'll see another one of those pocket picks like the Lee Sin is. Wow, that's a lock-in for the Kog'Maw.
That is a very aggressive lock-in. Kog'Maw coming back in. This is a pick that we've not seen in Korea for a very long time. We actually had, I believe, a Kog'Maw pick earlier today in the EU LCS. I didn't get to watch that game. I think it might have been the Fnatic series. But wow, really just going for that pick, and then Trundle's going to follow. We'll see if that's going to be for Snowflower. He's played a bit of the Trundle support, or if Ixu's going to rock that one. They probably want to get a little bit more information before they fully commit that Trundle to a lane. We'll see what SKTelecom wants to go for, but this is surprising to say the least.
Yeah, and how will they comp around it? Because they have the Gragas, good for disengage, good for engage, but when you see a Kog'Maw, probably going to be a disengage heavy comp. Lulu support is certainly a thing. Lulu mid lane is an outside chance with the Lulu changes.
35% increased attack speed on that Kog'Maw.
Oh, baby.
That just sounds absolutely filthy. And man, I'm sorry, Songyun. I thought I had you figured out. I thought it was just going to be the Kalista straight and easy. But lo and behold, Kog'Maw is returning to LCK. I mean, we had Corki just yesterday, so why not bring back the Kog'Maw? We're just going to go for the spring pick.
I mean, Songyun Korea is 7-4 on Kog'Maw. It's one of his better picks. Obviously, hasn't been playing it recently. It's our first Kog'Maw game of LCK Summer. Wasn't a big pick in spring either. SKT, the moment you see a Kog'Maw suddenly engage becomes the massive priority. You need to find a way to close distance on that Kog'Maw. They had the Sivir in the first round. Now they're going to go for the Gnar. Likely to be Gnar versus Trundle, unless we do see something like that Lulu. And Elise, which is, again, one of these standard strong jungle picks for Blank. Shen is still available. Opting into the Gnar vs Shen matchup's not ideal, but you can just stack the armor and feel good. Probably not going to be a Zed, but
a blind Zed would be a very bold pick there from the side of Mickey. I'd really love to see that one locked in, but of course, whenever Faker has last pick, you just have to go for something very safe. Yasuo.
Oh, there's a chance, Achilles.
We've seen Mickey's Yasuo before in spring. It didn't go so well.
And it's not necessarily going to be Mickey's Yasuo. It could be top lane Yasuo like we saw from Expression just yesterday. You know, it's always been a good lane matchup, but no, they digress from there. It's going to be double AD and the Shen, so they're going to go for very much setting up around turrets. Mickey on the Varus is an interesting one. We saw some massive carry performances from Mickey on the Varus last season, but it's not been a big pick for him this season. And now action onto SKT. Definitely not going to pick up Aurelia unless they want it in the mid lane.
I mean, Faker's done it before, so why the hell not? But okay.
Well, Afreeca showed a new champion, Faker, and you can look on Faker's face. He wants to show something as well.
You're messing with me now. He's trying to get me super excited. Akali. I mean, when's the last time we've seen Akali in professional play anywhere?
Very minimally, I would say, Achilles.
I can't think of the last time that we saw her in any region, but it will be Anivia picked up here for Faker. So going for something that he has shown, of course, bringing this out into the Vladimir matchup earlier on in the split.
And Faker, honestly, Anivia's been his most consistent champion this season. Obviously, mostly been against Vladimir with that counter lane matchup, but 5-0 14.3 KDA, so the most impressive performing champion has been the Anivia, but it doesn't create any extra backline threat, so it doesn't help in potentially closing the distance on this Kog'Maw. Now, if the wall comes behind the Kog'Maw, it might force a flash, but it's not a super engaged champion from the mid lane, and SKT try to play their own game, and Afreeca really setting up for a strong mid game from the Varus Kog'Maw under enemy turrets.
It seems like they're just going to go for the chase potential that they have with this squad. The slows coming out of the Gnar and the Tahm Kench, on the hunt to just help them disengage or really just run down this squad from Freecs, and then look for a pick with the Cocoon, the Tongue Lash, and that Flash Freeze. So that seems like that's going to be the playstyle here from SKTelecom. Of course, with Faker on this Anivia, you'd be damn sure it's going to be a bloodthirsty performance from him. Always going for those big trades in the mid side, and he's going to be looking to assassinate that Kog'Maw and Varus as quickly as he possibly can.
A lot relies on Duke and Blank to actually be the ones to close the distance onto the immobile Varus and Kog'Maw. Duke in particular looking for those big Gnar ultimates, going to do his best Someday impression, because Someday's definitely been on point with those, and Duke has been excellent on the Gnar as well.
Yep.
Really exciting to see Afreeca bring out something new. They've done this consistently, and they've done it again.
Yeah, big tanky frontline for Afreeca. If they can get those guys stacked up, it could be bad news for SKT, but let's go ahead and get right into game one. Afreeca Freecs versus SKTelecom. All right, good way to start things off. The Mountain Drake. And you can see and hear that the SKTelecom fans are out to play today. Had a bunch of signs up earlier on showing support for SKTelecom, Bang especially, having a lot of fan signs out there.
SKT's popularity knows no bounds, Achilles, we know this. They have Faker on the team, which is a pretty good start, and then given all their success, fandom has come thick and fast for this lineup, but we're all focused on the Kog'Maw. How are Afreeca going to get this Kog'Maw through the early game? His trading in lane is just fine, but you can see on your screens they're going to be looking for a lane swap to the top side of the map. It's a very good caster Jun coming through there.
That it is, I'm sure. He's flattered by that. It's better than when the players flip between Amumu, Tarek, and Trundle, because it kind of just implies that caster Jun is somehow Trundle, which doesn't really make sense to me. He's a very handsome guy. Trundle's not very handsome.
It's true. Songyun had actually gone
maybe by a troll standard, but
offensive with his Keystone Masteries, with the fervor for battle. Bang traditionally has gone for Warlord's Bloodlust on Sivir, and a 2v2 laning phase has never been a strong point, so has gone for that ability. The moment you get some points into your W, you do heavily outrange the Sivir as Kog'Maw, so the trades after the early laning phase can be good. One of the reasons why you look for a lane swap is that Kog'Maw struggles to actually push a wave. He's decent with the extra attack speed on the W, but not fantastic, so safer just to opt out of the early laning phase with a lane swap and then reconnect 2v2 when you get some points in W.
I'm just wondering where he's going to go as far as the build path. I mean, do we see, because again, I didn't see the build that we saw that was earlier on in the Kog'Maw picked in EU, so I don't know what the standard would be considered for Kog'Maw in this day and age. I mean, we saw the Corki yesterday from Fury completely going differently in that build path. The Hextech Gunblade with the Trinity Force into a Duskblade projectile. It was just very intriguing, and I want to see if Songyun is maybe going to differentiate, go off a different path here, since it's been so long since we've seen this Kog'Maw.
I'm heavily expecting there to be a Blade of the Ruined King and other attack speed items. Something like a Hurricane makes a lot of sense on the Kog'Maw. So I don't know if we're going to see craziness. It doesn't scale particularly well with AD or AP. So something like Gunblade. Triforce Kog'Maw was a thing of the past, and there is an outside chance of it, but I feel like it's been heavily disincentivized recently. Blank's in the mid lane.
Yeah, Blank coming in on a Mickey. He has that Ghost Pop, still has Flash available, so we'll just get that Summoner spell away from him. Blank's going to be happy with that gank. Only had to use the Repel to close the distance, so not expending a whole lot. And still alleviate a little bit of pressure here for Faker as he cleans up these minions underneath the tower and will get himself a very slight CS lead over top of that Varus.
Predictably, the lane swap, full swing of things. They will just trade the turrets. Afreeca have been a team traditionally to not try to trade 2 turrets, but actually opt into the 2v2 laning phase after the first turret goes down. So see if that will continue. For now, SKT are trending towards the middle of the lane. They're unsure of where Afreeca are going to send their forces. We can see they will be on the bottom side of the map, and maybe it'll be SKT stopping there from being any dragon priority for Afreeca by matching the 2v2 on bot side.
They're going for it. Duke using the teleport to get himself up top. Find Ixu there, and Bang and Wolf will be coming into that 2v2 lane against the Cogmaw.
Another reason why, actually in this case, SKT are probably prioritized is that you can see on your mini-map, Afreeca clearly have no turret behind the immobile Cogmaw, and Blank is on the Elise, one of the champions with the best ability to gank in a long lane. The follow-up CC from the Tahm Kench is there as well, so Afreeca are overextended in bot. If Blank can work his way down there, definitely some good options. Here we go, look at this trade.
Bang getting jumped on. Wolf's going to devour him. He's going to take a bunch of damage himself, but he will be able to get out. But it's going to be a nice trade there from Afreeca Freecs on this bot side. Really well-placed pillar from Snowflower.
2 points in the Biocane barrage, so suddenly Bang has to really respect lane spacings. Without Elise on the bot side of the map, she is on her wolves right now, so perhaps we'll see Blank work his way down. But yeah, in trades, it's just the range discrepancy. There's really few options for Bang in that trading situation.
Afreeca do have that pink sitting in the river, so Blank would have to come over that. Not sure if he can close the distance. He's going to wrap around, maybe be able to sneak down through the jungle as Lyra is moving up towards the top side as he goes for his wolves. So Blank actually is getting that stealthy workaround. They haven't seen him since he was at the Raptor camp, so they have no idea where he's at right now. And Afreeca Freecs are still playing so far forward. The pillar already used here. Exhaust going down on the Songy, taking a bunch of damage. Here comes Blank. He flashes away, but he's going to get devoured by Wolf. Actually, they might not even need to cast that one, and they don't. That's going to be first blood coming in for Blank. Just nice wraparound. Finds the kill. And that's first blood going over to SKTelecom.
Price of opting into that 2v2 with Harassed. Push the lane. They had the wave in a really bad spot, and honestly, that is a pretty academic play by SKTelecom. Good pathing from Blank, as you mentioned, but should have been able to see that coming from Afreeca, shove the lane, and then just exit and try and find CS elsewhere, because giving a kill over to this Elise is not ideal, given that you have these good laning matchups for Afreeca that can obviously be snowballed the way of SKTelecom.
Yep. And overall, just a good trade. Not only getting the first blood, but also matching the summoner spells. 3 for 3, Wolf using both of his, but also getting both away from Songyun. So no movement speed from the heal, no flash for that Cogmaw. He is going to be in such a precarious spot where no matter where he goes, unless he has very ample ward coverage. You can see a Chain of Corruption was thrown out by Mickey trying to create a pick on the Faker in that mid side, but did not connect. Now Lyra standing on a ward's not going to be able to find any action in that bottom side either, so Bang perfectly safe. Oh, actually, well, they're wrapping around behind the turret. He might actually be in a bad spot. Hasn't hit 6 yet. But Snowflower's level 3 would be very squishy. Wolf coming around the sidelines. Meanwhile, on the mid side, Coon going to land on a Mickey. Flashes out. Faker's going for the play. Doesn't look like he's going to get this one. Now Wolf kind of smelling some trouble. The jungle's going to start walking back. He's getting slowed up. Yeah, the pillar's there. No flash, no exhaust. Looks like the Tahm Kench might be going down. Blank trying to get there in time. Has his shield. Comes up now. He's going to devour the Trundle, get some damage in. Wolf looking like he's still going to fall, and he does. Snowflower comes up with a kill, but Bang and Faker have arrived. Lyra in the front line, going to take so much damage from that Anivia already. Gets locked up. Snowflower getting stunned. He's going to go down. A second kill over to Bang, and now Songyun just trying to kite back as best as he can. The boomerang comes back through on the backswing, but it's not enough to finish him off. But overall, it's going to be a 2-for-1 pickup here for SKTelecom.
Just felt like Afreeca were baited by first the Tahm Kench gray health and then the Anivia on low health opening up. Had egg available also. Faker wasn't popped either in that situation, but the moment that SKT blew the flash of Varus in the mid lane, it should have been predictable for Afreeca that Anivia was going to respond first. Elise was going to walk down. She just showed herself in mid lane, and they were wailing away on a Tahm Kench without any damage. It was Gragas and Trundle, and the Gragas didn't even have explosive cast, so this was always going to take an age to kill a full health Tahm Kench with all 3 abilities. He's level 4, so he clearly does have a point in his E. And honestly, Wolf just leads them on a merry chase. Afreeca overextend heavily in this situation, and that's why you see SKT come away with the kills. Faker's happy to go in aggressive. He has that passive. There isn't the damage available, and it's only now that Mickey and Ixu respond. They don't even need to draw in now, so they use more resources and teleport, and they get less out of it.
Okay.
Okay, then.
Well, we just come back in off a replay, and Faker going to get a solo kill onto Mickey. Didn't have any summoner spells available still, and Faker just lands up that flash freeze and takes him out. Like I said, there's going to be a bloodthirsty play coming out of this Anivia. Faker is showing up already in the first 9 minutes, putting 2 kills on the board. We'll take a replay. Oh, Mickey. He just catches a glimpse of him.
Look at how much burst. Thunderlord's proc in there does 60% of Varus' health in one rotation. Solo kill from Faker. It was Mickey, the one that was in the ascendancy the last time these two teams met, but it seems like it's going to repeat spring season, where Afreeca won in the first round robin, and then SKT brought it back in the second round robin.
Yeah. Well, it's still game 1. We have potential to go to 3, so I don't want to discredit them this early on, Papa Smithy, but just, guys, you're playing in your dynamic queue, and you want to recall, and there's a turret 5 feet away from you, just walk to the tower. Just recall underneath of that. It'll save you from situations like Mickey just experienced right there.
It'll save your life, is all you probably need to say, Achilles.
Potentially. I don't want to give that full disclaim. I don't want to, I have to disclaim some liability on that. You might still die. They could dive you. But you have a better chance.
Now you can see SKT just picking up multiple objectives on the map. Mountain Drake going down. They have the Elise, who can obviously take Drake. Only the minor amount of damage, given the Spiderlings will tank it up.
Yep.
Nara has pressure in the bot side. Tom Kench and Siva have pressure on the top side. This is a complete pressure map for SKTelecom, and Afreeca just operating with the minimum of resources because SKT are dictating to them in every lane.
Yeah, they're doing what they can, but unfortunately it's not a whole lot. Lyra hasn't really been able to find any lane ganks either. Mickey gonna get stunned up, but Faker's pretty low on mana. Chain of Corruption's gonna get thrown out, but Faker of course still has passive. He's just gonna ghost as soon as he sees blank in his peripheral vision. Now Mickey has to get shoved off that tower. Duke roaming up from the bottom side in this Mega Gnar. Might be looking for a dive. Throws out the boulder. It's not going to connect. Blank actually takes a good chunk of damage. Lyra could throw out the explosive casket, try to lock him in. There it is. Will find the kill. Knocks Faker in. He's going to take a tower shot. That will be the egg coming up. Duke's here, but he doesn't have a way of crowd controlling them away from this egg, so Faker is going to go down. 2 kills picked up from Afreeca Freecs. SKTelecom just sticking around a little bit too far forward in that mid side.
Yeah, the moment that Duke made his salvo and backed away, so should SKTelecom, but instead they get aggressive. They know Mickey doesn't have flash, and perhaps that baits them into some overly aggressive positioning. You can see Blank frustrated with the misplay on your screen, because that's going to be a couple of shutdowns, extra experience over to Afreeca, because they were behind in level. Yeah, this time SKT use more resources and also heavily lose the trade. So gives Afreeca a bit of a window back into a game that felt like it was going to be a standard SKT early game snowball. Yeah,
and that's one of the big things that you have to worry about when you get that lead, is complacency, thinking that you can basically play God. And SKTelecom show that they are very much mortal, at least Blank and Faker are.
Worth noting that the Kog'Maw that we saw today was in the mid lane from Power of Evil.
Ah, okay. That seems like a very Power of Evil thing
Exactly.
to do.
He brought that one back. So it's 80 carry Kog'Maw. The build path is a road less traveled, but we see it on your screen. It's gone for the wit's end as a rush. Now, this will lead to significant magic resist shred, but on this particular team comp, they have very low magic damage. So not necessarily the synergy between a champion like Elise or Anivia available for the Kog'Maw. As a one-item power spike, given how cheap the item is, though, it's very difficult for Bang to deal with the trade damage because you're not going to have any magic resist this early. As a Severus, some 80 carries run attack speed, mana regen, no magic resist at all.
Oh my god, look at Lyra taking so much damage there. He's going to have to back off of that ward. Gets chunked down below 50%. Blank with that power that he got. The Runic Echoes with that... Oh, I'm about to hold that thought.
Faker.
Faker, yeah, going low. Has the Ghost of Flashing Forward from Mickey. Here comes Wolf. Not going to be in a position to really get on top of that Varus, but really closely fought there by Faker. Almost getting taken down. Of course, Egg still not available for him, so would have been a kill.
It's about 50 units away from acquiring the range for the last auto attack that would have killed Faker. Didn't have Egg up.
He just always holds that flash for as long as he possibly can.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Mickey flashed after him, was still out of range. Crazy to see SKT playing with fire. They looked so strong and so calculated in the first 5 to 8 minutes, but the last 5 has been all Afreeca.
Yeah. Hextech Revolver, that's what I was going to say there for blank. I couldn't remember where I was going with that one, but has the Hextech Revolver, so it's got a good amount of damage on that Elise, which allows him to chuck out Lyra.
And the Revolver's all about getting the Proto Belt and getting into melee range of this Varus and the Cogmore. They needed the engage. SKT, you know, one thing I asked them to do this series was to draft the Tahm Kench to try to use some of those comps that rocked it. They went for the flex pick Tahm Kench in the first round, but when you take Cogmore, suddenly Tahm Kench as a champion doesn't have that many tools to deal with a Cogmore just because he finds it very difficult to close the range. So they decided to go for the Gnar, they decided to go for the engage. So they set up Duke to be the one basically to deal with the Cogmore because they'd already stopped Wolf from being able to draft something like Alistar. I mean, Wolf this season, 8-0 on Alistar quietly in recent games. Alistar, great champion against the Cogmore, but with the Tahm Kench, someone had to take it, and that ended up being Wolf.
Yep. Sorry, Lyra, you're just a second too late. Not able to take away that blue buff. And with the jungler down on that bottom side, Bang and Wolf feeling comfortable to go ahead and push forward into that top lane. They take down that tier 1 tower, so that give them a little bit more of a lead. 2,500 gold on the board in their favor. Plus Dragon.
It's worth noting that this Wits End build, powerful early, second attack speed item coming in early as well, probably going to be the Blade of the Ruin King. These on-hit builds are very powerful in the mid-game, which is when Afreeca hit their power spike with the Mana Moon, the Muramana being transformed, being able to set up a strong siege with mixed damage. But the late game, which was already looking shaky for Afreeca, when you go for this on-hit build, there is no way for Afreeca to have a comparable late game to SKTelecom with a Nivea and Sivir hitting their power spikes at 3-4 items. So mid-game phase, 10 minutes, we need to see Afreeca opening the game up or they will be outscaled by SKTelecom.
Well, they'll be looking for it. The kills that were essentially handed over to them by SKTelecom are helping them not fall too much further behind. Abyssal Voyage coming in at this mid-side. Figure going to take a hell of a lot of damage. Devour is there from the Tahm Kench to keep him safe, but Freecs are getting a hell of a lot of damage in onto the tower. Almost take it down, but the wave isn't there to finish it off, but it'll be a good amount of damage, and now they don't have to worry about that Abyssal Voyage for quite some time. Duke is going to be coming down into this lane for the engage as he's ready to transform into that Mega Gnar, but Freecs backed off enough that it'll dissuade him from going any further, and he's just going to go straight back up to the top side. And
Duke is the only siege buster. Freecs doing exactly what you expect they would do with this comp, setting up around turrets with blue buff and one item on the Varus. And Tahm Kench needs to stay back to stop something like the Chains of Corruption being a pick tool for Afreeca, so he's not going to be launching himself in the backline. It's all on Duke to disrupt the oppressive siege coming through from Afreeca, and that gives Ixu free time on the Shen to be able to just push in the top lane. It's probably going to have to be a roam from Duke. We are, of course, on 6:13 with the longer teleport timers. The chance of setting up an aggressive ward, getting a 4.5-second channel into a Gnar ultimate is just too many variables. Very difficult to pull off. So let's see if Afreeca can set up defensive vision around the river and stop that big Gnar flank.
Well, so far they don't have vision of the Dragon Pit even, and that's going to be a second one going over to the side of SKTelecom. Ocean Drake to match their Mountain. Cloud will be our third and final Elemental Drake. We'll see that one in 6 minutes, but SKT still picking up these objectives. So last things that we saw taken was that tier 1 on top for them, and now the Dragon to add to it. Freecs unable to chip down that tier 1 in mid. If they could finish that off, that would help them out a lot. Open up the map, allow them to get some deeper vision, more aggressive in the river, as you stated. But so far, they've been unable to make that happen. Nice ward in the Raptor Pit will spot out Wolf and Blank. Be able to clear out that other one, and we'll just have people starting to stack up around this mid side. We can see Bang running down the lane as well. So might have a counter push here from SKTelecom, trying to get some damage in onto the opposing tier 1 mid.
Second completed attack speed item for the Cogmore is the Hurricane. So bit of a homebrew item build coming out from Sangyun, but Hurricane very, very powerful because you're applying the Bioarcane Barrage. The Magic Resist Shred does apply to that percentage maximum health damage, so that at least has some synergy for the Cogmore. But definitely this build better if you do have other magic damage threats on your team.
Yep. Oh, Abyssal Voyage has been used here by Wolf as they come down to this bottom side, trying to cut off Lyra, who goes over the wall. TP coming in from Duke. Doesn't have much of a Gnar bar built up. Now Stand United used onto Sangyun. They're going to engage. Wolf already chunked down. Has to use the shield. Gets knocked into the wall. Going low. One more hit will take him out, but it's not going to happen. Duke not ready to transform. Has to flash over. Looks Looks like he will make it out in time, but SKTelecom, they're going to have to back off of this, pull the trigger a little bit too quickly. They don't have the setup for it. Afreeca Freecs are starting to get really tanky.
And also Afreeca Freecs, we mentioned it, the build path is in the ascendancy right now. Still just 1 item, 1.5 item on the side of SKT. So unless they get the instant deletion pick with something like the Flash Frost from Anivia, and they actually will struggle, because if Afreeca can kite back with their massively long range on their 2 threats, there is a chance that SKT can just be poked down and taken out 1 by 1.
Yep. Afreeca are going to move forward in this mid side. They finally get the turret. That's going to set them only 800 gold behind, so it was looking really good from SKTelecom, but a few flub ups in that mid lane, and suddenly Afreeca Freecs are just hot on their heels.
Afreeca will have some struggles trying to close the game out. The SKT wave clear, Anivia and Sivir are famous legacy strong wave clear champions, so they will continue to push in. And then the more that Afreeca push in, the more aggressive the wards for the teleport flanks can be for SKTelecom. So a bit of a conundrum in that situation. They don't necessarily have a backup win condition like stacking the Drakes, given that they have none so far in this game. So Afreeca are in a good spot, but we're 10-15 minutes away from SKT really hitting high gear with their items.
Well, Manimmune's been completed there by Mickey. See how long it takes him to get that into the Muramana. The damage will really start coming out from that Varus. Songyun completes the Berserker creep, so full attack speed so far. Let's see what he wants his next item to be. Could just be a Blade of the Ruin King, go for more percentage HP damage. Or maybe something a little bit more fun like the Trinity Force, but I doubt it at this point. Wouldn't go so well with the build that he's got.
Now, Afreeca just pushing up all lanes. The moment that they commit to actually sieging down a turret, let's say the mid lane in a turret, I really want to see them pink ward on all fronts. They need to really prioritize denying there from being a strong teleport ward from Duke, because even though, as I mentioned, the timer is longer, if Sivir pops her ult at the same time as you see the channel coming through from the Gnar, there's so many different things to respect that there is still a world when Gnar gets a 3-4-man Gnar ultimate. And given how squishy these 2 threats are, and remember, it's literally only Kog'Maw and Varus doing damage on the side of Afreeca. One of them gets taken out, this team comp falls apart.
Yeah. Well, Snowflower moving in for some aggressive vision, does get that pink ward down, but it's going to swiftly be cleared out by Faker. He'll be able to escape with his life power, so he'll be thankful for that at least. See, Ixu still trying to split push down in that bottom side, moving the way up as close to the tier 2 as he possibly can. He's trying to catch up to Duke, but Duke has just had such a firm lead in CS this entire game.
This is just going to be Snowflower putting down a pillar and looking for some damage onto the turret. Songyun can outrange anyone on the side of SKT. The poke is good from Afreeca.
Yeah, teleport comes through. Blank's already chunked down a little bit. Duke just transforming into that Mega Gnar. Won't be able to answer, and the teleport's not available for quite some time either. Nice interrupt on the recalls there
Range
from
is
Songyun.
so obnoxious.
Ixu, though, he's cut off. That's going to be the Cocoon coming through. They go in. One more hit will do it, but Bang just can't get in range. The Boomerang not long enough. He gets chunked down yet again, but that was almost Ixu dying, but both the Summoner spells at least are going to be down. Still has Stand United available. Could use that in desperation, but he will be able to recall, and the rest of the Freecs will back off.
Yeah, this does end the siege, though, Achilles.
Yeah.
It was looking really good. We saw the massive long-range poke from the Varus Qs and Songyun with the Kog'Maw ultimate. But Ixu got a bit too cute, looking for an engage around the backside of the turret, which means they have to hang back, gives a bit more time, takes some pressure away from SKT. Next Drake spawns in 15 seconds. It is only a Cloud Drake, but if you stack 4 Drakes, pick up the Elder Drake, then there's going to be a team fighting advantage already for SKTelecom. That will definitely put it over the edge.
Yep, there you go. Spawning up now as SKT does look for some more vision. On to Lyra, don't want to follow up onto that one, just trying to protect that ward as long as they can. But we still have Ixu up in that top side splitting. Duke is going to go match him, try to build up that Gnar bar and be able to teleport in if needed. It looks like it very well may be. Blank, though, chunked down to about 50%. That's a bit rough for them to try to start up this dragon, so it looks like they're going to feel back. Lyra, though, he walks back into that flash freeze. They'll be able to body slam out to safety, though, the pillar there as well. Create another structure to separate them. So SKTelecom just poking back and forth, really losing out in those poke trades though. Blank, fortunately, does have the life steal that he gets off of the Spiderling, so he's going to regenerate back up to about 70% or so. Still in a rough spot. Afreeca, they push forward, and they're going to go for this dragon.
They're funneling in. They notice that the Gnar is now not available for Duke. He's exhausted for the next few seconds before he starts building up rage. He hasn't started channeling a teleport. Here it is.
There it is. He's coming in. No Gnar whatsoever. Coming in on top of Freecs who have peeled back up the lane. That will be the dragon control here from Blank. He's able to execute it. Snowflower up at the front side, going low on mana and HP, but they just blow up Wolf instead. Duke still just desperately trying to transform. Blank goes in, but he's got nowhere to go and no health. But somehow he will never mind not make it out. The snipe comes through from Songyun, and Duke now all on his lonesome above Afreeca. They just collapse onto him. That's going to be 3 kills picked up. The dragon, the only thing that SKT was able to garner, and Freecs, they have their eyes set on this Baron with just Bang and Faker left alive.
I mean, Mickey and Songyun do so much Baron damage. Both of them have percentage HP mechanics, but Faker is high health, has both summoners. Magic Resist Shred from the Baron might be important. Lyra's low as well. Sivir pops the ult. Here we go from SKT.
Really rough. Wolf is coming back in as well. Has the Abyssal Voyage. Here he comes. They're going to try to interrupt this as best they can. If not, take this one away. Mickey getting chunked out, but the Baron's going low. It's almost smiteable. And there it is. Lyra will be able to take it away. Bang on the backside. Gets the flash out from Mickey, but Songyun comes in trying to get him. And now Wolf just trying to slow him up, get Bang to a safe spot, but the pillar comes through. It locks him in. He has nowhere to go. The body slam comes forward. The spell shield not going to do anything. Bang will go down, an extended 4th kill coming in for Freecs and SKT. Losing the Baron, the only thing that they're going to get is that mid-tier 1 as a consolation prize.
I think SKT was surprised by the damage the on-hit build from Kog'Maw was doing because they don't have a plan to actually close the distance on Mickey and Songyun. Every team fight from Afreeca is all about these long-range threats. Songyun free hitting with the Biocane Barrage. Mickey free hitting from the backside with his spell rotations. And Duke, he came into the fight exhausted. He built up the rage, but was taken out in mini-Gnar form anyway. If you enter a fight as SKT and you don't have a plan to close the distance on Varus and Kog'Maw, you done screwed up.
Yeah. Man, what a fight coming out here from Afreeca, swinging themselves into a 1.2 thousand gold lead. Now with that Baron buff, they could definitely capitalize on a lot more. Of course, wave clear, as mentioned before, is really strong from the side of SKTelecom, but even then, getting through these Baron-empowered minions is going to be a task.
And you have to play to your item build. You look to the item builds on SKT, we remember it was Protobelt second from release, not something like a Randuin's. It was Black Cleaver, and now the Randuin's is completed for Duke, but they don't have a lot of magic resist. They don't have multiple Randuin's. So with the build that you have, you can definitely get picks. You can put down Pink Wards, Anivia Flash Frost, Protobelt into the Cocoon. That's where you can definitely delete someone and 5v4. Be in a good spot to teamfight if you're SKT. But looking for a 50-50 around Drake and then not being able to close the distance or have the tankiness to get on Kog'Maw and Varus was just a pure mistake in strategy from SKTelecom.
Well, now, SKT in a bit of a bind. Freecs are pushing up into this mid side. Of course, with that Varus, they're going to have plenty of line wave clear, so they can burn through these minions. SKTelecom's Kixu as well splitting in that top side. Baker's going to go answer this one. Leave a Bang to clear out with the ricochets in mid. Freecs right now in a pretty good spot where they can juggle back and forth between this top and mid. Ixu, of course, can stand united and teleport available to join his team at any moment. Freecs, they're just going to be able to push in, get down that tier 2. And they are stretching this as best they can. Duke has a Gnar built. He's coming in from behind them. They might be looking for a flank right now. The rest of SKT not really close, and Freecs, they're going to exit up towards this top side. And now Duke transforming. He's going to be exhausted after this, so Afreeca just buying themselves precious time. It's working out so well for them. Now they're looking for their second tier 2 of the game. They're going to be able to take this really quickly.
There's just nothing SKTelecom can do. It's only Duke. Remember, they go in for the flex pick Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench has no answer from support or top lane onto the Kog'Maw, so they put all their eggs in Gnar to be the one to answer this Kog'Maw. And so far, Afreeca have been able to play around the Gnar bar really well.
See, they lock down Ixu in multiple ways, but he just doesn't take any damage whatsoever on that Shen. They're really struggling. SKT at this point need some sort of Hail Mary, get themselves back into this leader, just hold on tight and hope for a just crucial engage from Duke, but he just hasn't been in a position to do so. Afreeca have just been baiting out his Mega Gnar so well.
They're Playing with fire, though. There aren't many pink wards down from Afreeca. If SKT, the moment that Afreeca drop pressure...
It's literally what?
Exactly. SKT can put down some wards, and when we see the inevitable return around these inhibitor turrets, there should be some good teleport wards for Duke. So, hasn't found them recently, but there are still some limitations in the approach as items continue to come through. As that's a Rage Blade from the Cogmore.
Okay.
The new Rage Blade.
Okay.
I looked at the item and I'm like, that's not a Dusk Blade. It kind of looks like a Dusk Blade.
Yeah, they look very similar, but this one definitely looks a lot angrier. So yeah, Rage Blade going to be coming through. So Songyun just going for all of the stacking on hit effects and attack speed. So very unique.
Yeah, last time Cogmore was in the meta, it was the old Rage Blade that did have a lot of synergy. It still provides the magic damage on hit, which synergizes very well with the Wit's End that he'd already picked up. And he does double hit on the on-hit effects. The old Devour effect was shifted to the Rage Blade, so suddenly the magic damage from other sources like the Wit's End are going to be hitting doubly. And Magic Resist is now a necessary stat for everyone in SKT, especially Faker and Bang, because with no Magic Resist against the flat shred from the Wit's End and just the massive on-hit damage, they're going to explode.
Yeah. Well, Duke completing a Guardian Angel so he can at least sort of Rambo dive into the backside. Try to make a play and then come back up if he does get popped. But this is a very scary position to be in if you are SKTelecom.
Every second auto attack from Songyun will proc 55 bonus on-hit magic damage. That's the 15 from Rage Blade and the 40 from Wit's End, and also 4% of maximum HP. So that is completely purely magic damage. There's no attack damage whatsoever on this build from Songyun. So something like a Negatron Cloak on both Faker and Bang is a necessity.
Well, see if they can do anything. Right now they're posturing up around this dragon. Would be fourth trait for SKTelecom. It's a second cloud. That extra movement speed could also help them out a little bit. Get around the map, get those wards down. They're going to start this one up. It's coming down to half HP. Lyra's coming around the side, stand united on him, but the dragon's confirmed. It's going to move forward, throws out the cask. It's going to knock him away. Wolf flashing away from that taunt. Nicely done. SKT going to be able to successfully disengage away from that dragon pit. Faker, though, he's going to stick around, try to get this blue buff. Might just be a little bit too greedy from him. And I don't think he found it. No, Lyra was able to take that one away with the smite.
Yeah, trying to take the inside track to the mid lane. You can see SKT recalling. They're very out of position. They will get the home guard buff, but how much damage will be down on this turret before they get there?
It looks like it's a hell of a lot. Songyun, of course, with all of that attack speed, just shredding this thing completely down. Duke coming around the side, but loses the Mega Gnar already, so yet again, not going to be able to get in there for quite some time to make a big Gnar ultimate play. I actually don't think I've seen Duke use his ultimate once in this game.
I think you're right. I don't know if he's actually been in a position to use it at all, and that's honestly mostly on Afreeca being smart at playing around the cooldowns and playing around the only threat to their backline, which for now is Duke.
Well, he's coming in on the backside, looking for that Narbar. I think a hell of a lot of damage from Songyun, though. He's starting to build things back up. Cocoon lands onto Ixu, not necessarily the target that they want, but they are able to shred him down pretty low. Faker coming around the side, body slam connects onto him. He gets knocked in, but Wolf devours immediately. Chain of Corruptions will lock down the Tahm Kench, but they can't capitalize on that one. Another Cocoon comes in onto the Shen. Duke, three-man Gnar ultimate into the wall, and Mickey is able to flash away just in time. Has that Hex Drinker shield coming through to save his life. Meanwhile, they turn around. Yeah, Wolf goes down. They find Ixu on the side, but Faker, can he even finish him off? I don't know if he's going to be able to finalize that. Meanwhile, Songyun coming in, finds another kill onto Blank, takes him down. Ixu does fall to Faker, but now Faker and Bang yet again are the only two members of SKTelecom left alive. The Baron's there. Do Afreeca Freecs, do they go for it?
Oh man, this build from Songyun is so smart, and it's only now that SKT are picking up Magic Resist. With no Magic Resist, this build is shredding their front line. It will shred their back line if they get in range. And even though Baron spawns, smart for Afreeca to back away, pick up some more items, and SKT in a bit of disarray. Now, Duke finally gets the back line.
Yeah, this caught me so off guard. I wasn't ready for it, but he lined it up, but just couldn't do enough with this.
I mean, the QSS was the pickup from Songyun, so he's able to back away and just watch Songyun. He finally only now gets up his Biocane Barrage again, and with the Hurricane, all those on-hit effects get 100% efficiency. That's the thing that people forget with Hurricane, because you don't see on-hit builds, but even the side procs are shredding down the members of SKTelecom. They take the inhibitor, they back away. They're going to start to put some wards around the Baron. There's some good defensive vision available for SKT. And they need it, because the moment that we see this Kog'Maw free hit on Baron, it's going to be deleted.
I mean, I just think that going into game 2, for the first time in a long time, we're going to see Kog'Maw banned in LCK. Not something that I woke up and thought I would be saying today, Bob Smithy.
I think the ramifications are bigger than just this one game, because teams are drafting Tahm Kench in the first round, and Tahm Kench is impotent in this particular game. Afreeca doesn't have an Ashe that you can negate the ult of. Devour has very low value in this game unless you're devouring Kog'Maw, and then Afreeca have bigger problems because they let a Tahm Kench walk up to Kog'Maw.
Yeah, well, look at this. They're onto the Baron, and they are just shredding through this thing, even without a Mountain Drake. SKT going to pinch in, try to find the stop on this. Blank taking a hell of a lot, has to jump away with the Proto Belt, and the Freecs go back in. Ligura going to try to find this one. The Repel comes through. Can he get it? No! Blank will not be able to steal it away. Now comes down off that Repel, and he is going to get popped, knocked back in by the cask, and Mickey is able to finalize the kill. The rest of SKTelecom trying to disengage as best as they can. Looks like they will be able to limp out, but not having Blank, not getting that second Baron of the game. Freecs are completely poised to win this.
And this is nothing that the Anivia can do. Remember, the last pick was Anivia. Lane matchup against Varus, not that great, it's fine. He got a kill in lane, so he did his bit there, but against Varus Kog'Maw, Anivia's just going to be completely outranged. So you come back and wonder why exactly SKT went this way when they only had Duke as someone to actually assault the backline, and Duke can't get it done.
No, he can't. Now Afreeca looking for a second inhibitor as they move up to this top side. Songyun is just shredding everything as he goes into that W. Inhibitor exposed. It's going to go down, and SKTelecom just can't do a damn thing. Blank coming back up. We'll be looking to land a very crucial cocoon, but even then the front line of Afreeca is just so huge. And unless they catch somebody that's Mickey or Songyun, they just won't be able to kill him.
This is what being outcomped feels like. And it took all of us by surprise. First AD carry Kog'Maw in so long. Calling him an AD carry, given that he's not actually building attack damage, is I guess a bit of a misnomer.
He's got a scimitar.
He's a bit of a marksman, I would say, in this particular game.
Oh, you just made Riot really happy. They're like, yes, he's using the term.
We copyrighted that one, yay!
It's taken so long.
But
we made it, boys.
I just love it, given the current meta we're in, where Tahm Kench is such an important pick. Tahm Kench impotent in this game. Anivia, to a great degree, impotent in this game. But this game in particular is not over until the Nexus explodes, because Afreeca 5v5 team fighting at 6 items, I still do not believe they'll be able to do that. So, again, they've got a lot of leads. They've taken down 2 inhibitors. They're in the ascendancy, but the game's not over till this Nexus explodes.
Very true, but having 2 inhibs down is certainly damning for SKTelecom. Now losing their last outer tower. Wolf has to use the Devour there on Baker. Wolf having a ton of HP, but very few resistances. Look at this, he's got a Warbox. And then just a giant belt and 2 cloth armors. No MR here on the side of SKTelecom. And Songyun is still just shredding everyone.
3 inhibitors down. They're looking for the push Achilles, and this could be another Afreeca win. It'd be 3-0 on the season in game score between these two.
Really impressive from these guys. Now they're moving in. Nexus Tower is exposed. Duke not able to go in for the Gnar ultimate. Has to jump away. He's going to lose the Mega Form. Blank now going low. Has to repel up just to dodge that R from the Kog'Maw. Songyun's going low though. Can they find him? No, the heal and the Stand United comes through. It saves him at the last possible second. And Ixu isn't going to take any damage to be punished for that one. You see Wolf still getting shredded out, and SKT are just holding on by a thread, trying to make something happen. Duke desperately trying to build up that Gnar bar. Has the GA back up and available. Almost finds a kill on the Lyra actually. Now he has to retreat or else he's going to get popped. It's like he barely will get out with the GA still up. He can retreat back to the fountain, the mid lane, and hit. Had respawn, and Freecs burn right back through that one. And they will be able to disengage. Duke, no teleport, can't flank them. And they're just going to basically get away with murder inside the base of SKTelecom as it is in shambles.
You can just tell that SKT are not prepared for this Kog'Maw whatsoever. The team can't let you know, but the lack of an Aegis this game is so important. You look at the lineup, and especially if you don't have the items showing, you're like, well, why would you build an Aegis? There's no magic damage on this side. Songyun is doing 95% magic damage with this build. Corki might be 50-50. This is 95. Now, SKT are looking for an Elder Drake, would help them in team fights.
It's
Lyra's
really
there.
crucial for them. Lyra comes in, but it's going to be confirmed by Blank, who's going to flash away immediately. And now the rest of the Freecs are coming in. Ixu with a nice flash. Taunt not going to find anything, though. They go forward. Nice pillar there. Cass comes through, knocks back Faker, Blank, and Wolf. Wolf might just have to be the sacrificial lamb, but the flash is available. Ixu's still going to chase, but the taunt's not going to connect. Nice stun there by Faker. Finds two members who are both pretty low on the side of Afreeca Freecs, but now with 3 lanes of it, super creeps coming in, the Nexus is exposed, and SKTelecom are still in such a bind. They need to make this Elder Dragon work, and they need to do it right now, or else they are just going to lose the game.
But Afreeca are opting into fighting with Songyun at no health, with no lifesteal, in the 90 seconds of power with the Elder Dragon. This is the one time in the game where you take SKT in a fight 9 times out of 10. So back away, shop, buy your items, wait out 90 seconds. You've got much longer than 90 seconds to finish this game, and the health bar on Songyun and Mickey is far more important than finishing the game right now.
SKT miraculously holding on, but Nexus exposed. Top inhibitor going to be respawning shortly. It will be a slight reprieve for them. Even so, in such a bad spot. We're going to have our 3rd Baron of the game spawning in just 1 minute and 45 seconds. It might not even come down to that one. Afreeca Freecs might be able to close this out before that thing even comes into contention.
I haven't seen an approach to itemization and team comp this unique since perhaps the Juggernaut, which of course was the story of 2015, and Kog'Maw is the common champion between those two, but this item build and the way they're playing at Afreeca has been super interesting and impressive to watch, and it's out of nowhere. It's not like they alluded to this in any previous draft. You can tell that SKT haven't scrimmed against this from their item build and the final pick of Anivia. Now Afreeca, they're regrouped, they have only a 4,000 gold lead, but they keep Mickey and Songyun safe. The damage will certainly be there.
Yep. Well, now Afreeca Freecs back into the base. Be looking to take out that top inhibitor yet again. Duke does have the Gnar bar built up, but he's looking to play forward, trying to make something happen here for SKTelecom. Xu not going to take any damage from that. Now the super creeps meeting up at the inhibitor. Bot wave moving forward, mid crashing as well. Duke's just going to take so much damage as he transforms. Can he find a play? The flash is available, but he's just got no way to go in. Chain of Corruption locking him down. Devour comes through onto Silver, trying to keep him alive. Duke going pretty low, about to lose that Mega Gnar. He's going to get popped. The GA will resurrect him, but it might be too little too late as some Afreeca Freecs move in onto the Nexus. Blanks in the backside, trying to find Mickey. Songyun just shreds through Duke, and he's looking to shred through the rest of the team. Blank's going to have his Guardian Angel pop, and I think this might be it here for SKTelecom. Ixu goes forward, finds Wolf. He will be able to get the shield Devour onto Faker, trying to spit him out to save his life, but it's just not going to happen. They find 1 kill onto Lyra, but it does not matter. Afreeca Freecs in 41.5 minutes will take down SKTelecom T1 in Game 1.
Amazing performance from Afreeca, and something new, something homebrew, something Afreeca, and this is what this team can do, and that's why it's so exciting that once again it's looking like they'll be in position to assault the playoffs. You think back to spring, the comeback trail, the 7-2 in the second round robin to make it, and then there's no other word for it. They choked in their first ever playoff match against Jin Air in the wildcard match. They've gone away, they've got more experience, they're more level-headed. I'd love to see them in the playoffs again, because you'd have to think that they're, again, the dark horse, and it's lovely having a dark horse in the league that's not just the Rocks Tigers, but having a team like Afreeca that on their day can beat teams like SKTelecom. They did it in the first round robin, and they just did it again.
Yeah, they did it in such convincing fashion. Songyun definitely got to be the MVP of that one with the Cog'Maw. 6-1 and 6 to scoreline in the end. 18,500 gold. And the next closest was Bang with 17.7. So just had a crushing defeat over SKTelecom. Faker only coming in at 15.1. That Cog'Maw just got rolling. And my God, it just stayed on top the entire time. That was just a beautiful performance by Songyun.
SKT always has an answer. You think of Faker having a massive champion pool. You think of the late game decision making that has been a trademark of this team. SKT, both in the drafting phase and the game, clearly from their items, clearly from their playstyle, had no idea what to do against this on-hit Cog'Maw build.
Oh my God. I'm shocked that Songyun actually didn't do the most damage, but look at that. 55,000 damage to champions in a 41.5, 43.5 minute game. That's absurd.
That's just Varus things, though.
That's still nuts. Even when we've seen Varus numbers go to about 1,000 DPM, you know, it's not in that 55,000 range. That is he's really overcapping on that one.
Well, this game starts early. Of course, 2 p.m. start here in Korea, but I think SKTelecom finally are awake and alert because they may lose another series to Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, that would be pretty damning for them and really good for Afreeca and their playoff bid here in LCK Summer. See if they're able to close it out when we come back for Game 2. That would be a crushing defeat here for SKTelecom. We'll see what happens when we return in just a few.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive if I quit calling you my lover. Move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe, shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come out. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches.
오늘 첫 방인데 떨리지 않아요?
이제 인터뷰 들어가겠습니다. 3, 2, 1. 유현출, 은정이 어딨어?
미아 발생, 조직 미아.
비공감이 쏟아지고 있어요.
은정아 어딨니? 은정아!
오늘부터 실종 전담반을 맡게 된 전용준이다.
용산, 상암, 해운대. 뭔가 이상하지 않아요?
사라진 사람들이 한둘이 아니야. 단서가 더 필요해. 단서가.
광주에서 발견된 실종자가 있었어.
기억이 나지 않아요.
민인이? e스포츠에 성지로 가봐야겠어.
용산이 아니라 상암이라고! 속보입니다. 강민이 자택에서 숨쉰 채 발견됐다는 소식입니다.
핑이 400을 넘고 있어요.
Don't forget, when I signed this, there's no going back.
결정적 단서가 될 것 같은데.
오빠 오늘 버스 태워줄래요?
난 불온중걸.
일주일에 800, 한 달에 3,000포인트.
캐시는 500.
전술들과 활성화, 석양. 거부할 수 없는 제안을 하죠.
막타를 못 먹겠어.
말레이는 가지 말랬지? 잊혀질 수 있을 거라 생각했어?
그럼 게임 한번 시작해볼까?
싸웠지만 잘 졌다. 강프닝 제작진이 선사하는 초대형 액션 블록버스터 OGN 실종 전담반.
All right, welcome back, guys. Your MVP from Game 1. Of course, it's Songyun. 6-1-6, 80% kill contribution, and just one hell of a monstrous performance on that Cogmaw. Good God.
And this is why it's exciting to watch Afreeca every time they hit the rift, because sometimes you watch them in the early game, they just chain feed, they make every mistake in the book, they can lose to anyone. But against some of these top teams, as we jump into a weird overlay here, they can do things like this, and it came out of nowhere. There was no warning. We had no idea there would be a Cogmaw lock today.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, there was a Cogmaw over in Europe, but that was the
It
power
was
of
an
an
AP.
evil AP mid lane Cogmaw. But this was certainly not an AD Cogmaw, but it was a Cogmaw in the AD carry role. And going for this on-hit build with the Rage Blade as the final item was doing so much magic damage, and SKTelecom were just honestly outpicked and outfought because they didn't build the right items. There was no magic resist from either Faker or no Aegis from Wolf, no Locker. He went for a Warmogs, which of course is just going to be shredded even easier by the Cogmaw. And in general, they didn't have the tools from the draft or necessarily the item builds to handle the Cogmaw. And for the first time since the Juggernaut days, Cogmaw ran wild, and Afreeca are now poised to be the first team ever to go 4-0 over SKT in the regular season of the LCK.
Yeah, that they are. And that would be just a historic feat coming off the backside of Faker getting his historic 1,000 kills in Champions. Afreeca taking them down 4-0 would be just monumental here for this squad. We'll see if they're able to do it. But yeah, thank you guys for letting us know about the AP Cogmaw, and didn't get to see that game because I only watch competitive regions.
Oh boy.
That's why I don't watch NA either. No, I'm kidding. But also, speaking of Twitter, if you guys you saw the video there, the retrieval, I forget what it's called, but the retrieval squad with Cloud Templar and everybody trying to find Unjung and everything. If you go, OGN Global tweeted out a link, actually. You guys can watch that video with English subtitles on it so you can actually tell what the hell is going on, because I imagine it was pretty confusing for some of you guys watching at home that don't speak Korean.
Yeah, worth a second watch with the English subtitles for sure. Plenty of memes coming through there.
Oh yeah, it's
about top-level esports.
It is chock full of jokes for sure.
Speaking of jokes, let's see what SKTelecom does with the Cogmaw.
Oh.
Because, look, was there an element of cheese to the pick? Certainly, but the way that it was executed was beautiful to see from the Afreeca Freecs. And now the question is, do you actually feel like on blue side, which admittedly you get a bit more freedom with your bans on blue side, but Hecarim is a necessary ban against Ixu. I feel like SKT aren't going to ban the Kog'Maw and just work around it if we see a return to it. And honestly, there's no reason that Afreeca might not just digress and not play the Kog'Maw a second time, because they beat SKT with standard pick comps in the first round robin. They don't need to resort to cheese, but sometimes that cheese is just damn effective, Achilles.
Yeah, I think, well, SKTelecom, they're not going to ban it out. They actually ban out the Ashe.
And they're not going to take it away either.
Yeah. Something tells me Bang hasn't necessarily been practicing Kog'Maw in his spare time.
Hey, he played Misfortune just a couple of days ago.
That is true. That is very true. Well, maybe we'll see another surprise 80 carry pickup.
So we see the Malzahar ban on red side, despite Malzahar not being a pick in game one. The reason you do this is that you don't want SKT to have access to a safe blind pick mid laner. I think we're going to see Afreeca go for some kill pressure in the mid lane as they hover two champions that are fun in different ways.
Please God.
It's only 40. It's got 45 seconds to click something else.
You have a third game. It's okay. Just go ahead. Lock this in, please.
If they 4-0'd SKT with Teemo, they would never end that particular. That would just be heard forever.
You can't live that down. I mean, Doa mentioned it. I believe it was yesterday on the broadcast. The Teemo pick that came out of the Turkish region was actually just fully intentionally locked in, and he ended up getting a pentakill in the game. So you can find success with Teemo.
Well, that's what we have to learn, right? You need to have heart. You need to want the Teemo. Otherwise, the Teemo just can't perform.
Yeah, that's why most people don't win with Teemo. It would appear. But we will have Trundle and Rek'Sai picked up here. We'll see if, again, Snowflower is going to be using that in the support role. So a bit of a flex. Well, Blank hovering the Sejuani. So we're just showing a bunch of stuff that we haven't seen.
Interesting to see Lira just lock in Rek'Sai. Could have just taken away the Elise, but Elise win rate clearly down for Blank, because given that he lost in game one.
They're a lock it.
And they lock in the Sejuani.
Okay.
Very interesting. Now,
I'm intrigued.
Around the world, we see some riskier jungle picks come through off and on. Now, we see in this region in China, Hecarim's been a big pick. And when you're against a jungle like Graves, you can get away with champions like Hecarim that have that less of the ability to skirmish early. And Kha'Zix is another one that's big in the LPL. Kha'Zix hasn't been successful here, but Sejuani against Rek'Sai, sure, skirmishing early won't be great. Sure, can be invaded on. But in a meta where there's a lot of lane swaps, you can get a lane swap as Sejuani, baby her through to level 6. Finally, you're going to have some Titanic engage from the jungle.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking to land those massive
Kog'Maw
ultimates.
again.
And it is locked in here for Songyun. Mickey is again hovering over this Yasuo, but we'll go back to Shen, so we'll have Snowflower playing that Trundle at support. And Mickey will get his last pick against Faker, who's going to be going in blind. See what he wants to opt for.
Will he look for something like the LeBlanc, which is super risky in this game, but an outside possibility? Looking to draft in this particular round a top laner or support and a mid laner.
They just go back to the Azir. They will. They lock this one in. And it's looking like it might be Gangplank.
I mean, it's against
big
the
counter,
Shen.
Yeah, big counter against that Shen. They will lock it in. So SKTelecom showing their full hand now with that Tom Kench at support with a Sivir in the bottom side. So now mid pick here for Mickey. What does he go for? Something that we've seen work in this matchup for people that aren't playing against Faker is the Talia. But Mickey, the self-proclaimed best Vladimir world.
Well, they coaxed it out of him eventually in that interview.
Yeah, they kind of forced him to say that.
He's been playing a lot of the Vladimirs, 5-1 this season. Certainly some mid laners have struggled to actually translate the Vladimir into big wins, and on patch 6.13, Vladimir's power has at least been delayed or dialed back for early in the game, but 10% bonus damage from that Kog'Maw would be a nice spot to be in, and it's worth noting that Songyun isn't necessarily tethered to going to the on-hit build that he went in game one. I don't think SKT will repeat their mistakes with a low magic resist if Vladimir is locked in, because it's going to be a big AP threat, so it will be Vladimir. Magic resist is stacked from SKT. They now have some good initiation options as well, Achilles. That's one thing that Sejuani can do, is initiate, and they also have the Cannon Barrage. So the interesting thing there is that you put the Cannon Barrage, massive AoE, massive slow, and it ensures that QSS isn't enough to negate all of the initiation from SKT, because QSS, excellent against Sejuani, but nigh on useless against the Cannon Barrage.
Yeah. Also have that Emperor's Divide. You can just do the Shurima Shuffle, insert yourself into that backside, push Songyun forward, try to get the pick that way. But again, a big tanky front line here for Afreeca Freecs, and this was something that SKTelecom struggled getting through by that mid to late point of the game with the Shen, with the Stand United, keeping Songyun alive on that final push. So SKTelecom, their backs up against the wall. Gonna be looking to find a victory here and take us to a game 3.
And the most empowered player this game is Lyra. He's on Rek'Sai in a massively advantageous matchup against the Sejuani. So can Afreeca snuff out a lane top? They can force 2v2 and then play around the relative power in the skirmish with Rek'Sai versus Sejuani. They can get the snowball on early, they can get the on-hit build on from Kog'Maw, and they can take it down in the mid game. But in the ultra late game, SKT have about as fearsome a 5v5 comp as you could ever ask for.
It's just gonna come down to, can they make it work? Didn't go so well in game 1 where they had that great scaling, couldn't hit that point. Got too far behind. Now Afreeca looking to close it out with a 2-0. Let's go ahead, get right into game 2 and see if they can do it. All right, here we are. Game 2. And SKTelecom fans are trying to instill some confidence and lend them their energy via their cheers.
I don't mind Afreeca returning to the Kog'Maw with the draft that SKT took, because you kind of compare the champions. You kind of have to between the two games. The Anivia and the Azir have pretty similar identities. Both of them are better at kiting back. I guess Azir can make aggressive plays, but obviously we've seen that deprioritized with some of the nerfs towards, you know, the lack of shielding that's been gone for a long time. But Faker does play an aggressive Azir when he gets the chances to. But regardless, not that much difference. Mostly kite-based mages. That's a really good.
Ooh, that is a very good bang drawing right there. His hands look a little like they suffered from some third-degree burns, but the face is on point.
Where SKT have changed is bringing in this Sejuani. So Elise definitely doesn't have a lot of tools actually initiating past tanks into a Kog'Maw, but Sejuani has the Glacial Prison, and that onto the Kog'Maw will help them. But then you look at the top lane, it's not Gnar. There is no threat of the Gnar ultimate. So there are windows for SKT to close in onto this Kog'Maw, but not necessarily much more than they had available to them in Game 1. They returned to the Tahm Kench, they returned to a lot of what made their Game 1 draft strong, but Afreeca played around that one expertly, and they'll try and do that again here.
Yep. Well, Duke can go ahead and have to back off, as the lane swap did come through from Afreeca Freecs. So this will delay him a good bit, and getting that gangplank a little bit further behind is going to be a pretty good thing.
But it comes at a cost, Achilles. When you opt into a lane swap, you do stop the gangplank from just wailing away on the Shen and getting a big CS advantage, but as I touched on in the draft, you do open up Blank to have a very safe jungle clear.
Yeah.
So the advantage here for Afreeca is they baby Ixu through the laning phase, but I think the cost of letting Sejuani safely farm through to level 6 is a pretty steep one to pay.
See, so just going to have the standard swap as both of these squads start whittling down the towers. It's like Afreeca might have the better wave up at the top side for now, but SKTelecom won't be too far behind. Meanwhile, in mid, Faker's playing really far forward, trying to bully out Mickey. So now his cooldown's up, he's going to have to just go ahead and flash away. Still takes a bunch of damage on the backside of that one. So Flash does get the ghost out of Mickey, but Mickey's going to be happy with that exchange in the end.
Yeah, Rek'Sai. No ability to close that much distance with the flash, so smart of Lyra to back away. Does force Azir into backing and just picking up a second Doran. So Ghost never a really massive cooldown to waste in the early game when it's just at that 3-minute cooldown.
Yeah. See where Faker wants to go with this build early, if he wants to get some magic resist in or go straight for the Nashor's Tooth.
And will Afreeca just return to the 2v2 where they overextended in Game 1 and gave up a kill? knowing that now you don't necessarily have to respect the Sejuani gank pressure at level 4 in comparison to the Elise that had so many more options to actually pick up the kill.
Su just holding that away for a little bit there. We'll be able to clear out the tower. Keep things even thus far.
You can note the difference.
Yeah, they're swapping back down to the bottom side, so we'll be avoiding the 2v2.
You know the difference is that SKTelecom forced the 2v2, then ganked the lane, this time with the Sejuani, and not having the Elise pressure. They just choose to opt into that extended lane swap and continue Sejuani getting free farm, which seems to be their priority, is getting blank through to level 6.
Yeah. Songyun looking to go back to a very similar build as he's got that dagger in the inventory.
Run, Lyra.
That, okay.
Smite just came back
yeah,
up.
Smite just in time, so calculated, you could say, but that was a bit of a close one.
Lane swap continues. Farm onto Sejuani continues, and by the time we get to any semblance of 2v2, I think we're going to have level 6 observed. So I'd say the early game to the advantage of SKT, and they also do, even though it's only a couple of CS, have Gangplank in a comfortable spot as well.
The only worrisome thing is going to be Bang right now. He's about 11 behind. Songyun opting to go straight for that Coalfield's Warhammer. And now Snowflower actually going to come up here and support Ixu, so this is an adaptation that we don't see a whole lot.
It used to be pretty standard, but we haven't seen supports with top laners for a really long time. Lane swaps have become pretty brainless, honestly, ever since the trinkets were changed, honestly, and you didn't have the ability to really scope out level 1s. It's become pretty much lane swap, because if you don't, you can get screwed. In this case, though, trying to allow the laning phase to extend a little bit. Snowflower's gone, and Ixu going to be predictably zoned away from this time.
Yeah. Still sticking around, though. Might just be trying to soak up that CS underneath the turret as best as he possibly can. Meanwhile, Lyra's coming down to the bottom
Tiamat
side.
as well.
He's looking for Duke. Duke does get a little bit of damage in on the Songyun. Has that movement speed increase from the barrels. Has to flash out there, but Lyra goes forward. He is going to go down. First blood yet again to Afreeca Freecs. Nicely done.
And the reason why that gank is so smart is they had no idea that Tiamat was on Rek'Sai, and that's why you didn't see a preemptive flash from Gangplank. If he had full information, he would have flashed early, because the counter flashes would always come through. They have so much damage between the Biocane Barrage and Tiamat Rek'Sai, and they take him down. So good use of incomplete information there to get first blood. And it doesn't go over to the Cogmore, but when you start Tiamat as Rek'Sai, it allows the Rek'Sai to at least move towards some tankiness to supplement the nice burst damage.
Yeah, you're going to be really happy with that one. So meanwhile, Bang and Wolf just going to be looking to knock down this tower as quickly as they can. Songyun and Snowflower running out of a wave, had to go proxy the next one. Moving in, wait, so they will be able to finish this one off now, and Duke is just saying, where do I go? I don't really have a safe place to roam to.
Actually a bit questionable that he returned to bot lane with no flash as a level 4 Gangplank, no defensive stats either. Was much smarter for him to just walk top lane and help with the turret push, but this will be at the cost of significant time. He doesn't get that turret gold either, so despite getting some nice CS in the first item at a good clip, he's now in the 1v1, but a bit behind his lane opponent.
Yep, and he is going to be losing out on this trade. Ixu already has that Bomby Cinder completed and gets a good amount of damage in.
Yeah, when you pull the sword through the enemy, the trade damage early, it's much higher than you really respect, and Gangplank isn't going to be running many resists, isn't going to be building tanky, and for now at least, Ixu trading very well with his opponent.
Yeah, you don't want to hit a point where you have to use the orange just to heal yourself, as we see Duke right there.
The sustain orange?
Yeah. I mean, you used to be able to do that with APGP. Miss those days.
Those days.
They think that they get you really low, and then all of a sudden you just heal yourself for 1400. Because his Cannon Barrage also scaled off of AP damage, so you would just melt people in team
I was
fights.
more of an AP Tryndamere player.
Oh, you're just the worst kind of person.
After the nerfs.
Doesn't watch good movies, plays AP Tryndamere. Faker, though, in a bad spot. Uses the Emperor's Divide, will be able to juke his way out of there. Doesn't have to use that flash again. Will keep himself safe. Nicely done. Mickey using that ghost again. Not going to be the most consequential thing.
He did use the Hema Plague though, which without any cooldown reduction
That is
a
true.
pretty heavy cooldown. Bang's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, that he is. Songyun already dishing it out. Wave was there, so it was kind of contributing to that damage coming through, but even so, that was a bit rough. Good arrival there by Wolf to consume him and keep him from taking any more.
Honestly, I'd like to see Sivir invest in a Vampiric Scepter this early in the game, because every time she walks up to a lane, she's taking 6 or 7 auto attacks. That's the reality of the extra range available with the W Max Cogmore, and having so little sustain, it just feels like every time Biocane Barrage is up, Sivir can't approach the minion wave because there's no sustain coming through from the Tahm Kench outside of the Relic Shield procs, and there's no sustain currently in the build from Sivir. So although there's Warlord's Bloodlust as the mastery choice, I just don't think it's enough sustain for the laning phase.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we've seen Bloodthirster becoming, really popular in the end game here, especially for Sivir. So having that Vampiric Scepter, even just to stay in the inventory for an extended period of time.
And look, skipping Vampiric Scepter, especially Warlord's Bloodlust, has become standard, second nature to these AD carries. But the lack of a second nature of dealing with the on-hit build in Game 1 was what really cost SKT, and you need to make those small adaptations when Songyun is really thinking out of the box.
Oh, Faker getting some good damage in on a Mickey now on his mid side. And with 2 members showing in that mid, SKTelecom feeling comfortable to go ahead and start up with the Social Drake. So this was the plan. You don't need a Vampiric Scepter. He'll just back off and just regen off with that Dragon. Mountain will be the second one spawning. And SKT rotate up to this mid side where just Lyra's sticking around, so they could get some damage in onto this.
But SKT won out in the objective trade there. They took the Drake while Gangplank was freezing in top. All Afreeca got was Cogmore freezing in bot lane, so extra objectives over the SKTelecom. Yeah, not in a gold lead though, as the CS lead between Songyun and Bang is what is really separating these two teams.
Yeah, and having Songyun in that much of a CS lead is gotta be a bit worrisome here for SKTelecom. Granted, as mentioned, they do have a lot more tools to get to the Cogmore to lock him down, but even so, having him get further and further ahead of your Sivir is just a very scary thing.
They can also build an Aegis and really diminish the damage in the mid game from this Cogmore. You're against a Vladimir, so Aegis is already a necessity, but Magic Resist was not a stat they built in Game 1 and cost them. They will naturally itemize it in Game 2, and it'll be interesting to see if Songyun actually digresses and builds some physical damage. Otherwise, Afreeca is going to be very light on AD damage. But so far, it's the Wit's End, so I'm guessing it's just going to be the same build from Songyun, and that's where the Magic Resist from SKT is really going to come up strong.
Won't be able to cleanse off that taunt. Still is just taking a beating from Ixu right now. He's just unrelenting on this Shen. And you got to think maybe taking the Thunderlords on the GP was a bit of an oversight. Might have wanted to go for something a bit more tanky as far as the Keystones go.
Thunderlords, Trinity Force Rush, no sign of any Magic Resist. If you're not harassing in the early game and getting yourself into an item lead, you can see the cost of the laning phase for Duke.
Getting yourself into the 2v2, it took so long, and by that time Ixu had already gotten enough farm to come in with that Bomby Cinder for the extra little bit of HP and that periodic damage. So when he gets on top of Duke, even if he cleanses off the taunt, he doesn't do a whole lot because he's still taking that damage every second.
What next for the Afreeca Freecs?
They're looking for a play onto this bottom side. Ixu sticking around in the base. Might be looking for the Stand United.
SKT don't have vision, so Smart Lady's going to back away. Their vision, as you could see, was very disconnected from where the minion wave was, so will not make the same mistake that Songyun made when he got ganked in Game 1 around this time.
That's good. Well, they're just going to go ahead and group back up into this mid side. They do have a Freecs pinching down from below them. Spot him on that one ward. Standing
there we go.
Here comes Mickey. There's another Hemo Flag. I'm not sure if they really found anybody. Wolf does devour Bang, but they don't have too many places they can run to. Big whiff there from Blank. Ultimate not going to connect. And that should just be the disengage. So a lot used on either side, but no one going to go down in that fight.
Afreeca, Mickey was too aggressive. Songyun was just around the Drake when he went for that Flash Ghost initiation with Hemo Plague, so they got no value. Doesn't have Hurricane either for really strong skirmishing in a 3v3, so Afreeca overinvest and get no gain from that. And all the while Duke just farmed up in top and is now opening himself up a bit of a CS lead over Ixu.
Yeah, very much needed. It does have, like 1.5 waves crashing in though for Ixu. Meanwhile, on the mid side, Faker goes in onto Mickey. He's eating those tower shots, but Wolf is there for the Devour, and that's going to be SKT putting one on the board. Nicely played. Faker on the Azir. Who would have guessed it? He's making plays.
And the difference this game is that Vladimir's wave clear is a lot less reliable than what the Varus had in game 1, so SKT will continue to rotate around this mid lane turret. If they can take out the outer mid lane turret, suddenly the safe farm for Vladimir and Kog'Maw is going to be much more difficult to pull off. In this game, they can stick Vladimir in a side lane when his summoners are up because he can be relatively safe, but they don't necessarily have a global onto that Vladimir, and if they park Kog'Maw on the inner mid lane turret with no Hurricane, the map pressure for SKT will be very significant over what Afreeca can muster.
Well, nicely done there by Faker. Does inch SKTelecom into a very slight lead, but not much of one. The Ocean Drake, of course, not going to be contributing much to them at this point in time. It'll help them out a little bit later on. But they need to just keep this ball rolling and not let Afreeca stand on firm ground again in this game, because once they let that happen in game 1, we saw exactly how the rest of that matchup went.
And no rush on the Aegis. It might have to be Aegis from the support, given that you see a Glacial Shroud in the inventory from Sejuani. Might be looking to invest into a Frozen Heart. Sejuani can have some mana issues in the early game, so it might just be an Aegis after Glacial Shroud, but whenever a team fight occurs and there's no Locket on the side of SKT, you have to really like Afreeca in a 5v5.
Yeah, the attack speed reduction onto Songyun would be pretty crucial though, so the Frozen Heart is certainly something that should be picked up. Mickey wrapping around finds Duke. Stand United is available here for Ixu should he need to channel it. Mickey's going to go pretty low. Now here comes Blank, wrapping around the other side. Cannon Barrage comes down. He throws down the Hemo Plague, trying to get a heal off of that.
That was cute.
Yeah, the barrel chain's not going to come through. And just kind of playing Ring Around the Rosie. Ring Around the Bramble Pit. Whichever. Meanwhile, Freecs splitting in this bottom side. Wolf sticking in underneath this tower.
Getting a lot of damage.
Wailing away on this thing. Pillar thrown down so the Tom Kench can't get near him, but SKTelecom, they're going to match this. They get the tier 1 in mid. They might just continue this push.
And they're against a Vladimir with no summoners, no Hemo Plague, so it made sense for them to posture forward, and it also relieves pressure off the bot lane inner turret. So well done by SKT. They out-macroed Afreeca in that particular situation.
Yeah, that's perfectly timed for this Mountain Drake to spawn. Afreeca, of course, clearing out that Scuttle Crab, so they'll have the vision right in front of the pit. SKT need to now work their way inward to try to take control of the area. Duke's going back up top. Cannon Barrage is down, but the teleport is there, so he can join up. Freecs are going to start this up. They drag it out.
A lot of big cooldowns are down, though. Cannon Barrage down. Sejuani ult down. Hemo Plague down.
Mickey has the fast track, though. Faker's just now coming through. Blank walks forward. Could just be the Smite War coming out. We'll see who's going to come out on top of this one. It's going to be Lyra as he takes it away. Blank doesn't make it out. One last auto attack there from Songyun, was able to finish off the Sejuani, and another kill goes on the board here for Afreeca Freecs, plus a Mountain Drake. You got to be happy about that one.
Yeah, a bit of an unnecessary mistake from SKT. That's not the sort of mistake this squad usually makes, and if someone does, it's Blank. He's the one, unfortunately, that conceptualizes some of these skirmishes poorly, because his late game team fighting has been pretty damn good on the whole, but walking up against an 800 range AD carry, or thereabouts, 700 plus with the Biocane Barrage, no ultimates available for SKT. It was going to be either one kill for the Drake or one kill and the Drake, and unfortunately for SKT, that undoes some of their good work in the last few minutes.
Yeah, that it does. Just 200 gold separating these teams in 17 minutes. So it's certainly tight-knit. SKTelecom going to look to be proactive as they move over towards this Rift Herald, though. Burn this one out and likely give the buff over to Duke, who's roaming over at the moment. So they're still going to try to net something. Lyra spots them out, throws down a ward, but there's no way in hell that he's going into that pit.
I'm really excited for the next team fight. I want to see a 5v5 because the Aegis is not there. Wit's End shreds magic resist, which buffs Kog'Maw's own damage, but guess who else can profit there? There is this Vladimir who will be entering these fights. The Hemo Plague, the AoE is all going to be benefiting from the shred on the side of the Wit's End. So good synergy between those two.
Lyra pushing really far forward. Pretty fearless on this Rek'Sai. Gotten pretty tanky. He has that Cedar Hole for the Spectre's Cowl and the Mertred, so it's hard to lock him down and burst him out. So he's free to just push forward, keep vision with that Tremor Sense on the members of SKTelecom, and clear out some of this vision and get some of his own down as Afreeca are starting to pinch in onto this bottom tier 2.
I want to see Afreeca focus on Baron from around the 20 to 23 minute mark, get the pink wards down. They can shred it down, and also SKT have no magic resist or tankiness. They've all built for damage. It's a super squishy side of SKT at 1-2 items. So Afreeca will be happy to turn and pick up Hemoplague into the Hurricane Cogmore damage as well. So Baron is definitely the battlefield of choice for Afreeca at this point in the game.
I mean, we saw how quickly they shredded it in the last game, and they didn't have the Mountain Drake at that point. So now with the Mountain Drake, that thing is going to just completely melt. Mickey going to get jumped on here. Not going to throw out that ultimate. He still has the Sanguine Bullet. He's going to go up
Songyun.
as that goes. Yeah, Songyun getting jumped on, has Stand United coming through, so Shen going to try to join the fight. Now it's broken out. Blank going to be the target of choice here from the side of Afreeca Freecs, and he's going to go down. Snowflower finds the kill. Emperor's Divide to use it now. Duke come wrapping her on the backside. Songyun's going to fall. He cannot finish it off. Bang. And now SKT, this is their time to turn things around. Exhaust on the Ixu, taken down by Duke. It's going to be a 2-for-1 so far. Can they find Mickey is going to be the question. He doesn't have any summoner spells, but SKTelecom are out of ways to close the gap, so he will be able to lift his way out of this one, but SKT coming out on top.
Yeah, if the Baron was a good battlefield, this is not one. They had incomplete vision during this engage. Songyun has to use his flash instantly at the start, and it's a really nice teleport from Duke. It looks like it's too defensive, but the moment that SKT get this big Emperor's Divide, funnel 3 people into the chain link barrels, so many low health members on Afreeca, their comp only works just like in game 1 when both Cogmore and the mid laner are alive, and now it's actually SKT pushing up to Baron.
Not gonna take it quite yet. Pretty risky as it's only been spawned for 15 seconds.
If Azir and Civil were both there, then they certainly have good Baron damage themselves.
Afreeca, of course, will be able to realize that with the Azir on the enemy squad, and no vision in Baron, that it very much is a possible attempt from SKTelecom, so likelihood of success there be somewhat limited, but you never know. We've seen some very creative Baron takeaways so far this split.
Afreeca will just go push up the waves, try and clear vision around that Baron that we already mentioned is a big objective for them. This time it is Vampiric Scepter in the inventory, but not from Sivir. It's actually completed by the Cogmore. So heavily expecting Blade the Ruin King to be the next option. Otherwise might just be sitting on the lifesteal for now.
Looking for more kiting potential. That's slow on the active.
More percentage HP damage.
That too. Not only just in the consume, but the on hit. So it'll still be a very scary Cogmore no matter what you do.
Sivir's pushed up in bot lane, so no way to react to the pressure from Afreeca on the top side. But predictably, 4-1 is enacted. I guess it's more of a 1-3-1 for now, but Afreeca will move around, trying to claim as much vision around Baron as they can.
So far, SKTelecom's only been able to scrounge up about 1,000 gold to really separate the two teams, so still Afreeca, a very scary spot. Saw everybody collapsing in onto Songyun in that last fight in the bottom side of the map, and if it weren't for that, Bang would not have been able to get out of there, and it would have just been a 2-for-2, so good target selection coming through from SKT does net them that very slight lead.
I like the itemization choice from Duke. Now, he had a Dirk in the inventory. Everyone's just filling in their head the Yomu's Ghost Blade, but went for the more. Magic resist, such an important stat. Aegis now completed for Wolf as well. SKT have many more tools in these mid-game fights than they actually opted into in game 1.
Fighting around this Baron, though, that's going to be the big question. No one from the side of SKTelecom is nearby, and it looks like it could just be Lyra and Ixu trying to knock this one down.
Slowest Baron.
Really slow Baron attempt.
I mean, you can't really respect this. You come and put wards down because that's what you do. So here's the sense. We still don't see any wards from Wolf. They have no idea this is happening, because who would do a 2-man Baron with these two people?
Well, Songyun now roaming down. SKTelecom
they have no idea.
Themselves a Mountain Drake. This thing's still at half HP. Lyra's going low, but now Snowflower and Songyun are here. That's going to be Baron in 23 minutes. And SKTelecom, they got to be slapping themselves on the face after that. Just no vision in the area whatsoever. No idea that it was even happening.
But I mean, how can you respect a 2-man Baron that was predominantly done by Shen and Rek'Sai? It's just such an edge case situation. SKT thought they were just taking a free objective and avoiding a gank brush or something like that, but the cost is much heavier. This is like a completely unexpected Baron from Afreeca, but it's what we asked them for around this timer, 20 to 23 minutes.
Oh, well, they're looking for more here. Stand United coming through. Lyra with that double tunnel, but a nice Emperor's Divide is there. And Ixu, you can't tunnel through that, buddy. Faker going to try to retreat, but a nice pillar coming through, but the ultimate is there from Blank, the Glacial Prison, to lock them all up. The Figure will remain safe for the time being, but they had to throw out 3 ultimates just to save his life.
Sangyu didn't have flash in that fight, so perhaps he'll be a little bit relieved. He needs that up for any type of a reliable team fighting. Damage is still mostly Sangyu in these fights at 2 items.
Mickey will be getting there, has that Proto Belt completed alongside that Spirit Visage, so we'll see where he wants to go now. If he wants to go for more aggressive build, go heavy on the AP, or if he wants to keep it very tanky.
Well, if I know Mickey, when we saw him in this similar scenario a couple of days ago, it looked like it was going to be a Rylai's and it was a Death Cap. So we could definitely see Death Cap in this game. But needlessly large rod into situational is probably going to be his takeaway in that situation. Burst build from Bang. We've seen more and more AD carries do this, go for the Infinity Edge second over something like a Zeal item.
They did this in game 1, and in the end it didn't help out so much with the very big front line. They're going to use on the Hunt here, go on to Mickey. He has that Hemo Blank down. They're going to try to burst him out. He'll get, never mind, the heal not going to be enough to save him, and Bang will come up with a kill. Nicely played there by SKTelecom. This opens them up to pinch into this mid side.
Yeah, they're way out of position, all of them back. They realize they're going to be giving up an inner turret. They ping onto the inhibitor turret. They are in position to defend that, though.
SKTelecom, though, now pushing into these Baron-empowered members of Afreeca Freecs. Songhyun, the one they have to worry about. Lyra was looking for an opportunity to pinch in from below. Couldn't find it, though. And SKTelecom will just walk away with a turret and a kill. So nicely done by them. They'll still keep them about 1,000 gold in the lead, but that's with a 2-tower lead over top of Afreeca.
That was poor situational awareness from Mickey. He proto-belted aggressively onto the Sivir and died with both summoners up. No vision for it. Sure, it is a Mickey special.
I don't know if I've ever heard those two things associated. Poor situational awareness and Mickey.
It was just laziness from him, honestly, because he just did the simple math of like, well, we have Baron. They're not going to want to fight me. I have both summoners, I'll be K, and instead they just all collapsed and took him down. So.
And he didn't use any summoners.
I mean, I think he was probably dead anyway, unless he used them instantly, but his first thought was aggression, and by the time he was like, oh crap, it was too late.
Ah, the story of Mickey. Even in some of his best games with his best performances, he just does these weird suicidal runs into the middle of multiple members of the enemy.
But that's Mickey, right? You take the good with the bad. That's the reality of him as a mid lane. He usually absorbs multiple bans also, so
yeah,
he's worth it for the upside of the Mickey games, like the last time they played SKT.
Oh, Lyra in a bad spot. Emperor's Divide coming out here from Faker. Lyra just trying to make it over the wall. Will be able to flash. And the Stand United comes through. Now, Bang. Not going to get aggressed on there by Ixu. Thought maybe this would have been a bad situation for the Sivir. Never mind, it actually is going to be the Hemo Blank. Mickey going really aggressive, comes in. Cannon Barrage thrown down, but it doesn't matter. The Hemo Blank pops, and there goes Bang. Wolf now in a bad spot as well, has that shield still available. And SKT are going to try to turn this around to some degree, but Ixu is a very tanky Shen. He's going to be able to dash out of there. Meanwhile, Songhyun starting to whittle down this tower. It will get cleared out there by Duke, but man, Mickey going ham right as I ridiculed him. He must have heard me talking about him and he had to prove me wrong, so nicely done by him.
That's why he's such an important player, is that he has the mindset of an aggressive pick, playmaking mid laner. It's the thing that separates someone like Mickey from someone like Kuro. Kuro is a defensive-minded mid laner, which works very well, especially when he outskills his opponent. But when you're someone like Mickey, who definitely doesn't outskill Faker, but has the same aggressive mindset, you know, 1 out of 2 times he'll certainly mess up, as we saw. But I mean, this is Mickey going all in at the right time, and the end result is a pick and a turret for Freeca Freecs.
I mean, it was also just Bang recalling in such a poor spot. Not sure why you would do that when you just saw the enemy in that side of the jungle. Again, guys, just back to the towers. Just go to the turret. It'll protect you. The turrets love you.
I just love how both players think the enemy is learning. They're like, well, he just died proto-belting after me, so he's not going to die. Oh, okay, he died me again. Okay. You don't need to give too much rope for Mickey to try to hang himself or hang you.
That's about as hard as you can possibly dive as Vladimir. Ghosting in Proto-Belt plus Flash to get on top of him, drop the Hemo Plague, and then just walk out like nothing.
Mickey goes ham, man. He always has.
Yep.
Made his debut upsetting Najin as Anarchy with the Z pick. He Don't see enough of the Z anymore, sadly, but...
Well, maybe we'll see his Corki again. Now that Fury has
Oh,
brought that
man.
this new and interesting build to the forefront, maybe we'll see those wonderful just one-man Valkyrie dive into the entire enemy team.
He's a playmaker. That's why he needs playmaking opportunities. It's why I hate seeing him on Karma. Like, you can playmake on Karma, but it's more about utility. He made it as a believer of his Azir with a very impressive performance in the past couple of months, but you give him an assassin, you give him even the Vladimir, which can be a control mage, and his aggression is clear to see.
Oh boy, well, Mickey's benching back in here. Wolf gonna devour onto Bang, trying to keep him alive. Flashes away, but Faker's just getting jumped on, has that shield, but it's not gonna last. He falls, Mickey finds the kill. Now Blank is gonna go down, as is Wolf, and Afreeca Freecs are taking hold of this game. Finally found a lead. That's gonna be a 3-for-0, maybe more, as they do get that slow onto Duke, but he fires back, and Snowflower says, all right, buddy, I'm gonna back off. But Afreeca Freecs, as a team, they're gonna keep pushing forward. They want this tier 2 in mid.
If anything, this comp from Afreeca is more reliable than the one in Game 1 because they had to worry about 2 backliners in Game 1, Varus and the Cogmore. Now Mickey's on Vlad. We know his aggression on this champion. No one is getting in the same area code as the Cogmore.
Oh my god, Duke getting jumped on, can't get out of there. Songyun finds the kill. They have so much time. They're gonna be able to take this inhibitor.
Yeah, Cogmore free hitting again, Achilles, both in the fight and that extra kill. Inhibitor down, Freecs will be up in 5, so no more, but Afreeca Freecs looking to become the first team ever to 4-0 SKTelecom in the regular season of the LCK.
This is such an impressive performance here by Afreeca Freecs. Let's look at this again.
I mean, Lyra just buys time, and the key to Afreeca's Cogmore comps has been strong front lines, Trundle support, Shen, Rek'Sai, and Songyun walks in late, but there's no damage on SKT to take down these front lines, and now they have Vladimir to put down the Hemo play, create chaos, Protobelt, Ghost, and Flash. No way for Duke to get anywhere near this fight. His front line is entirely absent, and, well, they're going to turret dive, take some turrets, take an inhibitor. They'll give up an Ocean Drake, but the Drakes have been with SKT most of this game.
Will they give up an Ocean Drake?
They will.
Okay, well, they'll give it up, but they might find something for it. They're running around, they're scrambling, trying to find members of SKT, but they won't be able to pinch in on them in the end. But, you know, something that I want to kind of go back to was what happened in the pick and ban. Because even before Game 1 started, you mentioned it, Songyun, the Ashe, not really a choice that has worked out for them. SKTelecom banned the Ashe in their third ban rotation instead of this Cogball that just raised hell in Game 1.
And this is just confidence from SKT. They thought they could play around it. They went for the Sejuani, but it's not Sejuani Gnar, it's Sejuani Gangplank, so it's a bit scattered. It's not necessarily more engaged than they had in Game 1. And it feels like their first thought of we need true engage was right, but their next thought of how they put together the composition didn't necessarily give them more options against Cogmore. It was the Baron sneak that opened up this game, and maybe the second Baron will cement it.
Well, we almost had 3 there.
Going down slowly.
It is going down a bit slowly. Cannon Barrage thrown out, but Blank just gets jumped on, and he is melted. The Sejuani is gone, and Wolf is going to follow suit. 2 members of SKTelecom going down with little effort from Afreeca Freecs. They will answer one onto Mickey and delay the Baron for the time being, but they're going to turn right back onto this Songyun. Has all of the damage necessary to burn through this, and Lyra is just an unstoppable force on this Rek'Sai.
Mickey doing his job, though, occupying both Azir and Sivir now. Still an element of a risk returning to the Baron.
Well, here they go. They're going to try to get onto Duke now. No, Bang. Sixu dashes forward. He's going to take a plethora of damage from Faker, who's just whittling him down with these Sand Soldiers. That might be enough to stave them off from this Baron yet again.
All right, Afreeca, back away. You tried twice. I don't think you're going to get the Baron. They're going to try anyway.
No, it's okay. We have a wave in the mid side that they have to deal with, so let's just go for the Baron.
Well,
Duke throwing down the barrels, going to be looking for this one. Bang pitching in from the other side. Chunks them down with the boomerang. And it looks like Afreeca will finally back off, but they have super creeps pushing in onto the Nexus towers in SKT's base.
no guarantee that SKT will fully back off. You can see Duke in vision backing away. Okay, he completes his recall. Now he has teleport in about a minute.
Oh boy, Blank just trying to clear out that tunnel system, but Lyra says, get the hell away. Void rushes through, and
Azir and Gangplank in base.
They go straight back over to this one. Yeah, Duke doesn't have the Cannon Barrage, so he can't even contribute at the moment. SKT, the rest of them just have to try to buy some time. Snowflower does get chunked low, and that might finally be the actual back away here by Afreeca Freecs.
But will it be the back away from SKTelecom? You always worry about this Azir, Gangplank, and Sivir turning on the Baron and DPSing it down themselves, but have to respect that wave. Finally, Afreeca go back and buy, which they haven't been doing very much this game. Comically overstaying around Baron in that situation, which gave time for SKT to for everyone to shop, for everyone to get back. It looked like they were threatening the Baron, but realistically, they didn't have the damage to take it down at a reasonable speed.
Yeah. Bang now finally trying to get some grievous wounds to deny this healing that's coming through on the side of Songyun and Mickey.
This Kog'Maw build is pretty much set. He's ready to go.
Here we go. Well, Mickey is below them in the mid lane. Faker's roaming over to him, trying to keep him zoned off so the rest of the SKTelecom can pinch forward, but they're getting themselves in a pretty rough spot. The TP is going to be burned out here by Duke as they try to collapse in.
Here comes Mickey!
Juking his way in. That's going to be the Hemoblade down onto Faker. He uses the heal, the Emperor's Divide. The Devourer is there to try to keep him alive, but Wolf, can he do enough? Has to burn the flash, but the rest of SKTelecom is just falling apart on the other side of the wall. Duke is going to go down. Nicely timed. Sonya's there by Mickey, will keep him alive, and Faker falls in the end. That should be an ace coming through as Wolf is the only remaining member in Afreeca Freecs. They're going to go straight down the mid lane. They're going to take down SKTelecom 2-0 in just 35 minutes time.
Now, the one wrinkle is the minion wave, but they actually have some minions there. I think they've done it. I think they're going to 4-0 SKTelecom in the regular season, trying to take down those turrets. Afreeca Freecs, this was all about Mickey. Once again, Ghost, Flash, Protobelt, assassinated Bang. Assassination Vlad's not what we always see. Super effective, and congratulations, Afreeca Freecs. You have made SKT into an average team 2 series in a row.
4-0 in the summer split for Afreeca Freecs taking down SKTelecom. That is going to be a damn good feeling. You see the coaches coming into the booth completely ecstatic over the performance of this squad. And SKTelecom, what do you chalk it up to? Is it overconfidence? Is it complacency? There's so many things that they could have done differently, and I think taking away that Kog'Maw, or rather not taking it away, was one of the most damning things they could have ever done for themselves in this set.
I mean, one of the most famous results in the history of the LCK, and I guess champions you'd have to say, was CJ Entus being 3-0'd by MVP Ozone in the Summer 2013 finals. They thought they had the handle on a single pick, the Zed, and in 3 games, the Zed destroyed them. SKT thought they could make adjustments. They thought that the Sejuani would be the tonic to actually have engage onto Kog'Maw. But with the last pick, Vladimir, honestly, the Vlad did the heavy lifting. No one got near the Kog'Maw because they had to peel off the Vladimir, and they got DPS down by the Kog'Maw again. So yeah. SKT had a bad read on how to deal with this comp from Afreeca Freecs, and you just have to laud Afreeca for returning to the strategy, tinkering it a little bit, but still picking up the second game and the series win.
And SKTelecom,
they look shell-shocked.
I mean, I would be too. But this is worrisome with ESC Ever and Jin-Air remaining. Afreeca, one of the 3 teams. One of those 3 teams that helped take him down, starting things off with a 2-0. How is that going to affect SKTelecom mentally as they move forward? You see Faker doing so much damage with the Azir. It just didn't even matter. Afreeca is outplaying them.
And you know who's sitting at home smiling right now? It's the Rocks Tigers. Guess what, Achilles? They are now 1 series clear of SKT, even if they go on to win their next series. So I think we're going to have another world where Afreeca Freecs are going to make it to the playoffs. They're pretty much set 2 series clear of the next team. And SKT, I think they're going to have to play at least 1 match before the grand final, because I think unless something changes, they have some cracks they really need to paper over, because they made some pretty significant mistakes in this series.
Yep. Well, MVP now going to be the next team that we look towards, trying to net that 5th place spot that Afreeca Freecs are currently occupying. Afreeca do have a few tough games remaining in Samsung and Rocks Tigers, I believe, in the last week. But MVP going to be trying to win out everything, and SKTelecom as well. Going to try to win out the rest of their games as cleanly as possible, or else we might find them going through the gauntlet, trying to win the honor of taking on Rocks Tigers in the final. But your MVP here from Game 2 is Mickey, 339 on the Vladimir. That'll be his 4th win as an MVP, and just well played by all of Afreeca. I think you could have given MVP to pretty much anybody on the roster for this second game.
Now moves to 6-1, and these were the plays that Mickey made. We skip over the one where he went for this play with no vision and died, but he has the mindset of a carry. He is a super aggressive mid laner, and his work on the Vladimir this game, specifically onto Bang, you think about how Sivir usually operates, fighting in the middle of the fight, putting in consistent damage, the ricochets hitting the backline. Sivir was zoned this whole game because Mickey made it his mission to rush at Sivir and just zone her out of a fight. Yeah. We're seeing this replay again. This is with Kog'Maw in the backline, but Mickey, ult, Flash, Ghost, Protobelt ran at Sivir, assassinated Sivir, and assassinated the hopes of SKTelecom.
And again, it was just, they tried to push Mickey away from the Baron pit, but all it did was just give him an opportunity to pinch from below and take them out in the end. And Afreeca Freecs, what a wonderful performance from this squad. I was really worried for them at the start of the split, but they've come back together and they are looking like a playoff team. We're going to throw over to Steven for the translation. Steven, take it away.
Thank you very much, Akilio and Papa, for a great cast for today's match. And now we're going to moving into interview booth with the winner of today's match, Afreeca Freecs. And let's hear from our two MVP for today's match, Sang-Hyun and Mickey. First of all, congratulations for both of you.
저희가 약간 좀 강팀도 아니고 중팀도 아니고 어중간한데 약간 껴있던 것 같은데.
Now Sang-Hyun said we're kind of in a very awkward moment because we're not like a top high class team but also not a bad team. So we're like in the middle, but we're really happy to win today's match against SKT, one of the hardest team to beat. And now Mickey is saying that we had some hard time, but I think we did pretty good for today's match. And almost my sensor went out while I was playing because I was pressing too hard. So now Dongjun's asking about the Kog'Maw play today. It was pretty good. Sang-Hyun said he said that I didn't well prepare for Kog'Maw actually. But he got inspired from him. It looks pretty good while I was watching his game. And yesterday I talked to coach that I want to use Kog'Maw for tomorrow match and I have practiced only one time. But today I had a feeling that I should use Kog'Maw against SKT and I think that's what really happened today. And now the Sang-Hyun had a kind of like it's the right moment for today's coach and I should use the Kog'Maw no matter what and then just coach let me play. I just had a feeling that's what the Sang-Hyun say overall. So now Cloud Temple said what moment is good to use Kog'Maw? And now the Sang-Hyun say it's really great in DDS and they're asking what's the meaning of DDS and they say that every 3 seconds it's great, faster dealing and it's easy for Kog'Maw to deal down the tanker. So I think it will be great for me to play against during the team fight because I was behind our teammate and actually and also they had a very suicide. Even I die, I suicide toward the enemy. So that really advantage give it to the during the team fight. So that's the reason why I use Kog'Maw for today's match. So now the Dongjun say in the second game it was quite awkward to you guys for use those combination. So why did you guys play? So and then Mickey said we quite expected Faker to use Azir in the second game. And Mickey said I had a confidence using against Faker Azir play using Vladimir, so that's why I had a little doubt at first, but I picked Vladimir in the second game. And now Mickey said when we play Vladimir, you guys, all the fans might look I lose in the lane, but if you don't give a lot of blue buff to Azir, it will be easy for Vladimir to win against Azir. So please don't worry, you guys don't have to worry about it. So now they're talking about the Vladimir pick again, and the Mickey said they picked Sejuani, and it quite the dealing is not strong as they expected. Also, and they were AP tank, so that's the reason why they picked Vladimir, and it's hard to get Vladimir during the team fight. Now they talk about the fantastic secretly Baron kill during the second game. So the Rhea had a call to Sang-Hyun that please keep acting on the top lane. We're gonna get the Baron. Just keep acting, you and Mickey. And then that's the reason why we did acting during the lane. And we were waiting, and I went down and secretly got the Barons. And I think the SKT looked quite surprised after the Baron take. So now the Cloud Temper ask about the fantastic play by Vladimir and the Shen combination. So Mickey had a thought that if we keep fight against SKT without giving any break or any moment, they will be lose during the team fight. That's why I went inside without hesitation, and Shen used a great ultimate toward me, and that's the reason why we won against SKT1 today's match. Now they're gonna talk more interview after watching the video clips right here. So it was quite the Dongjin say it was very a close moment because Narwa had a great ultimate toward the 3 champions against Afreeca Freecs. And then they're complimenting Sanghyun about using Quicksilver and went a little bit to the left side and keep dealing toward the other side. And that was a pretty close, and you guys did it. So did you actually, Sanghyun, did you expected those kind of movement during the team fight? And Sanghyun said, at first I didn't, but after I used Quicksilver, and then the Kokmo has a great dealing. That's why I kept dealing on the tanker in the other team. So I think that will really make a really great advantage for using Kokmo. So now they're asking about some item setting during the game for the Kokmo. So Kokmo talk about the Luna's Hurricane because has a very low the item itself is very cheap to use, and using other items to make Kokmo for the strong dealing. So those kind of item setting that I have used today for match, it really helped Kokmo to keep dealing in the later fight. Even the game get longer, it's much if you don't get like get killed by other team during the half of the game, it will be easy for Kokmo to deal against. So. So and then they ask about in the first game the SKT one had a great dragon stack, like they had a 4 Drake taken, and then Mickey had a joke that we don't care about dragon, we just can win. That's what he said. So but Mickey at that joke he said that even they take the Drake, we keep pressuring them in the other lane and make them keep scattered, make sure they don't take the advantage of Drake. And also it wasn't that great Drake for them because they didn't have the advantage during the first game. That's why it's good for us even they had a Drake. So now Dongjin's talk about like what kind of call we're going on, and then what was the message from the coach before the game. And then Sanghyun saying that before the game coach said that just play confidence and don't be pressured. Even if SKT1, you guys don't have to worry about losing or anything. Just get less tension, be confident, and show what you got, your spirit. And those kind of message actually really helpful for the teammates for the African Freecs today. And now Dongjin said it was really fantastic game. You guys were keep fighting without hesitate or giving them any break. And now they're having a joke that we had a very tension during the game. That's why we keep go up and down, sit and down, and my hands were hurting. It was quite tough. So now the Dongjin said, at which moment you guys think you guys gonna win the game? And then Mickey said it was after Barons, and then Cloud Temper teased him that you got a kill right after that. So there's a highlight right here. What a proto bell from Vladimir, but he got killed. It was a great confidence for going in, but. And now Mickey say I didn't expect that, but I tried my best to get bang. And now Cloud Temper say it was fun to watch it was like over like confidence going in there. Keep teasing Mickey about that video clip. Now you guys are playing against Jin-Air next match, so any message to your fans? And Sanghyun said, thank you for everyone always come to the stadium and cheer for us and care about us. we're all happy with that, and we'll try our best to win against Jin in our next match.
2라운드 최고의 다크호스로 자리매김하지 않았나 이런 생각이
And now Dongjun expecting that they're one of the dark horse for the second round. And I think that's it for today's interview. And thank you very much. And back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Steven, for the translation. Appreciate that. But yeah, Freecs looking really strong. Mickey just kind of like, I didn't expect that to happen in the middle of that play. But man, what a performance from these guys. 2-0 over SKTelecom G1. I don't think anybody really expected this to happen. Sure, there was that outside chance, but I thought we were going to go to game 3. But is not so. SKTelecom still going to be sitting in that second place spot, but as mentioned, Rock's now going to be on a +1. Have one more game played than SKTelecom, but this is still a good opportunity for them to maintain that first place spot and avoid the gauntlet.
And there's no better term for the Afreeca Freecs than dark horses. That's what they are in every game, in every series, and increasingly likely in the playoffs. And hell, they might even make it into the World's Gauntlet Achilles. And I would love a world where the Afreeca Freecs were playing at Worlds, because they could beat any team and they could lose to any team, and that's what makes them so exciting to watch.
Very true. Never know what is going to happen with these guys. We're going to go to a break though for a little bit. It's 4:08. So that means
52 minutes or so.
Yeah, we got a 52-minute break. Our next match is scheduled for 5 o'clock here in Seoul. So when we come back, that will be MVP versus ESC Ever. So the two newest teams to LCK will be playing. And this is an important game for both. MVP need to win out their next couple matches if they want to have a chance of making it into the playoffs. So we'll see if they can take down their former challenger squad that they played against there. So we'll see you guys in 52 minutes just about. And we'll be back with that match. So thank you guys for watching. We'll see you soon.
I dialed 7 digits 5 times today just to hear you say you love or hate me. I'll take anything. I just wanna hear your voice cut through the line like a heart-shaped knife. Cut me down, baby, one more time. Good or bad, baby. Yes, no, maybe. It's driving me crazy. Won't you pick up the phone? I can pick up some wine. I can pick you up in my pickup truck, and we can pick up right where we left off. Ain't that what we call the wall? Pick up the pieces, girl, ain't that broke? Pick up the past and just let it go. Put down and over me, never wanna see me again. Goodbye kind of stuff, and pick up. Putting me through hell, one ring voicemail. Baby, I can tell that you ain't on the other line. Except no decline. How can I tell you if you won't listen? How can I tell you what I've been missing? If you don't, if you won't, won't you pick up the phone? I can pick up some wine. I can pick you up in my pickup truck, and we can pick up a ride.
Coming up next, ESC Ever. MVP. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
Lead in sync with the fast track. All my eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. ESC Ever. MVP. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
Hey guys, welcome back to LCK Summer. I'm Achilles with these Papa Smithy. We're going to bring you the second match of the day. It's ESC Ever versus MVP. Our two newest teams in LCK going to face off yet again here today. So we'll see who's going to come out on top, because MVP, much needed win if they want to make it into playoffs, and ESC, much needed if they want to avoid relegations.
Yeah, you alluded to a Challengers final rematch. That was a 3-2 to ESC Ever, and a surprise. MVP had dominated the Challenger season last season. And then when we had the matchup earlier in the first round robin, MVP, surprisingly, 2-0ing ESC Ever, doing it easily. They had a massive rise, but recently, there's definitely been some missteps from MVP. In the last 3 series, they are 0-6. They lost 2-0 to SKT, Afreeca, and KT. Of course, those 3 teams firming as playoff teams, especially after Afreeca beat SKTelecom in our first round robin, best of 3, of the day. You guys should go back and watch that if you haven't had the chance.
Oh, for sure. It's definitely worth watching, and it won't take you too long. So a 2-0 there by Afreeca Freecs. But now, it's on these two teams, and as you mentioned, MVP starting off really surprising us with their performances. ESC was pretty much as expected, because we didn't expect much from either of these guys. But MVP surged ahead of a lot of teams, Jin Air included, with really surprising performances and excellent late-game shot calling. But in the last couple series, that's been lacking more and more as they've gone on time and time again. Maha has just been caught out of place and is proving to be a bit of the kryptonite here for this squad.
And look, I think MVP will firm as 6th or 7th place. I don't think they will make it to playoffs, but it's been a very good debut season for MVP in particular. And ESC, if they can avoid relegation, it's still a pass mark for both these squads. ESC Ever, a little bit more of an uptick recently, unfortunately in 9th spot though, as Longzhu has had a recent reinvigoration in terms of both roster and result. So we'll see how ESC Ever will look out on the Rift. They beat Afreeca, just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
But lost to Longzhu, lost to Rocks. Both these teams, 5 losses between the 2 of them on the chart, looking for a series win.
Yeah, so many of these teams by proxy are just the best team in the world, it would seem.
That's true.
It's just bouncing around. You can never tell who is on top. But ESC going to be looking to bring that high-level performance that we saw from them against the Freeca Freecs, against SKTelecom when they took them down the first time that they squared off in the summer split. See if they can bring that to the table today and take down their former opponents in Challenger. It's MVP coming in on the other side. And we're going to have, the standard rosters that we've seen for both of these squads. I mean, MVP, of course, no substitute players, but ESC, not going to be seeing Fire Trap in that top lane, probably for the rest of the split, unless maybe they have a game against CJ, but I think they've already played that. So, going to have Crazy starting up there, but MVP, they have a lot of good players. ADD been somewhat inconsistent in that top side, beyond excellent in the jungle, tied for second place at MVPs right now. And Ian has had wonderful performances in the mid lane as well, but Maha is just the big question mark on this squad, consistently getting caught out, having some success here and there, but overall, a bit lacking compared to the rest of the squad.
Two big queries with MVP were the champion pools of both their mid laner and their AD carriers. Felt like Ian and Maha were both very limited, both in their play and their champion pools. Ian has definitely exceeded expectations and then some.
Yeah.
He's grown his champion pool. He's had some impressive carry games. Maha has had some decent games, specifically on the Sivir and utility carries in general. But the moment the Sivir is banned away, especially in a meta recently where we've had 3-4 AD carry bans, you really worry about a champion like Jhin or a non-utility carry in the hands of Maha, because as you mentioned, his positioning in team fights is inconsistent at the best of times.
Yeah. So definitely a bit jamming for that squad. They need him to stay safe if they want to have any relative success. And yeah, it was great. They've already played against CJ Entis, so that will not be happening. Again, ESC, the remaining opponents moving forward. AT Rolster. Oh no, CJ, there it is. It's on Tuesday. That one will be next Tuesday. So KT, then CJ, and then it looks like they have Jhin Air Greenwing. So a couple more opportunities to get some wins on the board. KT's going to be a tough one, but those last two matches, they can put up a real fight and potentially avoid that relegation spot, need to inch out back ahead of Longshu.
It's worth noting, though, that in Challenge, it feels like it's pretty top-heavy. Spenu Korea, by far the best team. The race for second between Everett and some of the other teams around that spot, Kongdo, I think, in the top 4, is a little bit less competitive. So I think 9th spot is actually decent. I mean, you never want to be in a relegation playoff, but I would definitely heavily back the 9th-placed LCK team over the 2nd-placed Challenger team. But we've already seen stranger things. We already saw both teams being relegated last season. So if Ever can pick up a couple of match wins, which sound doable given that schedule, they'll force Longshu into that inglorious relegation playoff.
Haven't been following the Challenger as closely as I'd like. Last news that I saw was actually Sassen back into the mid lane position there for Spenu.
You don't want to face Spenu, and it looks increasingly like it's going to be CJ Entis versus Spenu in that matchup. I was going to compare the junglers, and to be honest, both these players have been shining lights for their teams this season. Bless, the Gragas and Nidalee have been the strongest champions. Beyond's got everything. He's even got the pocket Amumu that isn't reflected on the screen, but some of the meta picks haven't been kind to either. Rek'Sai, Elise, we're talking about 33% win rates at best on two of the strongest meta junglers, but Nidalee and Gragas, you can tell from this graphic, and I could have told you beforehand, will be heavily contested as we load into the pick and ban.
Yeah, the Amumu, it's always something to think about. We've seen it it's been twice now from Beyond, so 50-50 win rate on that. Really surprising performance, bringing it out in the first time, and then the second time around just didn't have quite as much of an impact as Beyond would have liked, but he's had good success on other champions. Gragas, of course, is going to be one very contested for him. I'm sure Bless would also love to get his hands on that champion. So whether or not that makes it through the pick and ban, we'll have to wait and find out. Didn't make it through in either game for Afreeca versus SKTelecom. So Gragas really is just one of those big contested junglers, and no surprise, Worlds is right around the corner, so Gragas comes back into the meta.
Yeah, I definitely think there's going to be a pretty there's an air of predictability about the draft coming in, but I thought there might be that way with the Afreeca series, and it certainly wasn't, so we'll see if there's any massive curveballs to be thrown by either team. But honestly, these two teams share a pretty obvious champion pool when it comes to the picks that they like to do. Varus is a big pick for both teams, specifically for ESC Ever, who are one of the most practiced Varus teams in the world, but Nidalee, Gragas, Varus are all going to be massive picks between these two teams, and Sivir as well, because Loken's looked best on that pick, and Maha, honestly, his only good games were on that pick.
Yeah. Tom Kench going to be the first takeaway here from the side of ESC, so we'll be fearing that one. Nidalee, of course, as mentioned, just can't get that one through, so will be banned away here.
We'll see whether Gragas falls. If Gragas will fall through, it'll be a likely first pick for the side of ESC Ever and the Varus. We actually saw MVP pick up the Varus in the second game between these two teams in the first round robin, and predictably it did well. They may not be ESC, but they are, again, very strong on that pick. And when we cast ESC Ever 2 days ago, I really feel that this team has a very small but high effective champion pool, and that the champions that they do play, they play very well. It's just they haven't necessarily grown them enough to match some of the other teams that show greater flexibility than ESC Ever.
Yep. Bard, another one that we didn't really touch on, would have been very contested. Keys had some good performances and then some really odd ones on the Bard, but Max has been really wonderful on that pick, so it's a bit of a double-edged blade there. Take one away from ESC, but also lose the opportunity to pick that for yourself. And Nivea going to be the last ban, so some mid lane focus coming out of here from ESC side.
Mentioned the name Key, obviously well known to international fans for his performances both at the Kesper Cup last year and then at IEM this year. But Key wasn't playing the last time these two teams met. They actually ran Totoro, who also played most of the Challenger promotion series until the final match to get promotion to the LCK. So nice to see if Key can really change things. We know what to expect from Key. He will go for the aggressive plays. He is prone to dying in the early laning swap when he goes to try and contest the enemy duo, but Vladimir is available. ESC have been drafting it, have a 50% win rate on the champion, but hard to pass it up as a first pick.
Well, they will go ahead and snatch that up, but mildly surprised what with the Varus being on the table there for Tempt, with it being his best champion, but will go over onto this Vladimir, and now the Ash Hover coming through from Maha. I'm starting to get worried.
It's still a utility AD carry, obviously more risk when you don't have the spell shield.
Yeah.
Alistair's been firming as an early rotation pick, although surprisingly not selected at all in Series 1. And there is a world where ESC draft both Achilleos, because Crazy did play top lane Vladimir in their most recent series, so an outside chance they'll go to that. I'm not a fan.
No.
I think Ghost is definitely necessary, and teleport Vlad ganks are the stuff of terrors for your team, not actually for the enemy team.
Well, we can see a hover over the Sejuani here for Bless. Not sure if he's thinking this is a good pick, or is he just trying to throw some shade at Blank. Probably the latter in this scenario.
Little column A, little column B, but mostly column B, let's be real.
Yeah. But yeah, you mentioned the Alistar was banned in Game 1, but Game 2 just not really looked at it all. Snowflower was happy to go back to the Trundle, and SKTelecom were really trying to make the Tom Kench work as that big Peel champion, but didn't work out because they couldn't do enough to get to that Gogmaw.
Now, ESC is going for the draft that Longzhu was facing multiple games in a row. So much late game between Shen, Vladimir, and Sivir, but you can definitely draft a Gangplank. ADD had a really nice carry performance on Gangplank a few series ago that silenced our question marks over whether he could play non-tank champions.
I mean, he was the first one to find a victory on the Gangplank, because we had seen it once before. I forget who it was that pulled it out originally, but ADD was the first one to find a victory here, and ever since then, it's kind of exploded back into the meta.
And also deny a second speed buff champion for the Vladimir if they draft a Karma. Could have been Karma support for ESC. It was left open. Waiting to see if they'll be the team to go for the Varus, because as mentioned, they did take Varus on red side the last time these two teams met. If they don't take a jungler here, though, you have to think it might be a Mumu time again, but with the Hecarim.
They're hovering over this. I mean, this could be a top lane Hecarim.
Beyond does have Ghost, which ESC don't know, but does give us some information, but no guarantee we won't see a little sad Mummy as the last pick.
All right, well, with Hecarim coming through, it's looking a bit unlikely unless Beyond wants to swap out those summoner spells, but we'll wait on that one. For now, we do know that it will be Karma in the mid lane. So we'll see what our top lane pick is going to end up being for the side of MVP. Right now, ESC playing around with the idea of this Taric and the Elise. They have a lot of lockdown. If they go with both of these, you have the taunt from the Shen, as well as the Cocoon and the Dazzle.
Achilles, how do you feel about turret dives with Shen, Sivir, Elise, and Taric? Invulnerability of many different kinds and untargetability, so you are not safe under a turret if you're anywhere on the map against this ESC lineup. If we do see these champions with Alistar locked in early, Taric's going to have a pretty safe laning phase, so his weaknesses in that laning phase, maxing Dazzle, won't be on full display. So I do like the draft from ESC, because they've gone for the pick choice from the jungler. They're going for the early power spike jungler to really try and snowball these lanes, and the late game is so well traversed, but sadly, we will not be seeing the Taric.
You disappoint me, Key. I thought it was Taric time, but we'll get Trundle instead, who's surprisingly, you know, there was a good period of time where we weren't seeing Trundle support whatsoever. It was very big during spring, and then coming into summer, it just really kind of stepped back. No one was using it as much, but now in the last week and a half, Trundle support just kind of resurging back to the top of the picks here. So it's surprising to see it taken this late in the draft, where usually we see it picked early on because you can have that flexibility with it between the top and bottom side, but they will go ahead and pick that one up with the Elise.
And honestly, they're surprised that Hecarim was available in the 4th round of the draft. It's increasingly becoming a ban or an early round rotation, because Jungle Hecarim is so popular at the moment. Now, if we do see the gameplay, predictably it will be against the Shen, then the Hecarim is still going to be an interesting situation in that he's in a jungle matchup against Elise, much more early ganking options available for the Elise, but we saw a nice performance on the Hecarim yesterday in one of the matches, so you can potentially go for some strong jungle ganks, but always that element of risk in pulling it off.
Yeah, this one's a bit of a toss-up because he's just so squishy for the longest time because you ideally want to be in a position to get that Trinity Force instead of, you know, kind of diverting off that path and getting something tanky like a Randuin's or something, but I don't know. We'll see which way Beyond wants to go. Knowing his playstyle, he's probably going to go for that Trinity Force.
We've only seen full damage, or at least Trinity Force Rush Hecarim in Korea. We haven't seen full tank Hecarim, which is a very popular pick in China. You look at this team, they do have gangplank, they do have strong damage in other lanes. There is a world where he doesn't opt into the Trinity Force, but as you say, knowing Beyond, it's very likely that he'll be going that route.
Yeah.
The jungle matchup was the featured one, and I think it will also be on full display. If we can see Bless make the moves early, set up the lanes, the late game is excellent for ESC, but if Hecarim gets a smart farming phase in, then you never know the potential what MVP can pull off in team fights.
The question is, Beyond, are you going to be a Peanut or are you going to be an Ambition?
Oh, that's really harsh on Ambition, but sure.
I mean, he was just so squishy, they just couldn't do anything in that game to really help out the rest of the squad, but it's okay. He's got a good amount of defense on his side. Karma Shield's going to play a big part in keeping that Hecarim alive.
Don't disagree. It's an exciting one. Whenever you have two teams on the same round, it can be fun.
Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and get right into it. ESC versus MVP Game 1 coming right up. Alrighty. What a way to get jazzed up about a game. Cloud Drake.
Cloud Drake, the legendary Drake. It's good for Hecarim.
Oh no, that's right.
My favorite thing when Hecarim's in the game. Like, well, it kind of gives him damage, except I don't know exactly when they calculate being in combat, so maybe it doesn't.
I mean, I guess as soon as you hit the Q, like that damage should register with the bonus because of the passive. So that's at least how I would think it would work out. But I'm not the one cooking the spaghetti, so who knows?
Equal in terms of fan support in the crowd for MVP and ESC Ever.
Yeah, good turn. I mean, it's a good turnout for these guys. I'm really surprised the growth at which their fan base has increased. So it's good to see. MVP especially have really garnered a lot of fans here in Korea since their just massive tier. Winning those matches that no one ever really thought that they would. ESC's playing a little bit catch up, but still have a good turnout for these squads tonight. So
notable that Tempt is running Strength of the Ages on Vladimir, so even more scaling being sought after. After the changes on 613, you get less value in terms of ability power from that health, but Vladimir has always been that interesting situation where Thunderlaws doesn't feel great on him. A lot of the masteries in general aren't wonderful. Defensive Tree seems to be by far the most popular when it comes to getting to that Keystone Mastery.
I can never remember the name of this one. Storm Raiders?
Storm Raider Surge?
Yeah, we've seen, I believe Faker ran Storm Raider Surge when he played Vladimir all of 2 times. So there's a little bit of differentiation there, but the standard has definitely been strength.
Well, Keith's just running at ADD.
So yeah, what are you going to do? So ADD just going to retreat back in there. We'll burn a charge of that refillable potion. Look at this. It's the ADD special for Crazy, starting with 3 rejuve beads.
Against ADD, the teacher.
Maximum disrespect.
The pupil has become the teacher.
Well, we'll see if he's able to master it.
I mean, like honestly, it's a Sapphire Crystal gangplank, so there's not a lot of respect happening there either.
Yeah, that's very true. It's that Sheen. Do that maximum parlay damage. Now we'll see which way Crazy wants to go. When we saw ADD pioneer this build, it ended up in an Ohm Wrecker.
Tiamat is heavily incentivized when you're going for 3 rejuve beads. Titanic Hydra Shen has been pretty common in recent weeks, so we may see it in this situation.
Yeah, could just
it's
be
not against the Trundle, so I mean, one of the good things about going Titanic Hydra against the Trundle is that you don't have to worry about certain combat stats being stolen away. But it is good for that pushing power, which he'll need. Gangplank has good pushing power on his own.
Yeah, massive wave play with those barrels as we get a bit further in. But for now, ESC and MVP just going to be swapping out these tier 1 towers to the top and bottom side respectively. Ian and Temp's going to be trading back and forth a little bit. Looks like Ian will be the better of those trades. But it's a Vladimir, so there's only so much you can do. Looks like we'll have a recall early from the Karma. Has that teleport available, so we can expect him to burn that out. As he comes back from this first buy, it's just going to be a second Doran's ring coming in. And he'll teleport straight back into lane and try to get some more damage in on the Temps, who has not backed yet.
I'm bored about this conversation, Killer. It's just a lane swap. Let's not play by play anymore. Let's talk about more fun things. I know we both finished Stranger Things recently.
We did finish Stranger Things.
That is a good show.
It's a very good show. The child actors, surprisingly, aren't terrible. They're actually very good. And that's not something that you could say about, you know, a lot of shows and movies that use young actors.
You feel like, I feel at least personally, increasingly, the quality of young actors has gotten better in recent years. Because, you know, it was one of those things
over time,
where,
yes.
like 10 years ago, it definitely felt like it would be a sore spot and take you out of the immersion. But, I mean, especially in that show, but as I said, increasingly recently, it's been less of a big thing to hold against a show.
Yeah, well, I mean, like one of the things that people compare Stranger Things to is Super 8 by J.J. Abrams and Steven Spielberg, and that movie also has wonderful child actors. It's from like 2010 or 11.
A movie I've seen, Achilles.
That is so surprising, and thank God it's actually a good one.
You can count them on one hand, but
all
I
right,
definitely have seen.
That one goes off the list. There's a million more to go.
That's true.
So I'm just going to load up a hard drive for you.
No, that's not what we do here. You mean give me your DVD collection?
I'm going to give you a homework assignment. It's okay. I own all of these films.
Really?
Yeah.
You ripped them yourself?
No,
on your hard drive?
I own them all. I own them all, and they come with digital copies.
Okay.
So huzzah for that. Or I do own them on Blu-ray. So the ones that I don't have digital copies of, I will give you the physical copies. Because if I don't get them back, you live like 5 minutes from me, so I can just walk over.
5 minutes? I don't know if that's that far.
Okay, maybe less.
I saw you bought the Miyazaki collection.
I did. I did indeed. It's one of my One of my better recent purchases. It was on sale for Prime Day. The thing's normally like 180 bucks. I got it for like 130.
I'm not American, so I can't really have Prime, sadly.
Well, that's why you just use somebody else's. So you got to be smart about it. Flash in for that headbutt pulverize from Max. Will be flashed away by Tempt to keep himself safe, but that'll make him pretty vulnerable in that mid lane. Still has the Ghost, so he can always Ghost into Sanguine Pool, keep himself out of harm's way, but nice pressure coming in there by Max.
But yeah, it was definitely the one outside variable from a very low pressure 6 minutes, and if you see a big farming phase, then why not go for the Sheen first if you're Beyond and go into combat sets. Beyond's been doing this a lot recently. Tiamat first on Rek'Sai was something that he did for the first time in the league, and is now a very common item purchase, and Sheen first, and just powering through that Trinity Force before any semblance of action happens on the Rift.
Yep. The question is, by the time it gets that Trinity Force and some action breaks out, will everybody else have similar items so that they can just pop the Hecarim before it becomes a factor in a fight?
If you go Trinity Force Hecarim, you pop them before they pop you. That's
the
way
hope.
It works.
That would be certainly the hope. But with that taunt with the Cocoon on the side of ESC, there is a decent amount of lockdown that can come through. Not to mention a Hemo Plague amplifying the damage you take, so it could be a bit difficult to make that happen beyond just saying, but I want the red. Okay, fine. Backs off and Loki will take away a red buff. It's very aggressive for him to have been that far in with no vision.
Oh, it didn't really feel like MVP had enough vision to actually know who was around. Maha's overextended.
Maha out of position. What? Arrow gets thrown out. It'll hit Bless. He's all right. He's not going to get jumped on quite just yet. Max was roaming down to support him, and Bless is just going to back off. I feel like they actually probably could have gotten that, but Bless, you're supposed to flash over the arrow into the Cocoon. Come on, man.
He knew that Maha had summoned us up and didn't want to go for it.
Just go back into the sandbox mode and practice flash. Oh.
One day, Achilles.
This is awkward now.
One day, Riot should just release everything at the same time. Yeah. Back in solo queue, replays, and sandbox mode.
Yeah, I really liked the tinfoil hat theory post that I saw today, which was that Nexus Siege mode is basically all of the tools that you could possibly want for sandbox mode. So like all of the implementation is there. It just needs to be handed over. So you have that item that lets you just flash like infinite number of times while you stand in the zone. You can turn off towers, destroy entire waves of minions. So it seems like the setup's there.
Believe it when you see it is the best approach with things like sandbox mode and replays, unfortunately for Riot Games.
Very true. Maybe we'll get replays.
I mean, they've existed. The functionality's been there, but when it comes to live server functionality, just haven't got it in a place where they're happy with it, apparently.
Ah, well. But instead, we have new things coming out. We have Kled.
Yes, we still have the Kled sign here that has now made the rounds in other regions.
It's just he's weird looking, I'll say.
He definitely is.
He's like Gnar trying to cosplay as Rengar, but he rides a dragon thing. I don't know. The dragon really reminds me of Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon. He just has that like dumb tongue hanging out of his mouth look.
I feel like Tristana kind of has the market cornered on references to How to Train Your Dragon.
Well, Kled's he's trying to move in on that market. He's gonna take over.
This has been a boring game.
It has been.
Suits Beyond, who continues to build offensively on the Hecarim.
I mean, honestly, this is perfect for MVP because their early game has been pretty bad.
That's kind of the weird thing is they've been, hovering on 5th, 6th spot, and that is with the worst early game in the league, much worse than Longzhu, CJ Entus, or MVP, sorry, or ESC Ever, who have been right down the bottom of the table. Ash Arrow coming in.
Oh, yep, Tempt will make it into the single weak pool in time. So not going to find a pick there, but MVP do get a good amount of damage in onto that tower. Just going to be taking away some minions. Beyond going to get jumped on, takes a hell of a lot of damage. Has to use the Onslaught of Shadows defensively to get himself out. That's going to be the Stand United coming through, and Max, a very squishy Alistar. He's going to go down for first blood. Nice pickup there from ESC, collapsing in on an overextension by MVP. Ian, wow, is actually able to pop out Bless. Nicely done for the turnaround. But even so, MVP is kind of pushing into enemy territory a little too much there. Costs them that first blood.
It's kind of been wanton aggression from both teams early with minimal ward coverage. We saw Lokun just stealing red from the enemy jungle with no backup because they had a couple of pink wards down, and then Beyond counter jungling as Hecarim with not even vision of the brush next to the Raptor Pit. So seemed wholly unnecessary, but Ian kind of spared his blushes, getting the exit kill because someone had to die from the side of MVP, and it ended up being Max on the invade.
And Ian will be happy to pick that up. We see the Athene's Unholy Grail is already completed for him, so getting that nice early item in, and he's got a very nice CS lead so far. 30 up over top of Tempt.
And with that item build, and probably maybe even just a death cap next, honestly, it's about Ian just helping out the tankiness of his Gangplank and Hecarim, faux tankiness or situational tankiness with those big shields that were buffed in the recent Karma rework. Well, I guess not so recent anymore, but yeah, I mean, honestly, it's going to be situational tankiness with decent uptime from those shields to help MVP fight through what is going to be very offensive item builds from their top lane and their jungle.
Yep. Well, MVP will be able to go ahead and snatch up that first Cloud Drake. Mountain will be the next one to follow, so Beyond will be happy. This is going to be a very fast pony moving forward from here.
ESC playing around the top side. Nice little ward on the Krug Pit. Allows ADD to push up and get more farm than perhaps he should do, given the pressure he's under and the Gangplank having no defensive stats in that lane. He's gone for Cull as well, so investment banker Gangplank in full display.
Oh, Crazy is just really trying to mess with ADD, but never mind. Beyond's not going to go for that one. Just going to let him waltz back in. Oh, Gang's not going to happen. Max is waiting, but still squishy Alistar, so I'm not sure if he wants to go for this. ESC kind of surrounding the vicinity, and now Max, oh boy, you're in a bad spot. Arrow comes through, finds Key. Lesson with a nice repel coming through. Beyond still has the Onslaught of Shadows. We'll catch Tempt with it, but look at that damage coming through. He is going to go down. Vladimir finds the kill now. Max and Ian in a bad spot. Ian does not have flash. Crazy goes for it, takes up the tower. That's going to be a double kill coming through for the Vladimir. ESC barely have a gold lead, but they're going to try to turn that around with this mid-tier 1 tower, which they should be able to finish out.
The target selection from MVP was pretty poor there. Beyond really needed to pick his target well. Ended up ulting onto the Vlad that was never going to die with his pool available. And this is what happens. You choose the wrong target, you don't explode them. You explode yourself if you're the Hecarim. And Ian dies as well. So ESC get a lot of map pressure from those 2 kills. The gold as well.
This is Max being way too deep.
I mean, honestly, they thought they wanted to take this engage. It's just less flashes out. They end up with just a 1-man ult onto Tempt. 4 members can turn around onto the Hecarim, and from there, Ian just gets turret dived. Good skirmishing from ESC Ever, not something they've traditionally been great at this season, and it helps them get a foothold on this early game.
It was solid. Max, though, going to be hurting on that Alistar. Now, without any of his summoner spells, and the flash especially going to be an important one, so he can get those big headbutt pulverizers coming through. So, we'll see if MVP just want to sit back and relax for a little while, get all their summoners and ultimates back up, and then maybe try to skirmish up in a point where it's a little bit more advantageous to them. But it should just be a slowdown in the game yet again.
I mean, when you look at the draft, though, I don't really know if there's a phase after the mid-game where MVP will be competitive against ESC Ever. The downside of drafting this Shen, Sivir, and Vladimir core has been weak early game fighting. It's the sort of thing where Longzhu would draft these Karma comps similar to what MVP have done and try to take the game early, but they go for an assertive jungler, a Rek'Sai, for example, rather than the Hecarim, because Hecarim and Gangplank are still in their farming phase. In the late game, Hecarim's going to dive in, and you look at the side of ESC Ever, who exactly is he going to target down? The Sivir will be ideal, but has most likely flash, but also the spell shield to stop being womboed. And from there, Vladimir is going to be super tanky, high sustained damage. They're going to have Shen as well. Doesn't really seem clear, even with strong initiation, how MVP will take fights in the late game. So they need to turn it on now, and I guess maybe when the double Trinity Force is done, that's going to have to be the go button for MVP.
We'll see if they're able to press it. Being a go button, I don't want to see like Malphite back in the meta. Let's get that really consistent, just R in with the unstoppable force. Pick a fight that way. It's been a while since we've seen him. I don't think we've seen him at all in summer, so spring round 2 would be the last time that Malphite was really a contested pick for that top lane.
It was like kind of a flash in the pan in Korea around the time of Worlds qualifiers and the Gauntlet last year when Trace started playing it for Jin Air, and there was a couple of teams playing the Malphite. Ashe was in meta at that time, and I guess utility AD carries are in meta now, but people are more happy with the Hecarim, whether it's in top lane or the jungle. Shen is back in the meta as well, but I think there's definitely a spot, when Aurelia seemed to be cemented as a top lane pick, when it was very common. I was waiting for the Malphite, but with Aurelia dialed back a little bit, we just haven't seen someone actually activate the Malphite shots.
Yeah. Well, even then, Aurelia is still being picked in other regions. In the EU today, the Splice and H2K in Game 1 was snatched up, and it was the Olaf, the classic solo Q counter pick that came through in that top lane. And it was a little bit rough at the start, but ended up working out in the end. And that was a really fast game. I think it was like 23 minutes and Splice won out against ESC, against H2K, despite giving up like the first 4 kills of the game. So they've been looking better.
I've been looking for that Olaf in Korea. We still have not seen an Olaf pick.
Yep.
I believe there might have been one in spring, but definitely none in summer.
I can't remember an Olaf in spring, but again, my memory isn't all there. I'm like, for some reason, I have like really selective memory about certain things. Like, I can remember all of the WoW lore, all of the original 151 Pokemon, a bunch of other things, but for some reason, it's like one Olaf pick, not there. Can't think of it.
It's job related, so you just have that selective amnesia, Kilios.
Which means it's not important.
Apparently not. Was waiting for the Olaf. If we saw more top lane Vladimir, one of the oldest counter picks to that was top lane Olaf. Hit 1 axe, still be slowed through the pool, and chase down the Vlad and kill him.
Now you can hit 2 axes, because you just chain them together. It's one of the dumbest interactions. I don't know if they hotfixed that or have changed it at all. I'm pretty sure it's still there. We can just chain double axes the entire time and just lock somebody down infinitely.
MVP still short of a Trinity Force on their Hecarim, still short of any real map pressure. ESC are going to actually open up this dragon.
they're going to go for it. They'll teleports available for the top laners as well. Stand United for Crazy. So we might have a fight over this one. Beyond's inching forward, might go for this fight. He's going to be able to get it. Onslaught of Shadows to take him out, but he might still pay for this one with his life as he is just getting stuck to like glue by Tempt, who was thinking about flashing over the wall there, opted to not do such a thing. Bless goes in for the repel. It's not going to follow onto ADD, but nice takeaway there by Beyond, but he pays for it with his life.
Kill for a Drake, not an ideal trade, but Mountain Drake does hold some value when you have the Gangplank and the split push roll. So, fairly even trade, you'd say, overall. ESC had the map control, so it's definitely a nice steal away by MVP.
Yeah, just having the double, Drake on the counter is also very nice for them. So, pretty good. They're only in 1,000 gold deficit.
It was smart of Tempt and Key to break away from the Drake earlier, meant they opened up the damage. Exhaust was used on the Hecarim, and they take him down, so they at least trade that objective for something. Beyond has his Trinity Force, so burst damage very high from MVP.
But we've already seen he's insanely squishy, so we'll see what he wants to go for as far as tanky stats. Getting some MR is going to be a very important stat for him. What with this Elise that's going very aggressive. Has the Proto Belt completed with the Sorcerer's Shoes and the Skirmisher Saber. So he's going to be doing a hell of a lot of damage. Can already probably chunk that Hecarim down below half HP with one full rotation of spells.
Yeah, Spirit Visage probably on the menu next from Beyond then, which helps his healing from his W, and will give him some stats to team fight, because otherwise, like you mentioned, if Elise has pick targets, you look on this enemy team, it's basically everyone except Karma, just because their shields are so large at this point. I guess Alistar also going to be a bit of a poor target selection, but otherwise Bless has plenty of great options.
Yep. Oh, arrow comes out. Bless, nice repel, but he just feeds it straight into Key, who's taking a hell of a lot of damage. He's going to try to flash over, but the headbutt pulverize comes through from Max. They lock him down, and MVP pull off a very nice pick.
It's a lot used, though, for just a single kill. Ash Arrow, Gangplank, Ultimate, and no objectives in the area to be taken down, given that Rift Herald is despawned and Baron buff is too early to be taken for MVP. So they get a kill, but it's all about the next objective, is always the story in competitive League of Legends.
Well, fortunately, at least the Ash Arrow is a shorter cooldown. Cannon Barrage will be not up for a little bit more time, but they should have that Ash Engage tool up the next time that they need it. Doesn't look like ESC is in much of a position to force out a fight.
Surprising a little bit that ESC has used all their pink wards on the top side of the map. You can see there's 4 actually around the top side jungle and 1 aggressively in the triangle brush around Baron. So their Baron vision is certainly complete. Not sure if Baron is a realistic objective for ESC at this point in the game. Sivir does decent damage to it. They do have tankiness, but we were surprised in the previous series when a Shen and a Rek'Sai were able to solo down more than half the HP of Baron. Duo down, I should say.
Yeah, that was the probably the tilting point for SKTelecom in that game. They just had no idea whatsoever what was going on.
Still waiting 20 minutes in for this game to hit high gear. ESC continue to scale. They're about 1 item away, I think, from being in a really nice spot for team fights. So MVP will have that small window. 1 tank item onto the Hecarim, 2 damage items onto the Gangplank. 2 items, I think, MVP have a real shot. It's just 3 and 4.
We get a shot, arrow goes through, they find Loken, pop him up, Sandy Knight is coming through, but it might not even matter. Ignite is sticking, and Beyond goes to the backside. The Ignite will finally burn him out as Max gets the kill. ADD now duking it out with Crazy in this bottom side, and it's hard to tell who's actually going to come out on top of this one. I'm going to try to favor Shen in that matchup, but another well-executed pick here from MVP. That mid-tier 1's pretty low, and Sivir's a massive part of ESC's wave clear, so they might be able to force out that objective.
It's an old story, though, Achilles. Loken caught with his spell shield down. He's usually so good on there, but this season's been a struggle. Beyond's going for a dive here.
Oh, yeah, that Temp gets locked up by that tether, and they chunk out Bless as well. Almost goes down to that Mantra Q. Nicely done by MVP. Do pick up an objective off the backside of that kill, so nicely done. They will inch ahead as far as the gold's concerned. It's just going to be 1.3 thousand separating them at the moment, but the Mountain and the Cloud Drake, there's a bit more on the board for MVP.
So mistake from Loken opens up the map a little bit for MVP. They can start to clear out some of this Baron side vision. setting up around Baron, getting their own pinks down, and then using the double Trinity Force and the strong pick power to set up a 5v4 is exactly what MVP wants to be doing to accelerate this game around this 23-minute mark.
Well, they're doing it nicely, and this is where MVP's late game shot calling can really start taking hold and assist them in closing out.
Yeah, the late game is still, for now, looking far away. Interesting item build from Ian. He's gone for the Ardent Sensor second, so gonna have extra damage to give over to, you can imagine Maha in particular, but ADD and beyond will also benefit from the on-hit magic damage from that Ardent Sensor. Now putting into the ability power as well. Right now MVP has some excellent tools to take out a fight, but if ESC can kite out those massive ultimates, the sustained damage they can put out with their tankiness will win out over time.
Yeah, and I know this is an item that Monty's actually had some question marks about off the whole. I thought those Bless gets engaged on. Cannon Barrage comes down. Beyond straight into the back line. They lock out the Elise. He goes up with the Propel, but now the teleport coming through from ADD. Going to try to capitalize on this one. Max still finds the pop-up on the Loken, but so far, no lives going to be traded. ADD trying to get some damage in, but a nice flash taunt comes through from the Shen. Tries to lock down the gangplank, but he still makes it out, but Beyond is going to be the one falling in the end. Bless does get popped there by Ian. Now Tempt locked into this Dragon Pit, nowhere to go. Tries to get out with the Sand Queen full. He's going to actually get an answering kill on that Maha before he goes down.
It could be more
now
here.
The rest of ESC, they might be able to finish this off. Loken throws out the Boomerang, but they can't really get in there. They get a little bit of damage. EDD and Max just so close to falling. Overall, it's going to be a 2-for-2. Dragon will still stand.
Looked like if Loken was willing to play up a bit more, there could have been more exit kills. Still very squishy members on the side of MVP, but they respect the karma and the shields that can come through and back away. They held on to the Stand United so long because Crazy, of all things, actually walked down instead of just staying in lane. Usually Shen will just enter a fight with the Stand United, but decided to walk down, was cognizant of the fact that someone could be burst down with all the single target damage from MVP, even through the Shen ult. But his target selection is not great. It's onto ADD, who had the oranges available. Up going 1-for-1, but the fact that they held on to the Stand United comes up trumps at this point because they assume it's going to be a quick exit kill onto the Vladimir, but Stand United, a 1-for-1. I thought it could have been more for Sivra, but in the end, 2-for-1 trade will suit ESC Ever.
That it will. Now, Mountain Drake going to be coming through. Beyond is able to finish that one off, so there'll be second Mountain Drake for MVP. Really help them busting down these towers. ESC are trying to chase in, get some damage out onto Max, but they're not going to be able to find a whole lot. Ian with the tether, stop Crazy from advancing. They should have to go ahead and peel back.
So, on the dust settles, still a couple of thousand gold for MVP, who, again, looking good at 2 items. It's just you see things like the Rylai's soon to be completed by the Vladimir. You see Shen working on his second armor item. The tipping point for ESC Ever's team comp, one that combines a lot of the most pick ban champions in Korea in the last couple of weeks. It's all starting to come together, but still a few thousand gold away. When we hit about 55,000 gold for the team, I think that's when ESC Ever's comp really will be in a good spot against MVPs.
We'll see. They need to bounce back and try to net themselves some objectives. Tied in towers at the moment, but not having any of those Drakes at a spawn, especially the double Mount Drake, is going to be hurting them. Because MVP with a double Trinity Force build with this Gangplank and Hecarim, they will shred through those towers even faster now.
Vision doesn't really allow them to play the map that well. You can see on the bot side of the map, Gangplank's already overextended, only a single shallow pink ward for him on the bot side of the map. So when you have this many pick tools, you should be able to walk in as 2- or 3-man groups, force Vision into the blue and red side jungle of ESC Ever, and start to split push effectively, because if you face check the Hecarim, if you face check even the Karma and Alistair, there's certainly single target kill pressure from MVP. So the buddy system, employ that, get the Vision down, and then try to punish ESC Ever with those globals.
Well, they're moving 3 up into that top side. They do throw down a pink, but Temp's going to find it, so it's not going to last too long. But they're trying to establish that control, but ESC, they see these wards going down, so they know exactly where to sweep. They will have control over this Baron Pit for the time being, but don't think either of these squads are going to be going for that objective yet. If anybody does, it should be MVP, since they will have the majority of the damage to punch out. But speaking of damage, look at this. Ian going for the Luden's Echo.
Really don't see that too often on the Karma. A bit of extra burst. If it was on the opposite team, if Tempt was building it against Gangplank, a very squishy Hecarim and Ashe, you'd understand it, but just seems like it's going to be extra damage. It's going to be mitigated by someone like Shen, who will be in the front line and be catching most of the skill shots being thrown out by the Karma. Baron will be great for MVP, but they can't sneak one because they don't have an armor item on the team.
Oh, arrow goes through, but Loken will cleanse that one with a spell shield. So, not going to be able to find the catch that time.
They don't have the itemization to actually tank up the Baron, so difficult for MVP right now.
Yeah, it would have to be a juggle between like Max and Beyond.
Well, it'd have to be a 5-way juggle, and at that point, why are ESC ever letting them take a Baron?
Yeah. Well, there's greater questions that could be asked from time to time, I suppose, on what ESC does. But for now, they're doing a good job.
Rhyme and rhythm of the squad has definitely been up in the air after a really impressive debut performance against Afreeca Freecs on the first match day of the season. I had high hopes for them, but it really feels like the long, intensive best-of-3 double round-robin season hasn't been kind to ESC Ever. They haven't taken the next step, whereas their opponents today, MVP, were the best performing team in the league for the middle stages, you know, right at the tail end of the first round robin and into the early second round robin. It may have fallen away recently, but consistency was one thing they showed during that phase.
Yeah, I mean, MVP, again, still technically playoff contenders, but all the stars have to align just right for them to make it in, because they do have some tough matches. Of course, this one going on against ESC, but then they play against Jin Air. It's like, okay, you know what? I think they can win that. And then they play against Samsung and Rock Tigers. So it gets infinitely more difficult. On the hunt's been used here by Loken. Just kind of trying to dip and dodge around MVP for the moment. Doesn't look like they want to go for any real engage. Plus coming around the side, he's switching in from above, below. Throws out that cannon barrage. The Huma Plague's been used. Maha gets caught by that. Takes a bunch of damage. Has to pop the summoner heal. Now Max going low. Has that Alistar ultimate. Trying to flash out. Meanwhile, ADD finishing off Wes on the backside. And now Loken getting shredded down by Maha. Taunt comes through though. Temp's trying to walk up. Get some damage in, but he's still very low. Vladimir, ADD pinching on to Crazy now. Should be able to finish off this Shen, who's just going to sacrifice himself so the rest of the squad can get out. Overall, it's going to be a 2-for-1 here. MVP, never mind Beyond, he's not done yet. Zips his way in, takes out Loken. The Trinity Force really doing some damage, and now MVP say, okay, we can do the Baron.
It's still going to be risky given their low tankiness. If ESC stick around, someone like Key just walking up and poking, there is a risk here. They're going to rely heavily on the shields from the Karma to tank this one down, but the damage is strong. It's down to 3,000. ESC Ever pull away, and Baron to MVP.
Yeah, very nice, and that is a much-needed tool for these guys. I mean, able to shred that out with a double mountain Drake. But we'll take another look at this fight. Temp just trying to engage with a flourish on that Proto Belt.
The communication's not great, and the tether actually registers, stopping the pull from actually getting any AoE damage done, and Temp goes in and out. The true commitment isn't there from ESC. On the backside of this fight was actually the Elise being soloed out by the Gangplank, and in true 5v5, on the same page, I think ESC Ever wins the fight, but this is a scrappy one, and the target selection is just better from MVP.
Yeah, I mean, Maha really starting to do some damage. Has Infinity Edge with that Essence Reaver.
Well, speaking of damage.
And a last Whisper, but yeah, Beyond, he does a hell of a lot of damage right now on that Hecarim.
5 points of devastating charge in the Trinity Force, casual 500 damage on that devastating charge and Trinity Force proccing. Yeah. On the backside of picking up Baron, Infernal Drake looking likely for MVP.
Yep. Speaking of damage, we have more of it for you. MVP will go ahead and net that one. Elder Dragon will be the next. We'll see him spawn in about 6 minutes. And 4 Drakes up here for MVP. Elder Dragon with Infernal and Double Mountain. They have potentially all of the tools they could possibly want to close out this game. Still not a massive lead for 32.5 minutes, but they're going to try to extend that as they use this Baron buff and start pushing in towards these Tier 2 towers.
Desperate to create a pick. 5v4 would be exactly what they want to set up. It's going to be the inner turret taken.
Yeah, I mean, you see the damage right there from Beyond, just walking in, using that Sheen proc off the Trinity Force, just rips through that damn thing. So will go down. Meanwhile, ADD is going to be able to finish this one off as well.
Double Mountain Drake and Gangplank. Stacking damage means that those turrets are trivial. Gangplank, we should see Shen honestly answering, and you will now.
Yeah, he's going to move over that way. Arrow comes through, finds 10. Not going to do a whole lot. Chunk him out, but MVP looking like they're fine to just stay postured up in this mid side while ADD keeps the wave pushed in top. Trying to go for a pick there in between the lanes, use the Yomus, but wasn't able to find anything. But now with a fresh wave crash in, we'll try to get some damage done. The wave clear, of course, from Loken's going to be weakened due to the Baron buff. They'll not be able to finish it out quite yet, but get a hell of a lot of damage onto it.
One of ESC's problems is that initiation is not easy for them to pull off. You need Ghost, Flash, and probably a Shen ult on the Vladimir to get any semblance of a frontline initiation. They do have a double Rylai's, but no more than that. So MVP just returned to splitting up the map, separating their threats, and just wait for that Ash Arrow cooldown and try and explode one person with their massive burst damage.
See the big shields coming through from me, and takes a huge chunk of damage though from Tempt. Has to flash away. And a barrage used as well to try to segregate the squads. It'll work, but it's a little bit of an overstay there from Ian in that mid.
Forces MVP to back away, so backing the base is definitely not going to be trivial for the MVP squad. They're actually teleporting into mid lane, so they're really trying to brute force out this inner turret. Here's the Ash Arrow.
Yeah, Arrow goes through again beyond, trying to get onto Tempt. Won't be able to catch him as he goes to that Sanguine Bull, but they got what they wanted. They took out the tier 2 towers. Now all of the outer towers have fallen inside of ESC, and MVP getting pretty well set.
It's not,
I agree, Trundle.
not ironed on just yet. I won't put the check mark next to MVP, but they have accelerated the game in the mid game like they needed to with this comp. Getting closer and closer to 4 and 5 items on the side of ESC though, and initiation problems aren't as relevant when MVP are knocking on the door of the inhibitor or potentially looking for a turret dive around that objective.
I'll do it. I'll be so bold. I'll give it to MVP.
Okay.
I think they have it. Hex Drinker coming in from Maha as well. So just being as defensive as possible. No real need for a QS. Well, I mean, the QSS off the Cocoon and the taunt, I guess, would be good, but he's actually been positioning really well in this game.
It's a really strange build from Maha. No attack speed, barring the Berserker Greaves in the build.
Yeah, and normally we would see that Runedanc's Hurricane, but not coming out.
It's definitely not the sort of build that will do any real damage to Shen in particular. Even with armor penetration, the attack speed is so low that it's not going to be doing massive work. So it's a surprise. As you say, the Hurricane has been the staple second choice ever since Frey pioneered the Essence Reaver into Hurricane build last year.
And you mentioned Shen, he's just getting tankier and tankier. Guardian Angel almost completed for him. So it's going to be really difficult for anybody to take him down. Basically need all 5 members of MVP to just turn on to him.
I mean, you look at the front line, when Randomins is completed by this Elise, we're talking about massive armor and health sponges in the front line, and Sivir's got 3 items and working towards her last Whisper upgrade, so this is the phase where you look at ESC's comp and really recognize the power of their 5v5.
Yeah, Key's getting pretty tanky as well as that Warden's Mail in the inventory, so he's starting to stack it on. We're going to try to get a pinch in onto ADD. He's really far forward. Arrow goes through. It's not going to catch anybody, and suddenly the gangplank, he's just going to get melted out. Loken finds the kill, and suddenly MVP are in a rough spot. They're going to have to peel back. Looked like they were trying to go for a play, use ADD as bait, but he was just too far up, and ESC had the fast track on it.
I think that's just overextension. We're a minute 15 away from the Drake or the next Baron, so there wasn't even an objective for them to set up around. They had some vision, but not great vision. Neither of these teams had particularly strong vision this game, apart from ESC Ever around the Baron earlier. And this should be an answering turret, unless MVP want to go for an ill-advised 4v5.
Yeah, I mean, no wave clear, as the gangplank is dead, so they just have to let that tier 2 go. They still have just under a 6,000 gold lead, so they're still in a decent spot. Beyond, just wrapping around, maybe looking for a play, but don't want to go for anything really with AD. He's still down for another 10 seconds.
That is the Guardian Angel completed on Shen, so don't even bother damaging him. He's not going anywhere.
Just ignore him, basically, at this point.
Tougher to do when he has percentage health damage, but certainly much higher threats on the side of ESC.
Yeah, Tempt is very well, I won't say well-fed. 3-1-5. He's got a pretty good score line, but Zonia's with that Crystal Scepter, Proto Belt, and the Spirit Visage. He is also extremely tanky for Vladimir.
But, you know, you look at this game, it needs to be Maha doing the consistent damage. The burst is certainly there. Karma, Hecarim, Gangplank can all do good burst, but the fact that it's a burst Ashe build with no attack speed starts to hurt them at this point when they're looking to their AD carry with a massive Karma Shield to be putting out the consistent damage in a fight.
We'll see what he wants to do for his last item, because still has a Doran's Blade in his inventory, I believe. So likely going to finish out the Maul Mount Mortius first and then go from there, but what he's going to opt into, who knows? I mean, a last item Rudan's Hurricane would definitely be an interesting adaptation from Maha. Interesting build path.
Really bizarre stuff, which can still hurt them. They're going to start the Baron. Vladimir's far away.
This is really aggressive, but they do have that double Mount Drake. This thing is absolutely melting. Bless roaming in, but Max headbutts him away. The Repel comes through, and that's going to be a Baron confirmed by ADD. The fight's broken out. Tempted the front line. Gets a really last-second Zhonya's, but will it be enough to get him out? Has the Sanctuary full. He's trying to exit, but Onslaught of Shadow goes again. Nice pulverize onto 3 members. Beyond still hasn't finished off the Vladimir. He'll finally fall to that barrel connection from ADD, who's going to find a double kill. Max, so far, the only person on the side of MVP that's gone down. Ian's going to try to chase in onto Key. Tether's broken by that pillar, but the TP is just cutting him off now. Ian saying, oh no, you don't get away that easily. This is actually mildly dangerous by Beyond, but he's still a very damage-heavy Hecarim.
They're going to try and end the game, Achilleos.
It does look that way. He's going to try to finish off.
Shen's teleporting away from them trying to end the game.
Okay, this is really questionable by Crazy. I mean, he does have a teleport available, but now he's got no structures to go to. So, okay, good job, ESC. You lose game 1, MVP taken away at about 40 minutes here.
And even though MVP...
I mean, there was really nothing that he could do.
But with their relative lack of tankiness, the fact that Crazy didn't use his ult on Loken or anyone around this titanic 5v5 Baron fight, then ported away as some sort of exclamation point was more than a little questionable, and I guess that's kind of been a recurring story with ESC Ever. They've put themselves in decent positions this season, but not being able to close out. In this game, predictably with their draft, they were behind for a lot of the game, but they got into the 4-5 item phase where you really fancy them in a fight. It's just they didn't put everything together, and MVP, the snowball was enough to just carry them over the line.
Yeah. It was just a weird game in general. Really slow-paced at the start there, then kind of just broke out into a million different skirmishes. But in the end, MVP, they come out on top. I mean, getting that early priority on the Drake certainly helped. It's double mountain. You saw how fast that Baron burnt down. It's very nice from them, and the shot calling came through by the midway point. So MVP picking up game 1. Question is, can they close it out cleanly, or will ESC take a game off them? Because MVP, they need as many wins as they can. So only getting a +1 here is really going to hurt them.
I think there needs to be a lot more polish from both squads as we come into game 2. The fact that the Shen was rotated early gave the nice Gangplank counterpick. We can see from the damage numbers that Gangplank did plenty this game. MVP kind of just gleefully accepted everything given to them, and ESC Ever couldn't make a strong team comp on paper actually translate into the late game fights they wanted to take.
Well, it's nicely done there by MVP. Ian on the Karma. Really aggressive build, and it worked out very well for him. So, could just see that pick come back in. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, game 2. We'll see if MVP can close this out clean.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. If I quit calling you my lover, move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe. Shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come out. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches.
얘들아 와서 촬영하자.
뭐예요? 옆에 계신 선수분 있잖아요. 여기 어깨랑 고개만 이렇게 돌리는 식으로. 네, 지금처럼 해주시면 될 것 같아요. 멋있으니까. 멋있으니까. 와, 설레. 감사합니다.
아니, 영상으로 보면 된다.
네? 파이팅! 파이팅!
쌈으로 돌아! 대한민국! 뽕! 와! 스나이퍼 킬! 바로 열어! 와! 나를! 모르면 겁나 때리면 그냥! 나를 때리면! 좋아요! 좋아요!
뭐 아버님 오셨으니까 나 일러야겠다. 뭘요? 나한테 거의 너무해. 공부에 무서운 거 보여줘. 나는 내가 커피 주길래 지금 저 공부가
어디야?
받았는데 이틀 지났대?
네, 하루쯤 지난 건
하루 반나절. 하루하고 반나절.
저는 하루쯤 지난 줄 알았거든요. 그래서 먹어도 되는 줄 알았는데
하루쯤 지난 줄 알고 준 거야? 하루쯤 지난 줄 알고?
먹으면 안 돼요?
안 되지. 너가 일단 한번 먹어봐. 여름이라고 그런 거야.
아, 저는 어차피 콜라밖에 안 마셔서 그건 몰랐죠.
헐, 산, 쯔, 2, 1. 네, 안녕하세요. 2010 코리아.
게임 패널 안녕하십니까? 자, 코카콜라 제로 롤타임스 서머.
코리아 서머. 안녕하세요. 짱구 부제. 아우. 조용. 아니, 벌써 6번 미쳤어 나.
큰 박수 맞으시기 바랍니다. 팀 MVP입니다.
카메라 찍는다. 빨리 도도한 척해. 도도한 척. 정말 전략을 얘기하는 척.
네, MVP. 확실히 이번 서머 시즌 돌풍의 핵이죠.
그 뭐였지? 뭐라 이거야? 제발 진정해. 왜 그러는 거야?
형, 오브더 레코드가 아니다 이거.
야!
나 앞에 관객이 이렇게 많은
뭐였지?
이렇게 많아?
그러니까 내가 볼 때는 CJ 팬이 여기 온 거야. 이렇게 막 넥스 개몬티 이렇게 딱 팜플렛 들고 팜플렛 들고.
네, 양팀 경기 준비됐습니다. 경기와 함께 보시죠.
화이팅!
화이팅! MVP 화이팅!
ESC 에버 파이팅!
어딜 나!
이거는
헬프가 되나요? 헬프가 될 수.
진짜 대단하네요,
잠시만 카메라님 저도 보세요. 접니다. 그래요. 3번 카메라 나이스.
소롱아이비 MVP 이안입니다.
이거 참 쑥스럽구만. 이게 하이라이트 나오고 쑥스럽구만.
상황을 잘 봤습니다. 부패 사슬이 연발 날카롭게 들어가니까
영상 나오고. 너 준현이님이랑 처음 아니야? 같이 하는 사람이 꼭 인성을 표현해서.
MVP 인터뷰만 하면 다 부셔버리겠다.
네.
하드
그런 얘기
캐리하겠다
했었잖아요.
이런 얘기를 했었는데
네.
이게 하드 캐리인가요?
죄송합니다.
아니에요, 예.
비욘드 선수도 뭐 인터뷰만 하면 굉장히 나긋나긋해지시고 되게 배려심이 있고 뭐 그런 게 컨셉이란 얘기도 있는데 여러 영상을 통해서
컨셉입니다.
예. 확실합니까?
네. 혼나요 그냥.
지금 살짝 째려봤을 때 표정이 좀 매섭긴 했어요. 전 봤거든요.
혼자 멍하니 뒤척이다 TV에는 어제 본 것 같은 We can sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Back and
Welcome back. Your MVP from Game 1 was Ian, 2-1-9 on that Karma and 100% kill contribution. So that'll be his 4th MVP win as he moves a little bit up the ladder. So good build path there from Ian, bringing out that Ardent Sensor and the Luden's Echo. So definitely not what we're used to seeing.
And usually Karmas, you won't see them pick up the MVP. They'll win games, but they won't necessarily look great doing it. But there was actually a lot of heavy lifting that Ian was required to do in this game. Full DPS build pass from his top laner, from his jungler, and the shields needed to be on point and even attack speed, because Ardent Sensor gives a little bit of attack speed, and this was a no attack speed build from Maha on the Ashe. So in many ways, his item build, his timings, and just the fact that he stayed alive and kept putting out those shields for his team were a big reason that MVP were able to take out Game 1.
Yep, and it was very, it was slow at the start of things. 20 minutes
Bloody.
until we got some real action, and then we started getting some skirmishes, and then it became very bloody very quickly, and ESC, despite having that early lead, just started letting it slip away, and MVP, they took hold, they didn't let it go. They were able to close out the game, and then very aggressive Baron call. Didn't have a pick, didn't have necessarily superior vision. They're just like, okay, we have double Mountain Drake and a hell of a lot of damage. Let's just do this. And then, of all people, ADD was the one that secured it with Gangplank. So.
Yeah, I mean, MVP looked like they wanted to win, and ESC Ever looked a little bit all at sea. Communication wasn't great, target calling wasn't great, teleporting away from Baron was interesting, but with that sound, we're getting a roster change, Kilios.
That we are. It's going to be on the side of ESC Ever.
But maybe not who you would have thought.
Probably Totoro. Aha!
Well, you had a screen, you could have just looked at it.
Oh, I literally didn't. I swear I didn't look at it. No, I heard the players talking about it.
Well, Totoro's in trouble because Braum is not available today. He has been banned away, and you can see on the most played, it was a lot of Bard and almost exclusively Braum.
Yeah,
so.
and Bard was one of the things that MVP banned in Game 1, so this is going to be really interesting to see how this transpires for ESC moving into Game 2. MVP, you got to be feeling pretty comfortable at this point.
I feel like a lot of teams have not really understood the, I guess, 2-day meta we're in right now, because I imagine we're moving to 6-14 next week and the Braum issues will be resolved, but in a world where Braum is disabled, mid lane Varus is like incredibly overpowered, so...
I didn't see the reason why.
It's a bug.
Okay, but I mean, like, do we know what the bug is?
No.
It's just a problem.
We just know that Braum is not available. Urgot has been disabled at times this season. Many champions have been disabled. But
thank God for the Urgot disable.
Hey, Urgot was played yesterday.
And how did it do?
Not that well, Achilleos, but I mean, it's crazy that Varus went through picks and bans in Game 1. See if that will change in Game 2.
Yeah, I did tune in for a very brief moment for that Urgot. Was it unicorns, right?
Yes,
yeah.
as you'd expect.
I mean, Power of Evil's not even on the team anymore, and they still want to just do weird things.
The only value of an Urgot lock is to just go on Twitter and see who the first prominent analyst is to say, "You're got to be kidding me."
I think I saw a Quick Shot.
Quickshot just beat Pulse.
Okay. So,
gotta go for that low-hanging fruit, the Urgot memes.
I'll give. There's just so many of them. I'll give that one to Quick Shot.
Urgot Mail is also a top one.
Is it a top one?
A top Urgot meme. I mean, it's a sliding scale of memes.
Topping the list of 3.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, anyway, Ashe Varus going to be banned away here by MVP so far. Nidalee and Sivir on the side of ESC. So they do take out Sivir potentially from Maha. So we'll have to see what he's going to play now. What with the Ashe and the Sivir taken off the board. Rai's going to be banned by MVP. Don't want that one in the hands of Crazy, especially. You would play that from the top lane.
On off the record, they showed the one good performance that Maha had on the Jhin, which is going to be one of the meta 80 carries available. Lucian also there, and known for his strong laning phase, but you grab Gragas whenever it's available for Beyond. He was the first Gragas this season from the jungle, and bounced many a person into turrets, so makes sense to lock it in with Nidalee off the board.
Yeah, not only that, but Bless as well has been a big Gragas player in the jungle, so it's also a bit of a takeaway. But now with the 80 carry pool choked out a bit, let's see what we have. Lucian was flashed, Jhin, of course, as you mentioned from the off-the-record episode, but Ezreal is something as well that we could just see come out. Might be good for Maha. It's hard to be out of position with the Ezreal.
And you're kind of in an awkward spot here if you're ESC Ever, because you never really feel great about picking Jhin into Gragas, but if you just give them the Jhin, it also is kind of a freebie for the most powerful AD carry on the board. So I think it's more of a takeaway Jhin pick than necessarily one that is going to be in a great spot for ESC, but they'll also take away the Karma, which will function as a flex pick between mid and support.
Yeah, we'll see. Of course, Totoro, not sure what he is going to want to go for, so that could just be Tempt in the mid lane. But now MVP, where do they want to go from here?
Probably not to Morgana.
Probably not. Haven't seen her in a good while. Been a hot minute.
Lucian priority has been very interesting in this league. We saw, of course, the SKT series a couple of days ago where lots of AD carries were banned and Bang went to Misfortune of all people. Lucian actually went through picks and bans with 4 AD carry bans. But then you got someone like Fury who's been playing it almost exclusively for Longzhu in their recent rise.
Yeah.
Lucian's obviously worse in the late game, but he's fine and he can be very powerful in a mid-game comp.
Yeah, I mean, from time to time we also have like Kramer picks up Lucian here and there. But looks like we might see it today from Maha. Will get locked in as well as the Shen for ADD.
Shen, ADD in general has been really good on the Shen. MVP have made good use of it. It allows Beyond to play even more aggressively, but they're kind of falling into the same trap of picking Shen with Gangplank open. Gangplank had the most damage dealt to champions in Game 1. And surprised to see it as a blind pick here, but maybe we'll see some other aggressive pick-based champions, because if we see a LeBlanc taken for the mid lane, then you can kind of understand taking the Shen and opening up some really aggressive global picks.
Well, looks like this might just be the lock-in as well as the Alistar. Max played it pretty well in the latter half of Game 1, but looks like they might actually save it for last pick and potentially flex the Karma down bot. Get the last pick from mid. Will be Gangplank locked in, though, to go into that Shen matchup. And looks like Elise will be the selection here for Bless.
So another reason why we saw the Shen lock in is that whenever Jhin is in the meta, we note the fact that if Jhin is having trouble getting through the front line, it's very hard for him to do damage. And now you have Gragas Shen as your tank front line, so looking difficult for Jhin to actually put out big damage to the back line when the tank line is so strong on the side of MVP. And speaking of strong tank lines, why not get a Tahm Kench as well?
Yeah, that would be pretty brutal here. Very safe as well.
Negates the pick power of the ultimate from Jhin, the Elise Cocoon. It is a nice pick in this situation for Max, but
Maha out of trouble.
Taric is also available. I actually like the Tahm Kench a little more, but with the Taric, I guess you can negate the Stand Unite. It's not so you can negate the Gangplank ultimate as somewhere you can fight in for that 2.5-second invulnerability.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple different options, but if it is the Taric lock-in and they flex that Karma down to the bottom side, that could be a little bit rough for him.
I want to see LeBlanc. I want to see something aggressive out of Ian.
Well,
maybe it goes the opposite direction entirely, although you can play the Azir aggressively.
And that will be the lock-in. So yeah, Azir for Ian, and then Tahm Kench on the board, so Max going to be bringing out that one, the Catfish in the bottom side.
I am surprised to see the Azir, just because then it kind of makes you wonder, why did they draft Shen so early with the Gangplank available? If you were going for a dive comp, if you were going for someone like the LeBlanc, a pick comp, then the Shen makes a semblance of sense, but in this scenario, it seems a little bit unnecessary for them to have drafted Shen so early. Now action back over to ESC. Waiting to see if they draft a mid laner or a support with their last pick, as the Karma can be flexed between the two.
Question is, what does Tempt want to go for in the mid side? Vladimir obviously gone, as Varus is gone. Doesn't have as many options as he would like, as we were talking about. ESC is the team with the really short champion pools. Looks like it might be a support Trundle coming through, which would leave Tempt with Karma in the mid lane.
So few notable champions for ESC Ever. For mid lane, it is almost exclusively the Varus, and with that taken out very early by MVP, it is going to go for the utility of the Karma. Interesting spot this draft puts in, because, like we said, very strong tank line on the side of MVP, so theoretically, this game gets to a point of 2 armor items. It's going to be difficult for the Jhin to do damage, but they have Gangplank as well. ESC, I think, are going to have to look for the mid-game snowball, because when the tank items come rolling in, it's difficult for this comp to function, and even to get picks with the Elise and the Jin, it's going to be difficult with the Tahm Kench to mop them up with the Valor.
Yeah, I mean, you also have so many ways of interrupting that Jin ultimate. You can just throw that party cast right into the backside, knock him out of it, Shen taunt. Tahm Kench jumping on top of him, so this will be a bit rough here for ESC, but if they can get that Gangplank rolling with help from Elise, stop ADD from becoming very tanky on that Shen early on, might be enough to help them get ahead. We'll see what kind of build Tempt wants to bring out as well, because it feels like he doesn't necessarily need to go for that full AP like we saw from Ian in the last game. Could go for a bit more utility karma, but who really knows what he's going to go for.
If we see those standard lanes, given they drafted Gragas with the first pick and Shen with Gangplank open, expect Beyond and Bless to really navigate around the top side and try to influence a lane matchup that on paper is big in the advantage of Gangplank, but you have to think MVP have a strategy if they blind picked it.
Oh, I would certainly hope so. Or else it'd be a pretty ill-advised thing to do here. We'll see how Ian's Azir is going to compare to that of Faker's, who is just trying to, basically 1v9 in that second game. See if they can get out on top and see if Max can find success on Tahm Kench today, because so far he's 0-2. He's 0-2. So let's go ahead and get right into game 2, see if MVP can close this out or if ESC is going to take us to the third game. All right, another Cloud Drake, twice in a row. So we got spoiled at the first set.
Was a good one, Kilios. Now, MVP taking out game 1 pretty cleanly, all things considered. But with a couple of wrinkles in their draft in game 2 that can definitely be papered over with some smart attention from Beyond. He's back on the Gragas. He was the first impressive Gragas we've seen from the jungle this season. So no reason that he can't have another great performance here.
Well, looks like we might just have, we're going to have the lane swap initiated by both sides, so it'll end up in the 2v2 up top. Meanwhile, ADD and Beyond just going to start at the Krugs, and we'll see the mirror coming through here for Crazy and Bless. So MVP, this could be a bit rough for them trying to, get ADD out of that lane against the Gangplank. I almost said Gragas. Out of lane against that Gangplank. It's going to end up there.
Is once again going to be the now standard Thunderlords Gangplank, so more of an element of risk in the laning phase, but with the nerfs towards the Grasp of the Undying, it has definitely been the favored mastery.
Sorry, I got a good chuckle out of that. I thought you said Thunderloins.
Thunderloins is much funnier.
I was like, all right. Here we go.
How do you know my nickname, Achilles?
Somebody should, that needs to be somebody's solo queue name. So go see if that name is taken in NA or EU, wherever you're watching from. It's probably gone, but that is an S tier name right there. Oh man, I wish that we had a professional player named Thunderlords, especially in Korea.
There's still time.
Well, especially in Korea, because they probably wouldn't know what it really meant, or maybe they do. I mean, it's the whole fire trap story, so
that's true.
Would you like to give the details on that one to our viewers?
Well, Fire Trap is the player formerly known as Dart on the team. He was on Roccat, I believe, at the tail end of last year and early this year. Then he moved over to Dream Team, one of the challenger teams in NA. But Dart was actually the second iteration of his name because his original name was Fart. He was a top 40 challenger player named Fart. And then he wanted to go overseas, and it was mentioned to him that perhaps Fart would be the most marketable or acceptable name to go by. He knew exactly what it meant, by the way.
That's the best part, is that he just
thought it was a cool name.
Yeah, he was just like, yeah, I know. Like, you know what a fart is? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. If that's what you want your name to be.
That's why I was actually the one that suggested Dart. Because I was like, well, it's similar, and it's kind of like Bang. It's got good, onomatopoeia about it.
Yeah.
For a top laner.
That's really good. I mean, I kind of referenced the Mickey interview earlier in the first set, but there's actually an English interview, or mixed, Korean English interview with Song Yoon and Snowflower, where they asked them to speak English, and they said, "Can you tell us something about you know, snowflower in English, and he said, snowflower is poop. And then
those two famous for being at each other's throats at all times. Lots of, especially when they're in Challenger, lots of phone interviews with them.
Yeah.
Where they would insult one another.
Yeah.
Playful rivalry.
Snowflower fired back and said, okay, Songyun is fart. So, he is the physical embodiment of a fart, apparently.
Well, that was supposed to be Dart, but
not anymore.
He had to change his path.
There's a new fart in town.
Fire Trap's a pretty cool name. So
Yeah.
he eventually got to a good name eventually.
I mean, Dart was fine.
It's okay.
He didn't have to change from Dart.
He's back in Korea. He wanted to reinvigorate himself. I had no idea it was the same player until I looked it up, and I was like, oh, right, okay. That's where he got to.
I still just love, like, Ian and Max. They're just so normal. It's like a dude's name.
I love them for their good quality League of Legends play. Not so much for their names.
I mean, I would just pick a random name if I was going to go pro. I don't think I would use Achilleos. I think I would just be like Scott.
Scott?
It's like, that's not even your real name. It's like, yeah, I know.
So if I see an Overwatch player that's a Widowmaker main and called Scott, I have a good idea who it is?
Exactly.
Okay.
I still don't know how like some of the OGN employees found out about my Widowmaker.
You're good at Widowmaker. It is known. Shame about the other heroes.
Hey man, come on. My fare is up there.
Well, it's been another quiet early laning phase. This time it's standard lanes, so we got exactly what we wanted. Standard lanes, none of these pesky lane swaps.
Yeah, it's just so boring when that happens.
All this killing.
Why can't we go back to MSI meta? Those games were exciting. Wait a second.
Teams are just better. You know, people remember the fondly, Season 3, Season 2, bloodier games. All those things happened, but teams got better since then. And that's the reason why we see these situations where there's low kills, is that it's much better to play a low-risk style because it's more often than not, high risk, high reward does exist, but you can go low risk, medium reward and be, on the whole, rewarded for it more so than taking those big risks and losing the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's more on the line. Oh boy, ADD though, he's in a really bad spot. Has to flash away, but it doesn't matter. That parlay is there to confirm the kill. Bless as well for insurance on the backside. First blood, yet again going over to ESC. Crazy, getting rolling on the gangplank, and this is why you probably didn't want that Shen in lane.
It was a first item chain vest, teleported back to lane, and both didn't seem to respect the amount of experience on the side of Crazy or the laning matchup. So a real head scratcher there from ADD.
Yeah, now he's going to be about a level and a half behind. So Crazy going to start stretching ahead.
I mean, it's not like his level 6 pop was going to give him any combat stats. It's just the ultimate for the team utility. So just screwed it up completely, and Bless was unnecessary in the end with his smart roam down bottom.
Yep, I mean, I guess ADD he didn't know Bless was there, but maybe if he had flashed out of the cannon barrage, he would have had a better chance of living through the gangplank and then would have just gotten killed by the Elise in the end. But either way, just a rough spot to be in. And we can see MVP are going to rotate Maha and Max down to that bottom side.
Well, they decided to end the laning phase with ADD using his flash. Definitely smart to not leave him in an extended lane against the gangplank.
Yeah, just
but
bail him out.
He does have a turret in the top lane that he could try to defend with there being no lane swap enacted. So instead of just going for some gold, which would make sense with the Lucian and the earlier power spikes they have, they're going to decide to just try and give him a bit of time and a bit of solo experience in top lane. Get him close to that first item.
Yep. Beyond, Max going to wrap around that backside as they try to hunt out Crazy, but he's rotating through the jungle. He'll stay safe, and we could just see ESC swap back down to that bottom, match the 2v2, and just try to keep Crazy in this advantageous lane. For now, though, looks like the turrets will be swapped out. Oh boy, ADD yet again getting jumped on, dashes to the side, dukes out that one bullet, it was nice, but now here it comes, that's the pain. Fourth bullet comes through, and he's got nowhere to go. He is gonna die yet again, maybe not, yeah, there it is. It's just a matter of time. Waiting for that Q cooldown for Bless.
And that's why you don't walk through your jungle that your team wasn't playing towards, where you had no vision around apart from one pink ward. because now ADD's basically fed over another kill just from greedy pathing. He could have just walked straight down the lane, reassessed the situation, and backed off if he felt threatened.
Yeah.
But went for a face check that was a bridge too far, and now is 0-2-0 before really anything has developed in this match.
MVP, they're going to try to push in towards this tier 2. Crazy's the only one in the vicinity. We'll be able to clear out the waves decently with the barrels, but see how much damage they can get in. They have the culling if they want to try to shove it back. Looks like they're going to be able to just maybe take this tier 2, so actually this will work out pretty well for MVP, all things considered.
All about timing, so the minion wave dies, the next one is going to need to be pushed in, but no one's rotating fast as Totoro.
Yeah, Beyond's not going to get the slow off the barrel, but here comes Ian from the mid lane, pins him into the wall actually with that Emperor's Divide. That's something that's not supposed to happen anymore. Meanwhile, Abyssal Voyage into mid. Max trying to go for temp, but the Tongue Lash is not going to connect. But a nice little pickup there for the side of MVP. So they gave up 2 kills, both on ADD. They pick up 1 onto Totoro and get some really nice damage in onto that tier 2 at bottom. So they're making some decent moves here.
I mean, the small thing they have to work with is that Shen will have a relatively cheap item build. Just going to build Sunfire, and if he's tanky enough to get through a fight, then that's great. You know, it's mostly about the Stand United and the initiation of the taunt. So if there's anyone to be held down where you kind of say, well, that's just the way it has to be, the Shen is definitely the best candidate from the side of MVP.
Yeah. So not going to be the worst case scenario, but they will find themselves in a bit of a deficit, both due to that first blood coming in and also Crazy having a nice almost 20 CS lead, plus the extra gold from Parlay. So that'll be helping them stretch about 1,000 ahead at the moment.
That spots out the ward at the back of the pit. No Drakes have been started. It's 10 minutes into the game, so with no lane swap, early Drakes are much more difficult to pick up.
Especially when you have to muster the willpower to take out that Cloud Drake.
On a lazy Saturday like today, it's too hard.
It's just such a beautiful creature is what it is.
I don't know if the Cloud Drake is beautiful, Achilles.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It's not really an eyesore either. It's just kind of whatever.
I just want it gone.
Well, it's being buffed in the next patch, so hooray.
Hooray for that. It's very much needed to make it more desirable. Because it's like, there's comps where it's like, okay, this is good, but unless you get like 2 of them, then it's not the best thing. The best, like, the most you really get out of it is maybe like an extra Elder Drake stack. I know I'm being very harsh on the Cloud Drake. He's done nothing to deserve this.
You are also the first person worldwide to be harsh on the Cloud Drake, so you're a real trendsetter there.
Yeah, I know. I'm just very original. Will be confirmed there by Bless. Juke's back will get into the stomach of Max. Stand United coming through onto the top of that Tom Kitchen. Toto now in a really bad spot. Here comes ADD, but the Grim Call's opened up. And a nice shot goes straight through onto Maha. Now Max trying to run away, pops the shield. ADD has to flash out to safety. Ian's trying to get some damage done, but he's not been able to yet. You know, throwing out the explosive casters, trying to knock them back. The rest of ESC pushing forward. The pillar, nice juke through there by ADD will keep him safe. But ESC, they turn that one around and get the dragon.
A nice accuracy on the first shot from Loken to confirm the kill. We mentioned that the armor will be coming out from MVP and stopping the effectiveness of the Jhin towards the mid to late game, but those armor items are still very much in the formative stage, and he's already got the Yomu's Ghost Blade. If he can stack that armor penetration early, there's still a world where he does damage, but watching the replay, MVP could definitely have gotten out, but instead they go for the re-engage. They blow the Stand United for initiation purposes onto Max, and that just means that's not available for Maha in the backline. He dies with the early fight. Watch the fact that he actually holds on to the ult for this long, gets the root onto Beyond. Very nice accuracy with the skill shots from Loken, who's been pretty big afterthought this season for ESC Ever, but on form is a great AD carry.
Yeah. Nicely done there. I mean, of course, had the help of Bless locking down Maha to really secure that kill. But this is looking like a bit of a struggle street for MVP. Sand Tower built up in that mid side so they can catch the wave and keep it going towards that tier 2. ADD is going to try to trade out with Temp. That's going to be the Abyssal Voyage coming in as well. Maha and Max in tow. Can they find a kill on Temp? It's going to be the big question. It looks like it's going to be a no. He's just too damn fast.
He might die also.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the Nom coming through. Max now, the one who's at risk of dying, pops that shield and will be able to stay alive for the time being. Maha. Killer comes down, he uses the culling, will shove ESC back for the moment, but they're They're in a rough spot, and ESC could aggress towards this tier 1 mid tower.
It's worth noting that these headaches are of MVP's own creation. They opted into this.
Oh,
Ian
goes in, scoops up only Totoro though, and takes a bunch of damage. Cannon Barrage coming down. Beyond really far forward. Here comes the curtain call. There's no one to really block. Max is going to get popped in the end, and now Beyond's still in a bad spot. He will make it out of that captive audience in time. But ESC just shove forward and take down this tower now.
And the accuracy of these ultimates from Loken have been really good to see. Almost got a double kill just with his ult in that particular fight. They're going to get this out of mid lane turret. To finish the thought, this is all on the back of MVP choosing to go for this Shen with Gangplank available. Heavily expected that Crazy would pick it. They've tried to play around it, but he's a level and a half behind his opponent. He's been rotated on multiple times by ESC. And when he tried to over-pursue Karma 2 levels up, he almost straight up died. Just the Karma damage.
What do you think would have been a better selection for him going into this one, blind? Because we've seen some differentiating in, as far as the blind top lane picks. Gnar has been one that's come out as well. So I guess we could have seen that, maybe even just go for the Gangplank blind, but then I feel like you just have Crazy take Gnar and then crush him. So
well, you could just not draft your top laner in the second round of picks on blue side. That's an option they had available to them. They could have gone for the Gnar, like you mentioned. That would have been safer. You can go for the Gangplank and deal with the bad laning matchups where you can get harassed, but in this particular situation, after game 1, it's just kind of crazy that they didn't pair this Shen top lane with a pick that really made sense. If you can go for a submarine pick, if you can go for something that really synergizes well, like the LeBlanc, and try and apply pressure to the enemy jungler by invading aggressively with the Shen ult, okay, I can kind of understand opting into a bad laning matchup, but nothing about this comp really demanded a Shen, and it's hurt them more than it's helped.
Yeah. I mean, submarine comp, we saw a really well executed one in TLA's game against C9C with Twitch and Evelyn, I'm pretty sure. So
pretty awful one from Longzhu before they had their recent winning streak. So the best and the worst on full spray. No pocket
doesn't always work out.
No pocket Evelyns in Korea, unfortunately. They're in China. That's queer love for you.
Yeah. Everyone has this respect rule with Faker where nobody picks Evelyn anymore because it just tilts him and makes him think about MSI from 2 years ago.
Also makes him think of Bengi in the games where he just randomly dies on Evelyn as well. Evelyn tilt is real for SKT.
Well, now he can just think about the games where Blank dies randomly.
Has been a few of those this season.
Had a few of those today.
Yeah. Polarizing player, Blank.
Oh boy, Ian taking a hell of a lot of damage. Cannon Barrage thrown down. Max is there to eat him up though, trying to keep him safe. Saving that last shot. Stand United, barely saves him, but that's going to be
and
the touch. And yeah, it's Subjugate from Totoro taking him down. Nicely done. And Loken's accuracy is so good. Beyond, he is going to fall as well. Gets taken out. ADD trying to hold on to this tier 1 at the top side. Will go in onto Crazy. Calling getting used, but that's not going to catch anybody. And ESC are just running away with game 2 right now.
It's crazy how if you had the nameplates reversed, it's game 1. That's just been the difference between these two teams. There's been a lot of parity over the course of it. They went for the earlier power spikes this time from ESC. The aggression's been great, but Loken has definitely been the man to catch your eye with just such incredible accuracy on the curtain call. We're going to see the replay now. First he hits the W. And you think, okay, 2 shots are down, there's no real kill pressure. This shot onto Ian is pretty damn ridiculous, clipping him as he tries to move by on the Azir, and they keep causing pressure. They turn onto Beyond. This time the W misses, but the tether is there, and that doesn't even need to flash aggressively. And ESC now in full control, 4,000 gold ahead at 18 minutes.
Yep. And this is basically their game to lose at this point. They could just keep going like this and they'll be fine, but unless they make a crucial mistake, it's going to be so difficult for MVP to get back into here. They're going to pick up this Mountain Drake. That'll help out a decent bit, but ESC, they're not going to contest. They're going to just let this one go over, so it looks like we'll just go Cloud, Mountain, Cloud.
And no one can afford to itemize into armor, given that Elise and Karma are still hitting hard, and Gragas is the front line, so needs to be able to absorb that magic damage. So Loken and Crazy are continuing to put out big physical damage numbers. And until we hit those 2-3 item phases, ADD decides to build a Tiamat that I don't know. I think you need to get tankier, but
yeah, I don't know about that one.
Seems questionable. I guess he's respecting the Trundle stealing away stats, but you can't respect everything on the side of ESC. Tank shredding, strong physical damage, strong early game magic damage. You need to split between the two, and so far the split for MVP hasn't been pretty in game 2.
Yeah, they've pretty much just been split right down the middle in this one. And ADD, yeah, he's actually not as far behind in CS as I thought that he would be, but still not in a good spot to really just impact these fights. And, you know, he's nowhere near that unkillable Shen that he needs to be. MVP, if they could delay for a significant amount of time, they might be able to swing this one back, but it just doesn't seem likely because ESC just keeps pushing on the accelerator.
I mean, MVP have had to invest 5 pink wards just to have enough defensive vision to farm on their side of the jungle.
We're going to go for a pick on the Loken, knock him back a little bit with the castle, chunk him down to half, but now Beyond going to get rooted. Curtain Call still available. Loken holding on to that. TP coming into the backside now. Here comes the Curtain Call. One shot on an ADD. Max looking like he's going to go down, and he does. Last one comes through. Beyond getting chunked out. Emperor's Divide is there, but Temp flashes over, finishes him off with the Q. Maha trying to get a trade in onto Totoro, but the heal is there from Loken. He'll still find it, but he is going to go down in the end. And Ian and ADD more than likely going to fall. Looks like they'll just go ahead, turn away from the Shen. There's a Baron that they can take. That's going to be a 4-for-1 for ESC.
And MVP, as I said, they invested 5 pink wards just to be able to farm on their side of the map, then went for a Rambo invade without strong vision of their own, just placing a couple of wards as they went in. The moment that they couldn't bounce Loken into his death, they should have pulled away, but they'd invested too much by then. As you can see from this replay, they will lose Baron, as we saw just before. If you can pick Loken, for sure you have a chance against ESC Ever, but there's the gangplank hold. Suddenly Loken is able to free hit. Nice response, and Azir can't even get to this fight. They initiate what ends up being a 4v5 on the enemy side of the jungle with minimal vision. And ESC, they've got the karma this time. They're able to just continue chasing. Nothing MVP can do as the exit kills stack up, and game 1 to game 2 is night and day between these two squads.
Yep, 10-2 right now, and a 7,000 gold lead for ESC just 21 minutes in. This is extremely rough for MVP. It's just a bit of an unfortunate bounce there onto Loken with that explosive cast. If they had just knocked him further down the lane instead of into the wall, they might have been able to finish him out before the collapse came through from the rest of the squad, but just not how things transpired. And MVP are really, really suffering now as the towers are starting to crumble. Just 2 tier 2s remaining as they're outer. They're going to go for a play onto Crazy up top here. Abyssal Foliage coming in. He actually does not see this.
He has a turret, though.
Yep. Throw down the Cannon Barrage, try to slow them up. Ian's coming in as well, though. Crazy, he's in a really rough spot. Max going to get on top of him. Will have that Devourer available. He flashes away. That's a bit ill-advised, I would think. And he will go down. Curtain Call's opened up, standing united there. Max going to gnaw him up on Maha, try to keep him alive, spits him out. And looks like MVP will get away with that pick onto Crazy.
They keep going for the picks even though they don't open up any objectives. And in general, it just feels like they feel like they're in a position to skirmish even though they're 7,000 gold behind against a Baron buff up opponent. This time, they actually do get that objective, but they might actually lose map pressure from that move rather than really gain any objectives.
ESC's sticking around in this mid side. ADD's actually rotating out and down the river. Probably should have just stuck top and tried to clear. He has TP available, so he can join the team. Emperor's Divide's gonna whiff. Not gonna find anybody there. Well, Totoro using the flash, so not gonna get that catch. And ESC just rotate bottom. Might look to pressure out this tier 2. Maha almost has calling available, so they might be able to stave this off.
Yeah, but this buys time for Crazy to come from base. Doesn't have teleport, will just come and push up the mid lane wave. Difficult for MVP to keep up a outer bot lane turret, or inner bot lane turret, given the texture of the game and the Baron buff for ESC Ever.
Yeah, and ADD used the where did he teleport to?
I didn't catch that.
He should have just stayed top and taken the tower and then okay, whatever, it's fine. Well, it's not fine for MVP, it's fine for ESC, so they're going to continue pushing at this bottom side. And Crazy is just occupying Shen in the mid lane.
The siege is not great from ESC, so they still haven't cracked this turret. Jin is definitely one of the worst champions at pushing down turrets with his 4-shot mechanic.
Well, they still get some good damage, and that's the calling down from Maha. And ADD is just eating all of the damage from that gangplank.
Here comes Tahm Kench.
They're going to go for it. It's going to be the slow coming in on the tongue lash. They jump on top of him. Cannon Barrage is down. They should be able to finish him off, and they do. Maha finds the kill, but they're going to lose the tier 2 and bot. No, never mind. Okay.
And see the power that's been granted to the Abyssal Voyage for Tahm Kench. The channel time being so much shorter means that when it comes to playing against it, there's much less reaction time, and Gangplank was just caught off guard by it. They get a kill. They're pushing up to the Drake. Beyond will jump over, but for now it's actually only Bless anywhere near.
Yeah, so he would have to just go for the steal. He's actually going to take it away with the Q and Smite. Nicely done by Bless. That was just fearless, cheeky play, and Beyond's got to be feeling pretty bad about that one.
I mean, to be fair to Beyond, he was a level behind in Elise, who does have very high instant Smite damage, but obviously feels good if you're Blessed to, given how well they're going in the early game, be able to just walk up 1v4 to the Drake.
Oh boy. ADD in a rough spot. Now Ian getting caught. He's able to cleanse off that cocoon. Root's not going to connect onto him, but now the curtain call is opened up. Uses the Emperor's Divide just to keep him away. Bless is going to chase in with the Repel. Beyond going low. Flash over the wall by Tempt, and they'll find the kill. Loken takes it away in the end. So ESC still just pushing in fearlessly into the jungle and finding kills still.
It's continuing the snowball. It seems like we're never going to get to the point when MVP have a strong enough front line to shrug off Jin's damage. 2 armor penetration items already finished for Loken. Only now just a Glacial Shroud for Beyond and a Sunfire for ADD. When the snowball happens like this, there's just no gold to actually answer all the threats from ESC.
ADD going to go in, gets a taunt on the Bless, takes a bunch of damage, but look at that on the Maha, goes so low. ADD goes down. Beyond now respawning. Loken flashes out. Almost loses his life there, but they still will be able to net themselves that tier 2 tower. So ESC just they can just push in wherever they want at this point. MVP just can't do a damn thing.
Yeah, you're right. Crazy can even stay longer and pick up more farm. The map is a very narrow one for MVP. They find it hard to get to their Wolves and Raptor camps, let alone anywhere else on the map. Baron respawning in a minute. MVP haven't really been in the area to put down any vision. And for now, they still are unable to push up vision around the Baron.
Loken, what a performance on this Jin so far. 4-0 and 6. Almost 100% kill contribution. Been having a field day.
It's been a poor season by Loken standards, given that we really developed high standards for him in Challenger and with his performances on the international scene. But while he's dropped from that peak, he does still have games like this that remind you that when you're talking about the best 80 carries in Korea, he certainly hasn't earned top 3, but should always be in the conversation because his ceiling is very high.
That it is. He just needs that consistency. But ESC also shaking things up as far as consistency goes with their support players. So maybe we'll see more of Totoro moving forward, as this game is much more controlled by ESC as a whole.
Just going to continue pushing in vision. Baron spawns in 10 seconds. MVP haven't been able to get any vision in the area. Gangplank can just go bottom, but doesn't have teleport, so is going to cancel that recall.
Yeah, wants to stick around. ADD should be able to quickly take that tower as it was chunked out from earlier on.
Temp does have teleport himself, though, so the Karma can go to answer the Shen.
He'll roam down. He's going to be able to take this out, though. So, nicely done there by ADD. He's just going to run away from the Karma. Temp's going to really try to chase him out. Beyond, though, getting caught, rooted. Curtain call opened up. One more shot will do it. Stand United, it's not going to do the damn thing to keep him alive. And the jungler is gone, and that should be a free Baron going over to ESC, barring a miraculous steal by somebody on the side of MVP. But
I'm even trying to walk up to the Gangplank barrels and everything else from ESC is going to be a headache at minimum. They have no smite with Beyond dead.
They're walking up as 4. Maha gets caught by the cocoon, has to dash out. You can see just the Cannon Barrage doing a good amount of damage. Ian going to get rooted, and the Baron is confirmed there by Bless. Max spitting him out. He dashes away, but MVP are in such a rough spot. Crazy's wrapping around. We should have another route coming in from Loken soon. They want to continue pursuing, but they might just go straight down this mid lane and try to get the inhibitor.
It's just a really simple situation for ESC. Even though MVP walked up, there is no threat of a Baron steal, so why not just pop the Karma Shield, DPS it down, smite it away, inside track into the mid lane as well, so that's going to be the inhibitor turret like you outlined, and back away and spend your gold.
Maybe looking for a taunt, but not really nearby. Using that Mantra Shield to just speed everybody up and zip them out, and now a 10.3 thousand gold lead for ESC Ever. And they'll be looking to close this game out pretty soon, I would think, with that Baron now picked up.
With the result earlier, with Afreeca taking out SKTelecom, this on a series honestly could go either way, because I think both teams honestly have had a lot of motivation coming into it. ESC's looking at potentially playing in relegations, want to get games towards Longzhu's match score, and MVP, if they don't win today, are going to be 3 matches behind the Afreeca Freecs, so would all be out of playoffs, but it's been the spirited comeback from ESC in Game 2 with Totoro back in the lineup. It gives them a shot in this series.
I mean, there's still a world where MVP falls into relegation. It's certainly possible at this point. Save on the Maha there with the Devour. ADD trying to tank up in the front side. He's going to go low. Has to get out of there. Cannon Barrage trying to slow him up. Current Call not going to find any kills yet beyond just barely getting away from that route with the flash, but the inhibitor will fall in mid. And ESC are just going to rotate down to that bottom side where they have a massive wave of minions grouping up near that turret.
And no greediness, just canceling the Curtain Call after 2 shots to refund part of the cooldown. Just returning to what's working, which for now, crazily with the team with Jin, is sieging down towers.
That they are, and they should be able to get this pretty quickly. They're going to Missile Boy straight into the backside. Ian using that Emperor's Vibe, trying to pinch them off. Tempt going pretty low. ADD comes in with the Stand United, but he is just going to get chunked out and taken out immediately. Crazy finds the kill. Maha trying to dash back, but a last parlay comes through. That's going to be a double kill now, going over to the gangplank. And Ian and Beyond, the last 2 members alive, are just trying to retreat as best as they can. But it's just not going to happen for Beyond. He goes down, and now ESC with super creeps in the mid side. They're going to come over here. They're going to finish this game out at 31.5 minutes.
Yeah, no items available to MVP to counter what ESC Ever is doing. A virtuoso performance by Loken on the Jin. A final kill, just the cherry on top, and we're going to a Game 3.
Well, we've seen pretty match performances coming out from both of these guys. MVP taking hold of Game 1. ESC really taking a hold of Game 2, and they did it about 15 minutes faster than MVP was able. So big question now is what's going to happen for Game 3. MVP moving back over to that red side. They can save the last pick for the top lane for ADD, who really struggled here. But can ESC find dominance? Will Totoro be able to help this team get ahead early and keep it that way?
I have a feeling the next draft could be very interesting. Karma has been on the winning side in both games. Will that have to be a ban? Will something slip through to one of these junglers, for example, with an adaptation ban like that? The Trundle has also been an important pick, specifically in the support role this series. So let's see if the draft evolves and we don't just have another one-sided snowball between the two, because like you said, Game 1 was all about MVP, and in Game 2, in perhaps even more crushing fashion, it was all about ESC Ever.
Yeah, for sure. And Loken, what a wonderful Jin performance from him. Don't think he did die the entire game. It was 4-0 and 10. You can see coming in second place on the damage, just under Crazy, who had a really good gangplank game as well.
And then the AD carry bans clearly were useful against Maha, forced onto the Lucian. Not that he in particular was a big problem for his team, but you could see without that utility AD carry, they seem to just struggle to find an identity in Game 2.
Yeah. So we'll see if some of these AD carry bans get dropped. Maybe it'll open up the pool a little bit, because Ash Sivir, those games there, certainly hurting, especially from Maha, who didn't do so well on the Lucian. But ADD especially going to try to have a better game in Game 3, as his performance on Shen didn't really do much. So we'll go to a quick break. When we come back, Game 3, we'll see who is our victor.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive if I quit calling you my lover. Move on. just like a moth drawn to a flame. Oh, you lured me in, I couldn't sense the pain. Your bitter heart goes to the touch. Now I'm gonna reap what I sow. I'm left seeing red on my own. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive.
오늘 첫 방인데 떨리지 않아요?
이제 인터뷰 들어가겠습니다. 3, 2, 1. 유현출, 은정이 어딨어?
미아 발생, 미아 발생. 조준 미아.
비공감이 쏟아지고 있어요.
은정아 어딨니? 은정아.
오늘부터 실종 전담반을 맡게 된 전용준이다.
용산, 상암, 해운대. 뭔가 이상하지 않아요?
사라진 사람들이 한둘이 아니야. 단서가 더 필요해. 단서가.
광주에서 발견된 실종자가 있었어.
기억이 나지 않아요.
민인이?
e스포츠에 성지로 가봐야겠어.
용산이 아니라 상암이라고! 속보입니다. 강민이 자택에서 숨쉰 채 발견됐다는 소식입니다.
핑이 400을 넘고 있어요.
Don't forget, when I signed this, there's no going back.
결정적 단서가 될 것 같은데.
무서?
오빠 오늘 버스 태워줄래요?
난 불온중걸.
일주일에 800, 한 달에 3,000폰.
캐시는 500.
전술들과 활성화, 석양.
왜 프로는 항상 우리 팀입니까?
거부할 수 없는 제안을 하죠.
박탈은 못 먹겠어.
말레이는 가지 말랬지? 잊혀질 수 있을 거라 생각했어?
그럼 게임 한번 시작해 볼까?
싸웠지 마. 잘해줬다. 강프닝 제작진이 선사하는 초대형 액션 블록버스터 OGN 실종 전담반.
Welcome back. MVP for Game 2 is Loken. No surprise there. Deathless game on the Jin. And man, what a sniper.
But interestingly, his first MVP of the season.
Yeah.
ESC Ever haven't won a lot of games,
That's
but
true.
you know, Loken is definitely one of those prime AD carry talents, but hasn't really had an avenue to prove it this season. But this was definitely a game where his accuracy, specifically on the curtain call, was quite majestic, but there were honestly more questions about specifically MVP's draft and playstyle of this game than there really is. There really should be in a situation like this. They won so comfortably in Game 1, and then in Game 2 seemed to repeat a lot of the mistakes ESC Ever made in the drafting phase. The last pick, Azir in particular, didn't really make a whole lot of sense to me, drafting the Shen when Gangplank was available.
Yeah.
It's 2 games in a row where Gangplank has outdone Shen, and that is certainly not a new matchup when it comes to just the power that Gangplank brings and the safe laning phase against the Shen.
Yeah, and overall, just MVP looked really rattled in this match and just couldn't do a whole lot. Ian tried playmaking a bunch of times with Azir, but just couldn't hold up. But Loken, as mentioned, first MVP in LCK Summer. And who knows, could be the last, could be the first of a couple more. Only time will tell, but right now we need to figure out who is going to win this match. Is it MVP or is it ESC? Because both squads have looked strong in the 2 games that we've seen so far. ESC really took hold in Game 2, and now you got to be a little bit worried here for MVP. Back on the red side, though. So that could be a boon to them, as they will be able to have that last pick potential that the lack thereof seems like it sort of screwed them up a little bit in the pick ban at the Game 2. So we'll see what happens as we go in here for the final game of the night.
I'm excited to see if we'll see 613 meta picks and bans on this particular game, or whether we'll see one of those in-series metas develop. Because as I mentioned, the Gangplank over Shen, the Karma priority, Trundle support, these have been the big consequential things in first MVP, then ESC Ever's victories. So will a champion fall through? Well, we have to see Karma banned because, again, the teams that won did so in emphatic fashion each game.
Yep. Well, it's going to be Varus and Vladimir banned away by ESC. That's a bit surprising to see, honestly, but they'll take that one. Out Sivir is going to be the final of their side. Nidalee Gragas so far from the side of MVP, so paying a bit more attention to the jungle. We've seen Ashe banned away in that second game. Maha played it really well, helped get them the win. So will they leave it up to the potential of Loken to pilot it, or will they try to get it in their first round draft?
I mean, they banned 3 champions. They've played well at times this season, so it looks like they wanted to first pick Karma. I think it's pretty intelligent of MVP to ban away the Karma. Now, the Ashe, like you mentioned, has been the utility AD carry that's been skipped over, but I think you can confidently ban Karma if you're MVP because Jhin is also available. So there is powerful AD carry options available.
There's also Rise, if they wanted to try to take that and hold it as a flex pick.
It's true, ESC does have Crazy, who, along with Cuvée, is still happy to play the Rise. Would be the last pre-rework Rise that we'll see, because we're heavily expecting next week to be patch 6.14.
We'll find out. That'll be interesting to see if how long it'll take for people to pick up Rise with that new change coming through. It's going to be a first pick Gangplank, which MVP's just like, okay, we'll get the Gnar. So this is fairly expected. We'll flash the TiVo first, but
Gnar is definitely the obvious lane choice. We've seen ADD in particular against Duke in the MVP vs SKT matchup. Get ganked extensively, pick up 1 item, and then just solo kill Duke 3 times.
That was really impressive performance by ADD. They didn't win that series, but they look good losing, so. But yeah, Gnar makes sense here, but who else would you want to go for right now? Just draft a jungle? Okay, yeah, Hecarim. This was...
I like the Ashe in this particular situation is what I was going to say.
Okay, yeah.
It's been banned away a lot. Maha excels on utility carries. There are no other ones available. So you take the Ashe and you're happy with the Gnar versus Gangplank matchup as well.
All right, well, Hecarim is still something that they could pick up unless Bless has been practiced up on it and wants to try to take that one away from Beyond. Looks like he might just do it. Could this mean the last pick of Amumu?
It definitely could, because...
Be a lot of synergy with Gnar and Amumu.
And that's the kind of the interesting thing, Achilles, is that if you go for Hecarim, you're basically saying, I kind of want to farm pretty hard, and Amumu will happily opt into a farming matchup. This doesn't get offered one very often. It's not been the case that we've seen farming a jungler versus farming jungler too often in the meta.
There's a lot of potential. I wish that MVP would go for the Amumu and then have like a Trundle support for Max so he can just create a structure to stun everybody into.
Oh, baby, the Wombo.
So it'd just be really filthy. It's going to be a leash, though, here for Bless, so not going to be taking the Hecarim away. So it is something that Beyond could go for if they don't want a last pick for mid.
The Tahm Kench, also the compositional answer to the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as initiation, so probably going to be, well, I mean, it's going to almost definitely be a support Tahm Kench, given that they have Gangplank selected already, and Gangplank mid has not been a thing for quite a while, ever since the barrel changes. Where does MVP want to go with their comp? I'm thinking it's going to be a return to the Hecarim. It worked for them in Game 1, even though it's against the Elise. This was the matchup in Game 1, and Bless wasn't able to really apply enough map pressure.
Because we didn't have anything happening in that game for quite some time, so Beyond kind of got away with it. It'd come down to ESC laying on that pressure. Bless, going in, trying to invade onto this Hecarim. Looks like they might just lock this one. And the Taric for Max.
So we saw Rox Tigers run the jungle Hecarim and Taric duo. If you remember, that was the game where it felt like Gorilla was ulting early a lot, and that was because they had a full damage jungler and they were basically using the Taric ult in much similar way that in the previous games, Karma ult has been used. Shield has been used just to try and allow these offensive item junglers to get through a team fight with either shields or invulnerability and not play towards their weaknesses. So probably going to expect there to be a lot of initiation plays with the Hecarim, even just with Trinity Force and no tank items completed, and just have the Taric ult preemptively and try and force a fight during that duration.
Well, Jhin here for Loken yet again. Gonna try to have a repeat performance, which means that he's gonna be looking for that mid lane for Tempt. Looks like Azir hovered over. Could bring this out. Try to outdo Ian's performance. It's gonna be Malzahar at the end. A last second flip. This was banned by ESC in Game 1. Now they get their hands on it.
And a pressure mid laner is a good solution and a good selection in this situation. And the Jin, it's after a great performance, but you consider you're drafting Jin into Hecarim Gnar, which even the Tahm Kench Devour isn't going to save you, specifically from the Hecarim that will just helicopter his way both to you with the Onslaught of Shadows and then force you to move your position. You know, very much you want to be rooted in spot, whether it's the ultimate or just in general the playstyle from Jin is to poke in and out, and Hecarim will stop you from doing that, or Gnar will stun you against a wall. So feels like he was forced into the Jin with the Sivir ban, but could have just been an Ezreal from the side of ESC Ever. So it is surprising to see the Jin selected, and it's just going to be the safe wave clear war in the mid lane as Victor is the answer to the Malzahar.
All right, well, not going to be seeing that Twisted Fate. Thought maybe it'd get brought out. We did see that matchup earlier on in the week, I believe. I think it was KT versus MVP.
I mean, if you have a Hecarim for jungle pressure and your enemy is Elise Malzahar, then as Twisted Fate, you're going to have a whole hell of a lot of problems staying alive during laning phase unless you opt into something like a cleanse, and then if the suppression comes first, the cleanse has no value. So I think you just go for the wave there, try to split lane against the Malzahar as much as possible, and that's the decision that MVP came to as well.
Yep. Looks like both of these mid laners just going to be running with Ghost Flash, so no double teleport shenanigans going to be coming through. They do have a couple seconds if they want to swap out on that, but I think that's going to hold firm for now, and it will. So, okay, MVP. Good amount of AoE control, Onslaught of Shadows, Gnar ultimate, Chaos Storm, with dazzles all around. But can they make it work? They do have that opening pick potential with the arrow, and Maha was pretty on point with his ultimates in Game 1.
They want to return to the Game 1 meta as well. They want to go for the lane swap, even though they don't get the Gnar versus Gangplank early. You need to go for the lane swap, get the Hecarim the farm, guarantee the items, and then the team fight should do the rest of the work.
I'm interested in the interaction of Nether Grasp and Onslaught of Shadows. Can you Nether Grasp him while he's mid-charge and then end up getting feared?
Quite possibly, yes.
I think that's an interaction that could occur. So Temp's going to have to wait until after he gets out of that fear and then try to lock down Beyond, because if he's able to latch onto him, he will melt through that Hecarim very quickly.
No doubt, especially because we heavily expect it to be a full damage Hecarim. Just for your information, Bless seems to be having some problems loading into the lobby, so we're going to be a bit delayed on the game start. You have to feel like Hecarim, again, if Hecarim hits his item timings, gets tanky, Malzahar, another champion that, like Jin, doesn't have a lot of maneuverability, in the middle of a fight could be targeted out by that Hecarim ult. So Hecarim is the compositional answer to both Jin and Malzahar. So just like it always is with MVP, get Hecarim ahead, get Beyond ahead, and he should do the rest of the work.
Well, there we go. Bless finally loading up, so should be into this game in just a couple seconds. We'll get that underway. Well, we'll see if ADD can repeat his performance that he had against Juke here in that top lane matchup. Let's go ahead and get into Game 3. We'll find out who our winner is after this set. All right, Infernal Drake. We have broken the Cloud Drake curse. But can MVP break the curse that was bestowed upon them in Game 2?
Who bestowed a curse on them?
ESC.
How did they perform the curse?
They did it in the back room in between the games. So they weren't going back
there.
There
was a lot of smoke coming out of that room. I thought that was weird.
Yeah, it was a pig carcass. You have to light it on fire and a pentagram and.
So just that's the usual then.
Yeah, you know, it's typical shamanistic things in Korea.
It is the land of the shamans. It's true.
That is not that far-fetched from something that actually happens. By the way, guys, I know when the E-Stadium was getting ready to open up, they actually did have a shaman come in to bless the building, and several of the teams were here. So there's actually a picture somewhere on the internet, probably a faker kneeling before a pig head.
And it's all obviously steeped in tradition and culture here, so
yeah.
As ignorant foreigners, we find it a little bit strange, but
I get a good chuckle out of it.
Sure.
There's something about The greatest player of League of Legends in the world kneeling in front of a pig head.
Just praying for the good fortune of the stadium, though, Achilles.
And so far, so good.
So far, so good
So
indeed.
the Shaman's blessing has worked.
I don't know who he decided to bless in this particular series. Is it ESC? They have bless on the lineup. Probably not, though.
Yeah, probably not. I don't know. There's a very strong chance that they could win this game. Yeah.
And it's such a consequential series for both teams. We mentioned it earlier, but ESC, they're playing to avoid relegation. They're currently in 9th spot with Longzhu playing better and better recently and picking up series wins. And MVP, although they're now 2 series, soon to be 3 series if they lose this series behind Afreeca, still mathematically the potential to make it to playoffs. So a lot on the line for both teams.
Yep. Well, if they lose here, it would definitely hurt their score quite a bit, put them at a -4. So they'll move down 1 more, and they have 3 more games to go. Again, that's against Jin Air, Samsung, and the Rocks Tigers. So some tough matchups there. Jin Air show signs of life here and there, but MVP should be in an okay spot to contest for that game.
MVP did end up getting the lane swap this game, so Beyond has been able to farm up just fine. Won't see any discrepancy between the junglers, as the tempo advantage in the lane swap is there for ESC Ever, but otherwise it's what you've seen so many times tonight.
Yeah.
Lane swaps.
Also, I'm pretty sure that if MVP lose this, it's almost impossible for them to overtake Afreeca, if not it actually being impossible.
It's probably not mathematically impossible, but realistically,
the likelihood of it. I mean,
out the window.
Yeah. I mean, they would have to get like 2-0 victories over Tigers and Samsung. So, be really bad for them if they don't win this. But then at that point, if they lose here, the biggest concern again is like swapping places with ESC and ending up in relegations themselves. Because you don't want to be the team that faces off against Spenu.
We saw that weird interaction where, if you remember last season, Spenu chose to play against ESC Ever rather than necessarily MVP. And, you know, we at the time thought MVP were the weaker squad, and perhaps they were. A lot changes when you have an off-season, a lot of time to rededicate yourself to the game. This season has proved that MVP is very powerful, but yeah, there's no guarantee that the Spenu does, I believe, no, sorry, we'll see which team they wish to choose to play against, because even if you finish 9th, there's no guarantee that you avoid playing against Spenu.
Yep. Well, hopefully, for their sake, they can just avoid relegation completely. Still have Longzhu and Jin Air below them, so they have a bit of wiggle room.
And ESC Ever have that pretty easy matchup against SKT in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
so
that
fine.
should be fine. You know, 100% win rate over those guys. So
they've never lost a series to SKT.
Garbage team. What more can you say?
Oh dear.
Sorry, I was channeling post-game thread for a second there. I just was reading too much of it.
Never channel post-game thread.
My mistake. How foolish of me. Alrighty, well, just going to have that swap coming through from ESC as they get the second tower. Well, they're going to get it really low at least. Looks like they may not be able to finish it out yet.
Maybe he's sending 3 members to defend.
He's trying to get that last shot in. Totoro's going to pop the shield. Crazy's still walking up. They're going to commit for this one. And now Bless coming around the backside. This can actually be decently rough for MVP. Beyond getting it locked down. The roots there as well. Malefic Vision's ticking away on him. It's not going to be enough to finish him off yet. And ADD will finish out that teleport. Thought he was going to cancel it, but it did complete it.
He invested a lot to try to defend this turret, but ESC's going to push up again. Now, they will keep members here, so far so good for the defense, but it seems like an awfully big investment for minimal gain at best.
When you could have just gone for the turret up top.
I mean, ADD was pushing there, he was getting solo experience towards level 6. He did actually just ping up level 4.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't going to take that turret by himself in that span of time, but he could have gotten some good damage in onto it, so they at least could have traded the objective a little bit later. So, interesting decision-making so far from MVP, and this has historically been, you know, the weaker part of their play in this early game.
Well, the only reason you invest that many people in the bot lane as this game shakes out is to allow the Ashe to have a 2v2 laning phase and also to keep a turret up around the Infernal Drake. So the fact that it's an Infernal Drake probably is the reason why we see more of a contest in that situation. And also, now Loken and Totoro have to overextend, so even Hecarim can find pretty interesting and creative jungle paths to gank the spot lane. Level 6 coming soon for both Hecarim and Ashe, so that certainly could be the flare point.
Yep, Beyond just got his off the backside of that red buff take, so maybe now has his eyes set on Crazy. He's going to move in here. Gnar comes over the wall, doesn't have Mega quite yet. Crazy still has Flash. Cocoon comes through. Beyond going to take a bunch of damage. Onslaught of Shadows goes in. Crazy's able to get away, but a nice boomerang from ADD. Well aimed. Comes up with a kill. Bless is going to be able to answer, but a flash forward will be a double kill coming in for this Gnar, and that is going to wreak havoc on Gangplank from this point forward. So nicely played. Hope we get a well, we'll ignore that, but hopefully we get a replay so we can see that boomerang, because that was really nicely done.
Yeah, it was a long-range snipe to confirm that first kill. Ian walking out to tempt. Not going to get the kill, though.
Throws out that Chaos Storm. Will get the flash out, though. That's going to be super important here for Ian.
Gone Ghost Flash in this scenario. Some victors will take the teleport. Cleanse, obviously, of lesser value because it's Malzahar and Elise. Doesn't affect the suppression from the Malzahar ult. But keeps both summoners up, so able to get the enemy summoners down and also overextend pretty comfortably. Low on mana right now, but we'll just pick up the blue buff.
Nicely done so far. Bouncing back here is MVP. So we won't get a replay of that play up top, though, but maybe if ADD gets MVP of the game, we'll be able to see it.
Gets ADD well on the way towards his first item, predictably going to be the Black Cleaver as he built against Duke.
Yep, Caulfield's Warhammer.
He has red buff as well, so the moment he hits level 6, just kill the Gangplank.
Yeah, that's actually pretty dirty now that I think about it.
Doesn't necessarily have the vision to overextend too far. That's why he's kind of letting the Gangplank push him in.
Well, this is smartly done from ADD because we saw the polar opposite of this in Game 2. Just pushing way too far forward in the split on that bottom side. Got taken out.
Beyond almost has ultimate again, so maybe looking for a wraparound gank up top.
Well, there's no ward in that Tri-Brush yet again as they were able to clear it up, and Bless is here to match.
Who's
so
going to face check who?
We'll see. Beyond coming around. Bless not being seen. They'll see each other really soon. ADD about to transform into that Mega Gnar. Here comes Beyond. Gets the fear in onto Crazy.
Oh!
Nice stun by ADD. And this is going to be a very nice double kill coming through in the end. ADD does go down with the help of that Cannon Barrage. So we'll have it inverted. Beyond will get the kill and ADD will die this time. But still, MVP coming out on top. Another 2 kills on the board. So far, all of the action has been around this top lane.
Yeah, really nice layering of CC, but...
Oh, Dazzle coming through. Loken gets hit up by that. Maha still has the Enchanted Crystalline Arrow. He wants to throw that out. Looks like they're just looking for a little bit of a trade.
Both supports are level 5. If there was the level 6 on Tarek, it would have been different. They don't see each other, so this is why, at this point, Beyond
now
just spots Bless. He's like, well, whatever. I'm going to go in. Really nice layering of the Gnar, and they actually get the stun onto Bless, I believe, as well, right from the max range. Bless is able to just turn onto the Gnar and take him out. It's a full damage Gnar at this point in the game, of course, but consistently, 2-for-1 trades going to MVP, and now the Hecarim gets accelerated, and that's the worst possible member when you have both a Malzahar and a Jhin as your damage dealers.
Yeah, this is going to be a really nice start here for MVP. 1.3 thousand on the board, just about 11 minutes in so far. So they'll be pretty happy with that one. Infernal Drake not going to come into contention yet, but it's got to be just a couple minutes out.
Beyond continues to push up. Doesn't have the ult for another 20 seconds or so.
Doesn't have any wards to throw down either, so let's just retreat back out of there. Be looking for a play on this bottom side soon.
Walking into a ward, though.
Yeah, Max looks like he got a hit in on it while he was first placed, but couldn't clear it out, so won't be able to find it. Beyond almost has that Onslaught of Shadows. Bless coming around the side. Throws out the Cocoon and will find Max. It's a very tanky Tarek, though, has the ultimate still available, and Totoro actually gets shredded out. That volley there from Maha almost killing him.
Max was really steadfast in not using the Tarek ultimate. He had both the mana and was taking damage, so you could have understood popping that ult, but they seem to be saving it for a turret dive or a fight around Drake.
Well, It looks like it might be the latter, as MVP does start this one up. Bless in the area, though. Knows that this is going on because of that ward at the backside of the pit. They're going to open up the curtain call. Beyond's going to have to tank these. This will take him really low. Nice Taric ultimate thrown down. Will it buy enough time? Missile Voyage coming through. Beyond will be able to claim it. Uses the Onslaught of Shadows to get himself out, but the Nether Grasp is there as well as the Root. He will fall in the end. Bless finds the kill, but honestly, giving up one for the Infernal Drake, probably a good trade there by MVP.
Yeah, definitely. And the Infernal Drake has so much value when you have 4 players building for damage on the side of MVP. Lose some map pressure though, which is something they've had a lot of.
That's really bad. Totoro flashes over the wall, but Max uses his to get away from that Tom Kench, who certainly would have killed him with the Devour. So a bit unfortunate they're not going to have that flash dazzle potential from the support, but it's ESC, they bring it back a little bit, just a couple hundred gold separating now with the recent kills and CS catch-ups that they've had, so keeping themselves very tightly knit, but as these first couple damage items come through, that Infernal Drake's going to be doing some work, speaking of doing work. ADD coming up here is going to miss that stun, though.
Missed the house, too.
I think it's actually stairs, I think. It's the corner stairs from a wrestling ring.
Ah. You'd think I'd know that. As a wrestling fan, I
Ring,
did not know that.
I don't know why I said rink. He's not ice skating.
The wrestling rink?
Wrestling ring.
I don't know, wrestling with skates of some sort sounds fun.
It really
sounds very dangerous also.
Adds to the danger of the sport. Can't script those cuts.
No. Careful what you call a sport, ESPN fans found
Oh,
recently.
you're right. I don't want to get verbally crucified for that.
But poker's fine, guys. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So is chess.
I mean, the amount of things that have been on ESPN. I think the hot dog eating contests have been on ESPN as well.
Yeah, probably competitive eating.
But esports, that's a bridge too far.
No, can't do it. See, it's really just a matter of not caring. It's like, oh, is it that on ESPN? Okay, cool.
People that get really angry about stuff like that are unique beasts.
Yeah. Meanwhile, channels like the History Channel can get away with showing Pawn Stars for 10 hours straight.
My favorite is when the Sci-Fi Channel was showing wrestling. It was like, this is not a fit I would have seen.
It's about as it's at least in the form of fiction, so there's some shared qualities.
Just happy to push up. We're getting closer and closer to those item breakup points. There is the Black Cleaver, which if AD doesn't miss all his skills on the next all-in on Gangplank, should be very useful. Trinity Force not far away from Beyond either.
Ian gonna be happy with that pickup. Looks like he's just working towards that Missile Scepter for the time being. And Maha almost has that Essence Reaver done.
Not ideal that all 3 kills on the side of ESC Ever went over to Bless.
Certainly not. It's
Gonna
gonna
go
be, I
towards
mean,
a
he's
Protobelt.
a lot of damage, but you really want to get some of those over onto Loken. Arrows coming through, is not going to connect, but here's Beyond, pushes Totoro back. Bless is nearby, though.
Beyond squishy.
Yeah, Dazzle does not come through. Now Max in a bit of a rough spot. Beyond goes back in with the Onslaught of Shadows. Totoro pops the shield. Bless goes up in the air with the Repel. T-Peaks coming through from ADD. He does not have a Narbar, though, so he has to jump back immediately. Another grasp in onto Maha, but they interrupt it. Beyond goes in, finishes off the Malzahar. Meanwhile, Max falls. It's going to be a 2-for-1 so far from ESC, however, as they do come out on top. But again, both kills go over to Bless, so now 5 on the Elise.
Yeah, the Protobelt will come quickly. If he can make picks, maybe it'll be worth it, but really not ideal compared to ADD and Beyond, the 2 headaches for Loken and Tent, picking up all the gold on the side of MVP.
ADD jumps straight into that W from Loken, but a huge burst of damage comes out from Ian, and Maha just walks up, has a volley right into the face of that Jin, finds the kill, and Totoro gonna get interrupted. Ian gets the solo kill with the Death Ray. So in the end, MVP still gonna come out on top of that, but it was looking really rough on the backside of that first engage.
Seems strange to me that you can just walk bot and get a double kill, but that's the world we live in, apparently.
Say, how's it go?
Look at Max holding the lane up top. Yeah.
It's a manly Taric.
Get that gold.
You can support all of those minions.
It's not that manly. Wear the pink fuzzy boots.
That's true. That would make him more manly.
He's trying too hard in this skin.
Yeah.
Go back to your roots. Your pink roots.
This is like his angst skin. Oh, I'm Bloodstone Taric.
Wait, but does the pink come before or after the angst?
question.
Is he working towards showing off his flair, or is he coming back from his flair days?
I'd say he's probably working towards showing off his flair.
I agree.
Because I mean, most people, they go through they have their goth phase, their metal phase, that kind of thing, where they're just like dark and brooding.
And then they blossom into their pink phase.
Yeah, I still haven't hit my pink phase, but I went through my brooding phase. So.
Did you look a lot like Bloods this particular Tarek skin?
No, I just listen to really bad music.
What do you call really bad music? Come
Disturbed.
on. Okay. Disturbed is like the anthem for like early 2000s wrestling.
Yeah, it's like Disturbed. Whatever that band is that sings like "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor" or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
Drowning Pool. There we go. You know,
literally all these
that crap.
fans have created wrestling theme songs. In the early
literal
2000s.
crap is what I'll say. Cannon Barrage used up top to stop the tower take. Would have gone down pretty quickly with Beyond up there. But yeah, you know, that was also conveniently around the time that I was watching wrestling. So I got rid of many bad things at the same time.
Wrestling's rubbish, but it's all right sometimes. I say
I
as
can
a long-time fan.
I can understand it from the entertainment factor.
The draft's been on, you know. They're splitting the brands again.
Yeah. Oh, boy. So excited about that. Beyond, oh my god, taking a whole bunch of damage. Curtain call coming through. Really nice dodge there on that fear by Bless. Actually manages to get out for now, but ADD is hot on his heels with that boomerang. Finds the kill. It's 2 over to the side of MVP so far. Beyond the only one going down. Now Loken going really low. The stairs, they whiff, but Ian is there and finally finishes him off with an auto attack to get the kill. And that's going to be a 3-for-1 in the end of things. Maha trying to get that tier 1 mid tower. The wave clear from Crazy is still going to be strong. So they're not able to find it, but looks like MVP might be able to take a dragon. Almost said a Baron, but that's not even spawned yet.
Tarek ultimate came in at just the right time, Achilles.
Yeah.
It was just enough to keep Beyond alive, allowed them to re-engage. Beyond goes down, but for 3. They don't have a jungler, but we'll be able to take down the Ocean Drake, which will be followed up by another one.
16 kills in 19 minutes. Missile Voyage used out there by Totoro. Looks like they want to push into this mid side, try to get this tower taken out. Wave clear is coming through, and there's not many of the members of MVP nearby. Bless going to get jumped on. AD's still in the vicinity. Has not gone back and healed yet, but he's almost transformed into that Meganar, so he could go for a play if they really want to defend this tower. Looks like they might.
Ash Arrow's up as well.
Yeah, Max, no Tarek ultimate. Arrow comes out, finds Tempt, but won't interrupt him because of the passive. Max getting really low. One more hit will do it. There it is. Loken finishes him off. And now Cannon Barrage burned out will help whittle down these minions, and ESC should be able to claim this tier 1. MVP do look like they want to hold on to this, though, but it's still so risky. Beyond going around the side, finds Bless. Can he get the kill? One more hit would do it. Totoro nabs him up with the Devour. As soon as he comes out, the Chaos Storm burns him out. Tom Kench will follow suit. Nicely done by MVP, picking up 2 swift kills. And they're moving over towards this Baron, which is spawning literally right now.
The itemization isn't ideal for Baron, but they can trade tank between the 4 of them. Jin and Malzahar will stick around. They have no vision in the area for now.
Yeah, ADD's all right to take this one up. You can see Crazy moving over. No Cannon Barrage, so he can't create that much AoE pressure. He's going to be looking for the triple barrel. Does find it. There's the pop. ADD goes down. Ian walks right into the last hit. Beyond trying to trade back onto Crazy, but he's going to go down. Triple kill going over to Loken. Can he make it a quadra? He will. Max, the only one unclaimed by this Jin. And ESC just blew this game wide open. MVP gotta feel really foolish about that attempt.
You gotta play to your item builds. No one had any significant tank stacks. It was just Trinity Force on the Hecarim, a little bit of health and armor on the side of the Gnar, but he was in mini Gnar forms. He didn't get the extra resist, and now it's just gonna be ESC Ever with the world's most straightforward 20-minute Baron. Remember, this was at 20 minutes off spawn. They tried to rush it down, and now it's gonna be ESC stealing one away.
Wow. What a turnaround here from ESC Ever in a gold lead. We'll take another look at this from an interesting angle.
I mean, Jin opens up, and you can see the work of the curtain call. A second game in a row. First ADD taken down. He fell low purely from the Baron. And shooting gallery is used a lot in team fights, but this was the literal shooting gallery for Loken.
Yeah, quadra kill coming in for him. 6, 2, and 3. And they almost equalize the kill count, but that won't matter so much as they now have that gold lead. They can extend it with this Baron buff. So we'll see how much work they can get done. Tier 1 and mid is the obvious response here for ESC. They'd be trying to clear out these waves, but Maha, you know, not having a Runan's Hurricane's not going to be able to work through these minions very quickly. And with just one shot from Loken, that thing will fall.
Maybe we'll have to riddle some parables about sharing to ESC Ever, but after Bless took the first 5 kills, Loken took the next 6, so that's at least working out for ESC Ever.
That's true. They acknowledged the problem, and they have fixed it indeed.
Only one person may be fed at one time.
Yeah. Next in line is Tempt. Beyond's going to come around the backside, standing on a ward. They get an arrow in onto Bless. He's going to get nommed up by Totoro. Cannon Barrage thrown down. They get a hell of a lot of damage. Maha right in the forefront. ADD and Max will go in to try to block this, but he's still going to fall. Ash now down. Beyond goes in, and MVP are just crumbling at the moment. 2 members very swiftly make that 3. Loken with the snipe off of the W comes up with another kill. And good lord, ESC have turned this completely on its head, and they're looking to break the inhibitor line in 23 minutes.
MVP, it's all falling apart right in front of us, Achilles. This would be a 4th series loss in a row.
Oh, this has
Won't
to
be
be
2-0 this time, but they're not playing to their items. They're so far up against a Baron buff team. Gangplank ult just forced the positioning of multiple members from MVP back. They just needed to be more respectful. They didn't need to fight at this point. They have good wave clear from the Ashe and the Victor, but instead, they're the team that takes the aggressive line, and they're the team that pays for it.
Yeah, this has to be so tilting for MVP. There's still potential for them to bounce back into this one. It's 4,000 gold, though, at this point. That is a pretty significant amount.
Yeah, the Gangplank ult does so much work, and then Loken, he actually kills off the enemy AD carry and Maha before the Taric ult actually applies. It has that long 2.5-second channel time. Really nice snipe onto Max on the back end as well. But everything that ESC has picked up has been just handed over by MVP. MVP handed over the first Baron, and now they hand over an inner turret and more kills for ESC.
Yeah, this is just crushing based on how this game started, constantly trading up 2-for-1s in the top lane, just getting wildly ahead, and then suddenly Loken happened. And now look how scary he is. He's got a BF sword, Yomusko's blade, Desk Blade completed now, and looking for a QSS as the next item more than likely. So this is just such a rough spot for MVP. ADD splitting up on that top side, trying to get the Tier 1 tower, but ESC, they're looking for a second inhibitor turret at bot.
I mean, ADD needed to be here a while ago. Will be in mini-nar form even if he teleports. He's backing.
Yeah,
now he's teleporting.
He's going to TP in. They're holding on to it for the time being. Arrow comes out, does find Bless, but again, the Tom Kench is there to eat him up, to keep him safe. Beyond goes in, Onslaught of Shadows. They already take out Tampa. Beyond's going to go down. Another kill picked up for Loken. ADD not into that Mega Gnar yet. He's going to be in a rough spot. They're trying to finish off Crazy. A couple more hits will do it. Gets the barrel hit. Just going to chunk out ADD, but not finish him off. Now, ESC on the run. Totoro and Bless in a really low HP bars. ADD trying to get him, hits him with the stairs, but won't be enough to finish him off. So nice hold from MVP. Surprisingly coming out even in kills.
The Baron buff had worn off, and even though it was an exhausted Gnar that came through with no ability to create rage, they do choose their selections well. Beyond goes 1-for-1, but one of those kills was onto the Malzahar, and this is what the comp should do during a normal situation, is that Malzahar and Jhin, both immobile. Hecarim, with enough items, will be able to deal easily with one and even potentially with both. So we see Beyond come in, chooses Tempt, who also took damage from Ian as well, and is taken out. But as the fight goes on, it does end up being a decent trade. 2 for 2, with how the game has gone recently, is pretty good for MVP.
Yeah, absolutely. And holding on to that inhibitor tower is the more crucial aspect of it all. ESC will be able to net themselves an Ocean Drake there first. Cloud will be our third element and final before the Elder Dragon spawns, but we have Baron coming up in under 2 minutes now. So MVP regaining a little bit of ground, but they're still down by about 4,000. So they have to pick their fight so crucially, because right now Beyond is still not tanky. He has a QSS and a Ruby Crystal. That's about it. Totoro going to get hit by that crystalline arrow. It's going to be the curtain call coming through. Loken not finding too many key targets. ADD in a bad spot, though. Has that Guardian Angel available. Will get a stun in onto Tempt, who takes a bunch of damage. Gonna respawn, likely just gonna try to hop out of here, but the root comes through immediately. Gravity Kill trying to zone him off. Looks like he might not. Oh, no, he had the Dusk Blade on him there from Loken, so they will find the kill. That's 11 kill for Loken coming in.
Yeah, of the last 12 kills, 11 have gone to Loken, and I have his 4th AD item before too long. MVP, though, continue to farm. ESC has to take out this game before the items can come through. It's very awkward that Beyond has had to go QSS as his first defensive item. QSS Giant's Belt.
Yep.
I mean, MVP just haven't gotten to the stage where they can get tanky. That's why you have emergency tank items like Giant Spelt QSS. And you look over at Nah. Giant Spelt Guardian Angel was his emergency tank items. He'd love to have Spirit Visage and Randuin. The game isn't at that point. We're still only 27 minutes in. But it was accelerated off the back of MVP's decision-making around that 20-minute Baron. And that's why MVP have now been in the stage of having to find these emergency ways to actually be able to take fights before their other items come in.
Yep. Guardian Angel going to be down for ADD, so that's going to be pretty crucial. Should a fight break out in that time, of course. There's a fun spectator bug, so we can't see exactly how long, but my God. Maha just getting hit by that Cocoon chase straight into the root from Loken, and he goes down. That's a crucial pickup here for ESC, and they are looking to knock down this top inhibitor tower now.
Now they could just go for the mid lane inhibitor. They're trying to get 2, though, during the 30 seconds that Maha's down.
See if they're able to do it. Lock up Beyond, get a little bit of damage in onto him. Gravity Field's not going to do a whole lot to dissuade them, and they push in. They're now down. Inhibitor open. This should be 2 easy takes for them. And MVP are just hemorrhaging objectives at this point.
AD is also exhausted, just went out of mini Nas and not going to be Mega Nas, sorry, so won't be building up any rage.
Good catch on to Beyond. They're going to try to turn this one around. Maha's throwing out the arrow. Let's see if he can find a catch. Totoro's there. Will get hit up by it, but is that enough to engage off of? Looks like MVP says yes. Curtain Call opened up. Max in a bad spot. Almost jumped straight into that last bullet. Beyond goes into the backside, though. Tries to lock up Loken. Meanwhile, Tempt locks up ADD, and that's going to be another 2 swift kills coming through for the Jin. Can he make it more, though? Come right out of that one. Loken's really low. One more hit would have finished him off. Totoro just going a little bit too aggressive, almost killing himself and his AD carry, but in the end, it's just going to be a 2-for-1.
Now you asked the question, is this the time for initiation? And unfortunately, MVP have never really gut-checked themselves on that. They've just initiated.
They usually just go, yes!
The Ash Arrow's up. It's time to go in, boys. But the Guardian Angel's still not up. Hecarim's still not tanky. They can't be too surprised that the result has been more and more gold donated to the side of ESC Ever, and primarily to the side of Loken, who now has a lazy 13 kills. They're initiating this fight with Ash not there for follow-up damage into no way to deal with Jin, so he gets a couple of shots off, and Beyond walks at him and dies because Beyond still doesn't have any armor.
Yep. And
they just waited out the Taric ultimate. That's when the Malzahar ult was used, so got the full value out of the damage. Ended up being a suicide mission by Totoro on the back end. So that wasn't great.
Volley into an auto attack. If they could have gotten that kill on the Loken, that actually would have been massive, though, for MVP. Maha getting that shutdown gold coming through off the Jin would have been a really nice pickup, but just wasn't able to happen. And Jin just casually has an Infinity Edge and a Zeal in his inventory, so probably looking for maybe a rapid fire cannon.
Ults are back up for MVP, so maybe it's time to overforce another engage.
Well, they have to be careful. They have a way of pushing in on the top side.
They really want to poke the CC invulnerability passive away from Tempt.
I haven't been able to get on it yet. A little barrel dodge out. ADD really close to transforming. They need this Hail Mary Wombo combo to turn the game around for them. Ghost used by Ian. Not going to be able to get a whole lot done. Going to be hovering around. That's going to be the opening in on the Max from Tempt. Beyond goes in, gets onto Loken in the backside, but is taking a good amount of damage. It's going to be the curtain call opening up. Loken's still really healthy, getting these shots in on the Max. ADD going to body block a couple of these, but there it is, the last one. Max gets chunked out by the barrels, and he goes down. And now ADD not able to use the Gnar ultimate once in that entire exchange. It's going to be a second inhibitor falling in the mid, and likely the Baron for ESC.
And once again, the initiation was when Malzahar's passive was up, so wasn't feared by the Onslaught of Shadows. Once again, a no-flash Jin has no worries, able to channel his ult in the backline because no one can get to him. With all the Voidlings, even though Bless is low, they do a lot of Baron damage. It's already very low.
Looks like Beyond's going to try to go for this one, get the steal, but he's just going to get melted before he can even get the smite off. ADD throws out the boomerang for one last attempt, but it's not going to connect. And Bless will confirm the Baron. And ESC have just been handed this game on a silver platter by MVP.
And Beyond is playing as if he reconnected to game one when they were well far ahead, when ESC Ever didn't have a lot of damage, because he keeps running in and dying. He's died 8 times in 32 minutes.
Needs to update his restore point.
And that's one death every 4 minutes at the highest level of competitive play. We do not see that very often. But he has the burden of initiation, I understand that, but his decision-making on those initiations, not tying up either Jin or Malzahar consistently, means that he's effectively donating free kills to the enemy team.
Yeah. Well, Gravity Field being used to help lock those minions up in the bottom side, but another wave is ready to crash. This turret has not regenerated much since the last time ESC was here, so it will go down very swiftly by Loken, and that should be the third inhibitor going down as well. The base of MVP almost completely broken at this point. Super Creep's pushing in on the top and mid side. Just almost no coming back from this.
Even the Wombo engage, I don't think it deletes someone from ESC, and therefore those cooldowns are not significant. They're wave clear against Baron, but Miz isn't great. Jin opens up.
Just going to open up. Maha going low. Kennebraj is there. Will it be enough to finish him? Oh my god, he threads the needle on the shot. Loken finds another kill. ADD going in, knocks a few people in, will get a couple stuns. Totoro noms up Loken, keeping him alive for the time being. Beyond's just desperately trying to chase him out, but he cannot finish him off. Ian falls. Max as well before he can get to the fountain. That's going to be the ace. That's going to be the game and match. And ESC Ever take down MVP 27-16 on the board in the end. Good lord. 10 more kills than there were minutes in the game.
You don't see that very often in the LCK, but ESC Ever have a lot of reason to be happy. This team had been in free fall recently, needed to find some wins to keep it competitive with Longzhu and attempt to avoid finishing in 9th spot and thus in the relegation series. But on the other side of the coin, MVP have now lost 4 series in a row. Now, the first 3 were against teams in the top 5. This one is against a fellow struggler, and MVP really starting to lose pace with the playoff positions. They looked so strong in the middle of the season, but predictably for a young team, they started weakly, had a great rise, but starting to fall away. And ESC Ever, both teams take a lot out of this, but MVP, I think, a lot of questions, because between the drafts in games 2 and 3 and the decision-making in game 3 in particular, these are just not mistakes that MVP have created in previous series.
Yeah, just going for that Baron at literally at 20 minutes, just way too greedy, not having anybody there to safely tank it up. Gnar didn't have any tank items yet, Hecarim especially didn't have any. And you can see, I mean, still, most damage to champions coming through was Ian on this victory. He tried so hard to make it work, but in the end, he just couldn't bring it out. And a very even damage spread coming through on the side of ESC, so everybody contributing to this game. So even Bless on that Elise coming out of the jungle doing more damage than Tempt.
I think if you're against Jin, Hecarim, and against Hecarim, Ashe, and Gnar, and your Jin has the most damage, lets you know that the team comp really fell apart from MVP.
Yeah.
Jin should have been trivialized, but it's going to be a double MVP for Loken today. So first 200 points.
Yeah, first 2 indeed. 92% kill contribution there. Only died twice in that game, and I believe those were both very early on, because this was the turning point here. 20 minutes in, MVP going for this Baron, and Loken just opens up and just kicks things off with a quadra kill.
It was high noon, Achilles. That was the time when this kicked off.
We're in Korea, we say sundown.
That's true. The shooting gallery was real this game for Loken. I don't remember the last time a player in the LCK got 16 kills in a single game.
I can't think.
It's been a while.
Maybe SKT versus MVP?
It's definitely been a while for a single player to dominate the kill score. Usually the scores are a lot more equal, but people just kept diving in but not actually getting to the Jin, and the Jin was like, thanks very much, and killed people as they tried to retreat.
Yeah. He just mercilessly slaughtered them left and right. It was pretty rough. Loken just, I mean, aside from MVP like not having the proper setup to take care of this Jhin, the accuracy of his shots was just through the roof in all of these fights.
I mean, Loken played well. MVP also played awful.
Yeah. But for him to hit all of these was just beautiful. Like,
the ones that he thread, the last one onto the Ashe in between the Nexus turrets that we didn't get to see there was majestic.
Yeah, just really thread the needle on that one. But well done by Loken, well done by ESC, coming up with a win. We'll throw it over to Steven with the translation for our interview with Loken.
Thank you very much, Akilio and Papa, for a great cast for today's match. And now we're going to moving into winner's interview for today's match, ESC Ever. Let's hear from our solo MVP for today's match, Loken.
네, 로컨 선수 승리 축하드립니다.
First of all, congratulations, Loken.
인터뷰가 고프셨을 것 같은데 소감 한 말씀 먼저 해주시죠.
It's the first interview for Loken in this season.
게임이 좀 많이 힘들어졌잖아요. 그것 때문에 게임이 좀 많이 힘들어져서 진 것 같아가지고.
Loken's talking about the first game that they had a hard time when he played Ever. So he decided to play the champion that he had a very one of the most confidence, like Jhin or Ashe, but he decided to play Jhin. And even though we had a hard time in the first game, we came back with a great mentality with a teammate to play. So I think that's the reason why we got the second and third game. So now they're very curious about the team fight. You guys are very aggressive.
그 팀이니까 같이 올라온 팀이니까 좀 서로 누가 더 강한지 자웅을 걸어보다 이런 거.
So Loken's saying that both teams were from the challengers, and when we have a team fight, we have to decide who is more great as a team fight. So we keep making a lot of a team fight during the game. That's the reason why we're both team are very aggressive, because we are both from challengers, and both team want to challenge each other very lot.
근데 진은 오늘 특별히 준비하신 건지 그것도 좀 궁금한데요.
So Dongjin's asking, so did you prepare for the Jhin play for today's match?
보는 캐릭터들이 좀 많으면은 확실히 딜하기가 좀 힘들잖아요.
And Loken said it's hard to use Jhin because there are a lot of champions who's coming in and use a lot of a crowd control skill. But recently when we have a scrim or practice, I have used Jhin and it's pretty working because I stay way behind and use curtain call. Those kind of skills really helps to make a great team fight. So that's the reason why as a team fight or combination, I picked Jhin. So now the Cloud Templar asking how you make some position during the game. And then Loken say I stay way behind and use curtain call to make a opening in the team fight. And after that our teammate go in and make a great fight. So this is the video clip on the highlight for Jhin. So the caster thought that it was very close for Jhin, but he couldn't make it. So overall, they're saying that team fight were made by Jhin. Jhin start the curtain call, and then the team fight start from that. So Loken's is saying that before the team fight start, I open it with the curtain call and I hit with the 3 shot, and the last shot I wait for the champion who have the low HP, and then I wait for the last and I use the last skill of curtain call. So that's how the team fight worked for us for today's match. So Dongjun asked about the substitution of Totoro for the second game, because after you guys lost the first game, you guys swapped the T and Totoro for today's match. So they're asking which combination, why you guys picked Totoro as today's second game. And Loken said that the difference between Totoro and Ki is that Totoro's more defensive, look for the he make a call and then look for the ward and those kind of in the bush side, and then but he's kind of more aggressive. So those kind of combinations really helped for me to in the lane and also team fight. But Totoro did a great job overall, I guess.
그런 게 또 정신 차리라는 의미에서 필요할 때가 있는 거고. 그래서 참 MVP나 ESC 에버를 보면 두 팀 다
상암에서 뭔가 경기가 잘 안 풀려요. 이런
So
얘기를
now
항상
Cloud
하는 것
Templar is
같은데
saying that
특히나
both
에버도
ESC Ever and
그런
MVP
점에서
saying that they don't have that great condition in Sangam Stadium.
것 같은 느낌도
So
들었거든요. 진짜 좀 그런 게
like
있나요?
there's some kind of, you guys had a very not great condition during before until this game. So how, like, what do you guys think about that? ESC Ever also think that we kind of have like a bad condition in Sangam Stadium. We don't know why, but we always try to practice and prepare a lot. So I think today we break that jinx for today's match.
어떤 선수는 후반에 바라보는 기본적인 정수약 팔자 빌드를 활용하고 어떤 선수는 드락사르 황원검 이런 식으로 선택을 하는데 그 차이점에 대해서
Now Dongjin's asking the item setting in the late time about Jin.
정수 고속 연사포 인피 이트리는
So Jin usually go with the infinite item and with waiting for the ultimate cool time because of that.
그런 템트리라면 요무 드락사르의 황금 템트리는
But he's asking the other item, Yomu.
그래도
And then even though I use for the ultimate,
캐리를 바라볼 수 있는
but mostly Yomu is for carrying AD carry. Like for example, like today's match, I had a great, I got the 16 kill. So in that time, it will be good to use Yomu item to fight against. So those kind of item setting really helps overall. Like in the during the, it depends on the different match. So now the Cloud Templar is asking about the new meta for the AD carry this day. There were Kog'Maw in the last match against SKT and Afreeca.
좋아했던 챔피언들이라
But now Lokan say I really want to use Vayne against Seaver because Seaver against Seaver is really good to pick Vayne. That's what Lokan said. But overall, like coach or my fellow teammate don't want me to use Vayne. So they won't let me use Vayne. Like it's one of my favorite, but they won't let me use it. So now Dongjun, can we expect to see Vayne later on? But Lokan say maybe I can use Tristina, not Vayne, but maybe other champions. Now they're moving into the next video highlight.
이때 무슨 생각하셨는지 좀 궁금한데요. 위기였잖아요.
So at this moment, like, why did you make a curtain call? It was pretty. Before that, MVP had a very great team fight, and they almost took the Baron. But the Lokan saying that overall, I had an ultimate skill left, so that's why I used ultimate skill to open the team fight, and my teammate were coming from the base. That's the reason why I start the fight. And from here, like as you can see, I was waiting from the behind to look to how to use ultimate. So basically, the usage of Jin it depends on how you use curtain go overall. So now don't you say you guys have a game against SKT next weekend, but you guys have pretty great performance against SKT. So what do you think about it? But Lokan say that the overall SKT is the team that one of the best in LCK. So we need some luck and some confidence to win against. So any message to your fans? And Lokan saying that we had a lot of during the Sum game we have a lot of bad condition, but please come to the stadium and cheer for us, and we will show a better performance from the next match. And I think that's it for today's interview, and back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Steven, for the translation. So yeah, I mean, I'd like to see Vayne as well. I think that'd be a fun pick to bring out, especially with the anticipated buffs to her Q coming up. So never know, might see her resurge back into the meta, but for the time being, maybe we'll just have to settle for his Tristana.
And 2 upsets today. Afreeca taking out SKT in the first series, and now Ever taking out MVP in the second. We're in a really interesting spot around the bottom stages of Achilles because 7, 8, and 9, 3 teams at 5 wins. Longju's played 1 more match, they're at 5 and 10. But with Jin Air and Freefall, it's very hard to work out which team will actually be in the relegations, because it could even be MVP. They're 1 match further out, but realistically, one of Jin Air, ESC Ever, and Longju is going to have to fight it out at the bottom.
Yeah, MVP, in order to make it into 5th place spot, I'm pretty sure they have 3 more games. They'd have to win all of them in a 2-0, and Afreeca Freecs would have to lose the rest of their games, basically, in order for them to make it. So I think our top 5 are pretty much locked up here, but Now it's going to be all about who is going to relegation, who is going to be in those bottom few spots. So CJ, pretty confident that they're locked into that position, but Longzhu, Ever, and even Jin Air have a bit of mobility in that regard. Longzhu have a little bit more climbing to do than the rest of them, but with their performance as of late, they definitely could pull it off.
And the ordering is starting to really solidify at the top also. It's probably going to be at this point Rocks first, SKT second, but Samsung and SKT, and then Samsung and KT, those three teams can really move around. I think Rocks, Afreeca seem pretty much locked on to fifth.
Yeah.
It's all about, can Rocks just finish off the season with wins, which, given the way they're playing, you'd have to think so.
We'll see. We only have a couple weeks left, 2 more. In fact, next week, going to kick us off with CJ Entis versus SKTelecom T1, and then Afreeca Freecs versus Jin Air Green Wings on Tuesday. So we'll see how Afreeca is going to fare against them. Then on Wednesday, KT Rolster versus Longzhu actually has some potential for a good matchup there with Longzhu in their recent performance. And of course, ESC Ever versus SKTelecom T1, the one team in LCK that they have not beaten.
And then we're talking about the relegation match, MVP versus Jin Air. One of these teams gets closer and closer to the overall 9th place if they are to lose in that situation. MVP with a bit more breathing room, but Jin Air need to find a victory at some point this week.
Yep, and then Longzhu versus Afreeca. Could be another good set with Longzhu's recent performances. And then KT Rolster versus ESC. If they can take down SKTelecom again, that could be a very hyped up match.
Yeah, ESC making a late charge just like Longzhu. And we finish off the week with MVP versus Samsung and the Rocks Tigers against CJ Entis.
So we'll get our first place versus our 10th place. We'll see how CJ can fare. Last time they squared off, they did surprise Rocks. They were able to take game 1 with the help of Haru on that Hecarim, but Peanut now, it's been in his wheelhouse. He's going to be ready for that pick, and it's going to be really interesting to see if CJ can pull out any surprises that catch Rocks off guard.
A crazy end to the week, though, Achilles. Most of the rest of this week have been standard stuff, but SKT being beat 2-0 by Afreeca, that one caught me off guard.
Yeah, shocking for sure, but what a way to end the week. That's going to close it out for us. We'll see you guys again on Monday. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you then in just a little bit when they finish talking. So, all right, goodbye. There we go.
I dialed 7 digits 5 times today just to hear you say you love or hate me. I'll take anything. I just want to hear your voice cut through the line like a heart-shaped knife. Cut me down, baby, one more time. Good or bad, baby. Yes, no, maybe. It's driving me crazy. Won't you pick up the phone? I can pick up some wine. I can pick you up in my pickup truck, and we can pick up right where we left off. Hey, Dad, what we both want. Pick up the pieces, girl, it ain't that broke. Pick up the past and just let it go. Put it down and over me. Never wanna see me again. Goodbye kind of stuff and pick up. Putting me through hell, one ring voicemail. Baby, I can tell that you ain't on the other line. Except no decline. How can I tell you if you won't listen? How can I tell you what I've been missing? If you don't, if you won't, won't you pick up the phone? I can pick up some wine. I can pick you up in my pickup truck, and we can pick up right where we left off. Hey, Dad, what we both want. Pick up the pieces, good, ain't that broke. Pick up the past and just let it go. Put down that over me, never wanna see me again. Goodbye kind of stuff and pick up.
아 진짜 프로비로 좀 어떡해.
지금도 저기 올릴 만한 거 없냐? 지니 집에 이렇게 얘 어디 갔니? 카메라 안 보여. 얘 이거 안 쓰니? 이거 잡는 거 이걸로 잡는 거? 그러니까 야, 얘 웬만하면 이걸로 안 잡는 게 나은 거 아니야? 왜냐면은 나는 잠궈놨는데 안 잠그고 뒷걸로 움직이는 건 낫어. 아니 무슨 말이냐면 중간 왔는데 다른 사람이 이렇게 할 수 있다니까 그런 놈들 많어. 누군지 알잖아. 근데 저기 빠가 나가는 거 그러지 않아? 근데 이렇게 잠가놓고 아 계속 하는 놈이 있으니까 하는 말은 뭔 소리 하는 거야. 너 그냥 하라면 좀 해라. 이때니까 이거는 뭘로 아, 좀 씨.
더 위험할 수 있다니까. 무거우면 만약에 빼잖아요? 그럼 정말 이렇게 팍 쳐져요. 그냥 저렇게 해놓거나 그냥 놔둬도 밸런스가 안 깨지거든요. 근데 쟤는 깨져서 쟤는 하신 거지.
얘도 밸런스가 아니. 놓고서 그냥 넘어가곤 할 수 있으니까 뭔가 안전한 이거 해놓으면은 우리가 속간에 되면은 이거 치우는 거라도 하면 되잖아. 얘도 이거 안 하고 이거 왜 이걸로 넣는 거야? 아, 좀.
없습니다. 뭘로 하는 이걸로 하라고요?
뭘로 여기다 놓기로 하지 않았어? 놓지 않았어 그때?
그때 갑에 나왔어. 아니 미주 나왔었는데.
니주 어딨어? 니주 갖고 와.
이건
야, 우리 사람이 바뀌는데 너는 이거 하고 나는 이거 하고 누군 이거 하면 안 돼. 통일 좀 시켜놓자니까. 이걸로 할 거야 그럼? 의자로 그대로 이렇게 놓을 거야? 의자 누가 빼버리고 넘어가면 어떡할 거냐고. 아니 너는 아니지만 그렇게 하는 사람들이 있다니까 그래. 그러니까 일반적으로 놔야지. 왜 너는 이걸 잠가놓으면 안 끌려오는 놈이 있고 이걸 하는 의자를 빼는 놈이 있다니까. 그럼 뭔가 정해놓으면 되잖아 우리가. 이거는 안 잠그고 뭔가 놓자고. 내가 하는 게 더. 좋은 방법은 뭔데?
이거 무게 올리는데 뭘 빼도 없는데 만종이도
그러니까 의자를 놓으면 빼는데 다른 거 하면 안 뺄 거잖아. 그 소리 하는 거야. 아씨 겨울에는 의자를 갖다 뻗쳐놓고 있냐?
수요일날 하고 그러면 니주 거기 모니터 올린다고 의자를 해놓은 거 없어요. 그냥 우선 이걸로
공산아 그냥 있지만은 누군가 여기 누가 회의하러 왔다 의자 있네 빼버릴 수 있다니까 그래.
여기 뭐 하나 올리는 거.
자 정하자고 우리끼리라도. 야 동선 의자 놓지 말자. 의자 놓지 맙시다. 너는 안 한다고 하지만은 너 운전할 때 나는 이렇게 가지면 확 들어와 버리잖아. 누가 들어올 거라 생각을 해.
이쪽에? 안 보이던데?
거기는 뭔데?
야 F지? 니주 안 보여요? 됐어. 뭐? 니 줘봐. 네. 됐어.
지금 이게 내려서 어디다 보여야 되는지 저런 거
그러면 담배 필요하죠. 담배 필요하죠. 좀 쉬었다 하자. 무슨 좀 장시간. 그거 놔둔데?
네. 분리도 갈 텐데. 아니 물 얹혀도 안 돼. 바란스가 안 맞아요. 야 동성 내가 도둑질 하자라는 거 아니잖아. 내가 하자라는 게 어긋난 거야 혹시? 근데 왜 이렇게 뭐가 말이 많어? 그냥 하면 되지. 잘못된 거 시키는 게 아니잖아. 어느 걸로?
안 편하게 하신다니까.
넌 편하게 한 게 의자 갖다는 게 결국 편한 게 아니라니까 그래. 여기 있는 사람 의자 안 빼지만은 우리가 없는 시간은 여기 관계자들이 와서 회의 요새 빼면 어떡할 거야? CCTV 돌려서 네가 의자 맞춰놓고 한 거를 찾을 거야? 이 감독 내가 할게. 어? 벽도 씨 어디서 만들어? 지금 하면 되지. 퇴근들 하세요. 가세요.
떨어뜨린 줄 알았어.
가 퇴근해.
수고했어요.